You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey? the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And welcome back, everybody. It is day 4 of SAL, South America League, and we continue on with our action. First of all, with a little flyover over Salvador in Brazil. This, of course, in the state of Bahia, somewhere in the center of the nation, a place I think we'd all love to go to one day. It's a beautiful place, South America, and of course, in South America League, we all play beautiful Siege, and we love to talk about it here on the desk. Myself, Milos, your host. With me are Laxing and Foxy. Gentlemen, you're looking fantastic today, as always. How are we feeling?
Yeah, I'm pretty great. Excited to be back. Excited to be back for another day of the SAL. I mean, like you said, best siege in the world, to say the least. All the games are always so competitive. Makes me a little jealous. I wish we had that in the NAL, but we'll keep it to the SAL.
No kidding. I mean, as for myself, Milos and Fox, I'm feeling good. It's another day of SAL. I mean, yesterday I was on a plane and I was catching little glimpses of the game, and yesterday seemed very close. So when we're talking about all the regions and this being the best region, I'm expecting today to have the same results.
Yeah, actually, and I know you even joined our Discord here. You were sitting around with us just before boarding your flight back from NAL, so you could tell there's a lot of dedication between everybody that's part of talent here in Siege. We're always jumping around and seeing what other people are doing because it's cool. We love the game. We love this feature here with Siege X, and it's, you know, I want to speak about the past for a moment here because you talked about yesterday. I actually have some plays, our intel plays, the top 3 from yesterday, and there were some incredible ones. With Volps getting whacked. Yeah.
That was so disrespectful.
I mean,
it's so disrespectful.
This is things you set up in a ranked match, not necessarily a pro match. That's typically getting shot, I'd assume. The fact that it's on Volps, that's pretty funny.
I mean, when you're so locked in, when you're trying to clutch a round back, you're not going to be expecting a breach charge, especially at this level of the game. But obviously, you know, that was one of the funny rounds that happened. This round was absolutely disgusting by Florio. I mean, the fact that he was just posted up, the last second trade with the pump shotgun. I mean, he tucks down, and obviously
I
you're
saw
on that
a
defense.
glimpse of this on the plane, and this was disgusting. I mean, for Florio, I mean, that was great. I mean, that was best case scenario. You pull a clutch out of that unwinnable situation, but then we forward here to flash trays. I mean, if you're in close quarters, there's 2 weapons you 100% want. You either want the SMG-12 or you want the pump shotgun, and flash right here, I mean, just showing how devastating that SMG-11 can be. I mean, it's a beautiful gun.
The lineup headshot is absolutely disgusting with the first burst, and then just, you know, he has 8 bullets left and he just goes for the 1 tap at the end. I mean, the confidence to go for something like that is insane, obviously.
This is the kind of level of gameplay that we're talking about, and not all of this is also coming from the names or the teams that are only known international or known mostly internationally. You know, your FaZe, your Liquid Fury, or whatever it may be. Every team is performing to this high level of competition. Practically every team. We'll talk about that later on today, but you cannot count anybody out. And even yesterday, in an interview with FaZe's analyst JP, and he was saying, like, even for us, imagine you're the world champions, you're playing in the online phase, and you're saying we cannot underestimate anybody in SAL, because the moment you do that, you'll take loss after loss after loss, and you get to where some people are currently. I'm wondering if you could take a look at our day and how things kind of plan out in our schedule, and then a quick look at our standings, because they are a bit crazy going into this 4th play day. And here's a bit of context. our games for today: ENX versus 9Z. And I know there's a lot of 9Z fans out there that are thinking, damn, they can actually make this. Lost W7M, FaZe Black Dragons, Loud NIP, and finally Furia versus Team Liquid. That is our match of the day, but it kind of betrays things if you're looking back at the past 3 playdays, Gabe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think for Furia, they're kind of going in there lighthearted compared to their matchup yesterday that I would think was definitely the match of the day, playing versus FaZe, losing that 7-4. But I think a game that I'm looking forward to actually is the FaZe versus Black Dragons. Black Dragons has surprisingly been playing very well. Yesterday they did have quite the barn burner to start out their first match of the day. But just all in all, I've just grown accustomed to really enjoying just the development of Black Dragons and just the players that they have, and especially a player that I've talked about already being Makina. I mean, I'm just looking forward to just kind of see with every single game just how he develops in specific.
You're looking at the upside. I'm looking at the downside. It's getting really stressful for the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Obviously, Liquid's down there with no points. That's a stressful situation. They're going up against Furia next. Obviously, I don't expect Furia to be a team that loses that game. Obviously, they're middle of the pack right now, but we all know Furia. And especially, one of the biggest mind-blowing upsets is Loud. I would say for Loud to see how well they performed at Reload, and now coming into it, they have not really found much success. Obviously, their bracket has been a lot harder, but like you said, Black Dragons upset them, but to then lose to Los, and the games don't get easier from there. They're playing NIP today, which NIP have looked like they have been on a tear. The new and improved NIP, something that we've been wishing that we've been able to see for a while now. It's very stressful if you're Loud right now.
Yeah, and that's off of the almost singular change of Psycho being off of the team. And yesterday we had a chat with Pino after NIP's victory, and he's saying, like, you know, there's no hard feelings or anything. We thought there was a change that was needed, and so we made it. And, you know, we wish Psycho all the best. He's our friend. But here we're finally putting up numbers, and we needed to change those things in the game. Maybe there's more than just a player swap, obviously, that goes into a team that goes from the bottom of the league all the way into fighting in top 3. And even though it's now going into day 4, it's still pretty impressive, the result that had been put up. But yeah, it's just beautiful to see, Davide. It's just, no matter what, you're always on your toes here in SAL.
Absolutely. I mean, just to highlight NIP specifically, I mean, beating the up-and-coming Black Dragons, they obviously beat Furia. You know, they've been looking pretty scary, and, you know, that's why I can't emphasize it enough for Loud. It's getting stressful. Loud, Liquid, teams that we just saw at Reload, to be so low on the leaderboard, time is dwindling down to get some points on the board.
And I want to focus things in on one team that's been also a major surprise, and has been definitely for Alpha and among many others, is 9Z, because having a team with 3 Argentinians going into this league has always had a lot of question marks about it, but so far in the standings, not too bad. But we need more context. We need to ask the players themselves, and that's exactly what Ike has sat down to do. Let's take a look.
Today's topic is Latin integration, courtesy of Argentina's 9Z in the South American League. Even though they're the only non-Brazilian team in SAL, the Hermanos are here as an affiliated team, meaning Ubisoft recognizes their big role in Rainbow Six. For those who don't know, 9Z is an Argentinian org founded in 2018 that jumped into Siege in 2020. Their roster is a mix of Brazilians and Argentinians. Joe and Will rep the Brazilian side, while Naza, Nitro, and Tuku will hold it down in the Argentinian side. But who better to introduce themselves than the players? So let's hear it, boys. Take it away.
Começou que o Gecko, né, me chamou para montar o projeto. Em 2023 eu trabalhei o ano inteiro no Sulon, então eu já conheci alguns nomes fortes, como o Nitro e o Tuku, que fazem parte do projeto já. Outros nomes surgiram como o Joe, que ele estava comigo em outro time. Logo que eu saí do time e foi chamado Projeto 9Z, eu pensei nele como nome e deu super certo, casou super bem a ideia com eles junto com os dois manitos. E o Will surgiu com uma peça muito fenomenal também, um muito bom IGL. Eu conheci ele do time do Tier 2 e caiu como uma água, assim. Muito bom IGL. E o nosso Hulk, né? Um cara que surpreendeu bastante aí, o NASA, que eu conheci ele na Alpha Team e tal, mas eu não tinha acompanhado de perto.
Eu sou o Joe, tenho 20 anos. Eu comecei a jogar no console em 2016.
Sou o Will, eu jogo Rainbow Six vindo do PS4, cheguei no PC tem alguns anos.
Então, me chamaram no Twitter, o AK, que já tinha trabalhado com a gente, comigo, que é o coach. Ele me chamou pra testar, eu passei no teste, os caras gostaram de mim, eu gostei deles.
Chegou no Twitter, né, como de todo mundo, de costume, chamou pra testar e foi tudo bem, tudo certo. Acabou que gostaram de mim, eu gostei da line também e deu tudo certo.
Perfect. Now, time to address the elephant in the room. We Brazilians grew up knowing the hermanos are our biggest football rivals, and we've imported that beef to basically every sport ever. So here's my question. How's the vibe in 9Z? How does this mix work? Is there constant trash talk, or has this rivalry not quite hit Siege yet?
Cara, é de boa, eles são muito parceiros assim, eles falam portunhol. É de boa jogar com os caras, comunicar com os caras, eles são muito tranquilos.
Cara, tem bastante essa garra latina. A gente, né, jogando no cenário online, sabe como que é o cenário Brasil-Argentina, mas a gente tá... Bom, isso fortaleceu nossa união, pra ser sincero. Juntou o melhor de cada um e a gente fez uma equipe bem formada.
Okay, nice. That's exactly what I hoped for. The perfect blend of samba and tango, pão de queijo and dulce de leche, Pelé and Maradona. Jokes aside, now I'm curious. Even if 9Z stars avoid imported rivalries, how do they come mid-match? Portuguese? Spanish? Portunhol?
Acredito que a gente tem dois desafios que vão ser bem grandes, que é um pouco da barreira de comunicação. Tem alguns players que falam em espanhol e alguns em português, mas a gente está treinando dia a dia melhorando isso. E o outro desafio é o ping, né? Que infelizmente a gente vai jogar da Argentina e não vai ter o 9 de ping igual. Mas a gente vai fazer acontecer.
Got it. At the end of the day, 9Z is still a wild card in our scene. Let's keep it real though. The team hasn't notched any major Siege wins yet. Their biggest flex? Winning Stage 1 of the 2021 Sudamericano, a tourney that fed into Elite 6. That's why some folks say 9Z is just in South to fill slots. But I hard disagree, and I'll even let the squad defend themselves here.
Cara, pode esperar que a gente vai batalhar aí por playoffs, por título, classificar pro WC e pro Major. A gente tá de frente.
Cara, a gente tá muito dedicado, a gente quer muito e vamos correr atrás.
A gente é muito novo, a gente é dedicado, então a gente pode fazer acontecer. Só depende da gente.
Beautiful. And with that confidence, plus this legendary image of Pelé and Maradona balling out to seal Brazil-Argentina friendship, I'm wrapping up. Catch you next time, squad.
I absolutely love these pieces, genuinely. Every time I see more of them, they keep getting better, and you can see all things tied up, not just in Siege and between two huge names in the region, but also through their football history and cultural history in the area. I love these pieces. I want to have more of them, and it's good always to see Pelé and Maradona all together. This, as an old head within football, it definitely does make me happy, gents.
I just want to say, even if Brazil is the best region in terms of Siege, I gotta give it to Argentina for their stakes over Brazil. That's just a personal bias on my end here.
No, it's okay, but Brazil's football team currently sucks, and I think we can all agree with that, without hurting anybody's feelings. Anyways, they haven't won a Super Bowl, and none of them have won a Super Bowl ever, so what does that matter? Big L for everybody else. Anyways, let's take a look at 9Z in depth, because this squad has been a major surprise in a very positive way. They came in, they held their Argentinian three-man core, and they're doing great in SAL.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing amazing. Obviously, there wasn't much expectations to them, and they've slowly found themselves in the middle of the leaderboard. Hopefully, we'll be able to find themselves, get some more points on the board. It's going up to today. Obviously, it looks like they'd be able to do it. The opponent's a team that they know that they can beat against. They have amazing individual players. And the biggest thing that sets 9Z apart from the rest of the teams is we talked about the inner turmoil of figuring out that language barrier when it comes to being able to communicate with each other in the server, and you can see that mental strain that they've been able to work through, you can see it directly in the server. Each individual player is able to turn up at any single moment, and obviously when things are getting tough, like in their first game against Loud, they were still able to bring it back even when they were down on their swap. And more specifically, in their game against Los, they went through that difficulty of having a player of theirs drop. They had to bring in a sub and still were able to pass that mental battle and be able to completely pass over them.
Yeah, I mean, they're you know, we talked about in that video of them saying, you know, the rest of Brazil looks at them as just a team that's going to come in and fill a slot. But if anything, I'd say that they're proving themselves, and they're definitely showing why they're here and that they're deserving of this spot. It's just a matter of just getting more repetition down, getting that experience down, and just playing within this league. When you're playing within the best region, naturally you are going to progress with each and every single game. And I think that's bound to be said. I mean, when you look at their performance, like you were just talking about, Fox, they've come back and had really close games with very big names, and it's going to continue to look so as we continue going further. I think even going into today versus ENX, I think this is just kind of a game for them to just get one more rep. I don't know if it's going to be the biggest challenge for them compared to what they've currently have played already, but by all means, I would definitely say 9Z is definitely a team that is here and much more deserving than I think the rest of the Brazilian teams have given them.
And actually,
Absolutely.
let's
I mean,
talk. Yes, Fox. Sorry, one sec.
I was going to say, one of the things that I'm really looking forward to them hard focusing on is their opening kill battle. If they can make sure that they get it locked down, they'll have much cleaner games.
And moving on now to their opponents, of course, it's ENX. You saw their scoreboard, their entire team flash kind of on your screen for a second there, and looking at them, we're kind of, I don't know how expectations were. You kind of had 9Z and ENX on the same level of expectations, at least if you're asking me, and look at it now, the difference.
Yeah, you could make the argument that ENX is the team here that is filling spots for the SAL. I mean, you know, we want to see improvement from these teams nonetheless. We've talked about this in NAL, and we're definitely going to be talking about it here in SAL. I mean, ENX has had no easy games to start their SAL season. They go against FaZe, losing 7-1. They then immediately have to play against W7M, losing 7-2. But then yesterday is where we saw some life from them. I mean, granted, they did lose, but it was an 8-7. And by no means is Black Dragons a slouch, given Black Dragons' performance so far. So, I mean, there is a lot of hope for this team. It is good to see that improvement, but we just haven't seen to what that development is going to look like. But what we can see already is that they are performing better. It's just a matter of consistency from here on out. And a player that really stuck out yesterday and obviously had that huge clutch was Florio. If Florio can keep up those performances, everyone around him was playing well. That's just where the synergy has to be. And a player that also really sticks out to me that I need to see a better performance from, we've talked about him time and time again, even during the NAL, is Sexy Cake. We need to see this veteran of a player really step alive into his role and into his position on this roster and lead by example, because we haven't really seen a lot from Sexy Cake, given all the way back when he was on Liquid and making his transitions back through all the different rosters in Brazil. We need to be able to see some light out of him. And I am confident that if they can find that stride, and not only their team development, but even from Sexy Cake's side of just being that leader and being that veteran, this roster can be competitive. But again, it's about consistency. And if we're going off yesterday, at least it was an improvement from day 1 to day 2, going into that day 3.
And I would love to, at some point, for them to win, just so we can sit down and have a chat with them, ask them a few questions about how that stage has been. Maybe today will be the day, but the question is, what map will we be playing on? Our map veto is live and ready. 9 maps down to only 1 in a best of 1 series. Fox, can you take us through it, please?
Absolutely. I mean, for both teams, you want to go to a comfortable map. We're going to see Cafe come out. Close quarters map, Brazil. SAL in general loves this map, very aggressive style of play. I mean, 9Z, obviously, with the way that they're able to play and lurk when it comes to this map, it's a comfortable map for them. Obviously, they're very eccentric in the way that they go for those opening picks when it comes to Cafe. Obviously, ENX is going to find themselves in a position where you have to be able to go for these gunfights. And that was the biggest issue. Looking at the roster, watching their previous games, it really comes down to the gunplay. And I think it comes down to not having enough repetitions. Obviously, they got smoked by FaZe. They got smoked in the ladder, and the next day by W7M. Now they've had a little bit more experience to get in those comfortable gunfights, build up that confidence, and going into a map like Cafe, the gunfights, the entry is going to be everything that takes you through it. So we're going to need some powerhouse entries from ENX if they want to be able to keep up.
I was going to say, I mean, for ENX to pick Cafe again, and you're starting out on attack here, the majority of your success from that game yesterday came from the side of defense, of winning 4 of those defensive rounds and only winning two of those attacks. So, I mean, you got to be able to have something here that is going to show a little more life. I mean, the nice thing about starting on attack, it does force your comms. It does force that teamwork. So when you do transition then into that defensive side, you are more there together. But again, we didn't get to see a whole lot from them in terms of what they can show on their attack. So I'm definitely going to be looking at their attacks very aggressively here to see the adaptations and see if they're there, because that's really going to be the decider for me of how well ENX is going to be able to make their way through this map.
It is a challenge. Every single game here in SAL is a challenge to prove your own performance to yourself and to the rest of the league. And actually, there's not just the three of us. There's two more wonderful people that will join us just now on our 5-camera screen. Hello, Fluke. Hello, Demo. How are we doing today?
Pretty good. Less warm. Incrementally. We are getting more to a set state, but things are going to heat up today. Isn't that right, Demo?
I sure hope so. I sure it will be. Yeah, look, again, yesterday I thought we kind of had some games where, yes, it looked pretty one-sided on kind of the game, but still 7-4s was the theme of what we had yesterday. So it wasn't, an overly massively competitive day where we had 8-6s, 8-7s. I think already you look at this game on the surface of things, you've got two sides where you would kind of expect would be in the same bracket of each other. You think 9Z and ENX obviously coming in. You look at them as, these newer sides into the league. They've had to play some big teams already. They've had to have some rude awakenings. You hope that this is a pretty even matchup on the surface of things, especially considering I thought ENX actually put in a pretty good shift yesterday on Cafe. 8-7 against Black Dragons, almost getting the win, but not quite.
It was a day where you really did not know what to expect in kind of the worst ways in some matches, and in others really happy days. Looking as you're saying, that Loud game was quite disappointing overall with what's been going on. NIP winning, FaZe winning. It's a lot of okay. Who's doing well right now in SAL as of day 3, and luckily at the start of day 4, we're still not fully sure, but the top echelon is slowly starting to be formed. And my question is, does 9Z now, given how everything has been, belong in the top 6, Fluke?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a doubt really about it. I think we're always sort of looking at a team from this region to show up and be a surprise factor, and we had some names where we thought it might happen. It hasn't happened. But then you look at 9Z and it's like, okay, Okay, and you're going to get to see them do a lot of action. Hopefully, we'll see if ENX can respond. Our game begins with Fluke and Demo. Have fun. We will, Mr. Losh. We will. Demo. Doesn't feel like a million miles ago, which is a measure of distance, not time, that we were here.
Yeah, it was the first game of the day yesterday on Cafe, of course. It took us 2 hours to finish that game. I do hope for everyone's happy. We'll have a repeat, and it's just straight to the point. No issues today. We had them all yesterday.
We got them out of the way.
Smooth show, and yeah, you never know. You don't know. It could be long, could not be long. We don't know.
We'll get them out of the system. And now it's smooth sailing, smooth driving, and back towards Cafe, as we sort of talked about. I'm excited to see what 9Z can do. I hope to see more of what ENX team can do, really. I know it's the sort of...
It surprised me yesterday.
Yeah. They got themselves back to sort of OT. They put in a pressure against Black Dragons, a great team. But I still want to see more, as strange as it is, because of how strangely paced yesterday's game was, right?
Yeah, very start-stop, wasn't it?
Start-stop, big flick rounds, big slip-up rounds. It had everything. And sometimes you don't want a game to have everything. You want it to just have a readable set of fundamentals. As a treat.
Yeah. Obviously for ENX, though, still getting that point, though, that must fill them with
huge.
A little bit of confidence, because at the end of the day, not every team in the league can say they have a point. I don't think anyone would expect that there's actually Liquid who are the side who's bottom after free play days. So all credit to ENX, a point on the board. just still give them that little bit of boost in morale. Think, you know what? We probably actually could have took, 2 points yesterday if we didn't bottle a 1v5.
I think that's the sort of split of it, right? But then there's also the moment where it's like, oh, well, there was also the other side of that where they won it out from a huge hold, even with fluff things. That's what I mean about the game just being oddly paced, because both teams probably are sitting there going, we should have had more points regardless of how that went. And, it's the cost now to try and prove it. For all we've talked about 9Z and their great performance yesterday, what they were able to make to come together against very tough opponents. Here, this is it's ENX's team. ENX team's chance to sort of prove that otherwise. They'll start their clear here towards the top of red. They're getting a read on the Echo drones. They're playing against a mix of sort of intel utility that's a bit mobile with the Echo, with the Valkyrie. They can maybe get themselves a bit more of a premonition onto it. And then what else goes with great camera work demo? You're right, 4 C4s.
Yeah, I will say, though, that the IQ has got a lot of value, though. This is probably one of the best IQ picks I've seen in a while, just based on the defense operator selection. You've got the Valcams, obviously, Echo as well. It's also going to be pretty helpful just with finding the mute jammers. You can shoot them through the floor and help you with the droning a little bit as well. So, yeah, the IQ should get a lot of value. You mentioned about all the C4s that are going to be there, but look, the IQ can spot them out, so nobody from ENX should be dying to C4s. However, a Mistro.
What?
Tuku just sat up inside a freezer, looked like, for the majority of that round, and just appears he gets one. But the key thing is, though, Fluke, very swiftly trade it off, which is good to see.
Hello? And then that happens. Angels just hops a barricade into a shotgun that was more than happy.
Wait, was that
to
a thing?
Make friends.
Because the Echo through the drone, and then maybe you thought, oh, it's the Echo, but you didn't realize there's another guy beside him.
Oh my god. Well, I guess we're still in exactly the same cafe we were in yesterday, Demo.
Is nobody holding the site? Is it just not even a rotating laundry? What's going on?
Well, there's the cover from the vertical. They're going for the plant itself as the Blitz is just trying to make friends. Sexy Cake. Now, they didn't actually feel confident sticking the plant. They've moved off, got one more kill for the Troubles. Florio is going to get this logged in, and were they just behind the whole time? I'm piecing this together as seemingly they are. Demo. Okay. Okay. I usually stand up as we get into a game, sort of move with the energy of the game itself. I'm gonna stand up now, because it's gonna be more of this.
I know it's two teams, so it's their kind of first time in T1. You still think, surely it has to be better than that.
It's a firm but fair comment, I think. If you sort of break down that round piece by piece, you would be...
Mistron upstairs, right? One guy, Mistron. How?
And downstairs in library as well. Theoretically on where the positioning of...
Deimos, just, kamikaze in. For what, right?
Yep.
No site set up at all. Nobody inside a reading room. Not even a head hole inside a laundry. Nothing. So a Blitz just walks in. Some guy tried a flank without any info. Just Echo shotgun running just head first into a Blitz.
And all of that happening after I pointed out how it was a bit of a big utility and camera hold from 9Z. And yeah, we didn't see how much the IQ got rid of outside of the 3 C4s they removed very, very well, but I mean, there's a line, there's a limit, and there's a false start. ENX team, they open up with their first round here. They're gonna maybe stick themselves on, not quite with the direct-to-fight aspirations they had before, but, well, that doesn't last very long. The Blitz on the chase, there's a bit of a back and forth. The Mozzie is caught. There is the cover that comes from the top. Now, they have more of an impression of somebody else there, but with how quickly they've been in to get towards red, they're actually going to try and peel themselves away so they don't get encircled by 9Z. A good first take there on the player demo.
Yeah, good stuff. from ENX. No response, though, from 9Z. Not able to pick up a trade. Looks as though that ENX, they kind of have their game plan, don't they? You know, there's Deimos and the Blitz have now been brought twice in a row, and obviously those two operators work really well together. You know, Deimos tracks, Blitz hunts. So yeah, good combination. But I think in terms of 9Z and the roamers that are upstairs still, really, how much of an impact is a roaming Doc going to have on the lineup? Not a lot. He just has a gun. That's really it. Echo has been down over towards Raiden. I wonder maybe could Doc stim him through the floor,
Yeah,
which it looks as though that is the case. So you do get a bit of value out from the Doc, but in terms of any operators who can really get up there and do a bit of denial, you know, maybe with C4s to take on the Blitz, it's going to be none. So I think the Blitz is probably the scariest thing that 9Z have to try and go against.
Well, the track on the dock, up top, just sort of reveal that, well, he's actually dropped his way down towards Library, and there's the chance at the fight on the windows. The Blitz was getting close, then they have the Banshee to give some of the awareness. The Blitz pushes all the way down the stairs, but they're just going to hold for now. Get this important vertical done, probably rotate their way back round and just plant around the machinery itself. They don't need to fully stretch and extend on towards the opposite side and the dining if they can get this bit secured, but you can see that it's been read by 9Z. They're rotating their way towards red stairs. They've repositioned where the Mozzie was and actually playing even more aggressive than that as well. Right underneath the opening, ready for a fight on pillars. It's being pinged either side, and it's Angels. Wins it out, drifts by the Deimos, but 15 seconds, the Blitz starts to make a move, and 9Z finally find their first. Almost caught out as they throw down the smoke. It's traded back and forth, 9 seconds, and they're going to tuck a corner here with a strong secondary to get it done, a 2 versus 2, but with them sticking the plant, they're trying to get the distance covered as much as possible. They see the Blitz in a post-plant situation. They're trying to get the pincer around here, Demo. One on one side, one on the other, but the Blitz can be that reactive force. If they can get themselves that first strike, they can really set the pace of this, and they are begging them to come within striking distance here of the knife and the blind. The double stack up. There's the loose, there's the catch, there's the push back, trying to bait the kill as they did at the start, and it works, but the trade comes out, leaving just the Blitz in 18 seconds. Sexy Cake holding the distance, the dog gets the smash, cannot get the grab the pistol. ENX get themselves the second round.
Phenomenal pacing there as well from the Blitz. Really good patience. Knowing that, look, they have to come to us. I don't have to push out into them. I just sit at the door. I'm going to get a guaranteed blind onto whoever wants to swing me. I have my Habana beside me to get that kill if needed. And yes, it comes down into the 1v1, but you're not losing that as the Blitz. You're not. You're in a position where your feet are going to be covered because obviously there's a table. Doc has to get close towards you. An easy flash, an easy kill. Yeah, all credit Sexy Cake. Great bit of Blitz play. Said that was going to be an issue for them. They didn't really have a strong counter to it. Yeah, that's Blitz for you. My favorite.
An early timeout here from 9Z after only the opening 2 rounds. And, you know, there are mistakes sort of being made by both sides, but it's not... It doesn't feel like this is an apt reaction from my perspective. My perspective is one, I do not know how the comms are inside the team, right?
The coach will know something's off.
The coach will know that something's off, yeah. But it's one of those things that's harder to gauge because you could only know the measurements of what we see in front of us, and they obviously, quite obviously, believe that, well, this is entirely going away. We need to cut this momentum.
Well, let's see if that timeout is good for 9Z. And obviously for ENX, things have been looking pretty okay. I think obviously the Deimos and the Blitz were working really well for them in just being able to hunt the roamers. Have had no issues with it at all. You can see obviously for 9Z, they're trying to roam. You know, they're trying to stretch their legs. They're not just trying to sit into the site and just hope that the enemy team just messes up their execute. No. They want to take the fight to them. They want to play aggressive, very in-your-face kind of style, which certainly a map like Cafe, it does lend itself into that. You know, you think about spawn peaks as well, or a very common thing that you would see in Cafe with the amount of windows that you have. You've got 3 sets of staircases to flank or retreat if needed. So yeah, the aggressive playstyle, as much as what hasn't been working for them at the moment in this game, certainly is still something that will play into their hands.
Now with the Tachanka on the board. Not the most common operator in the current swing of things, but there are situations on this site especially where you can bounce the Shumika launchers, potentially if they're going for a plant on towards Freezer, or even just going for the drop on towards it. If you know they're a team that likes to take that approach, which, well, we know ENX are a team that likes to take that approach, you can get yourself sort of safely tucked behind Sync, behind Coffee, and just bounce those around over and over again and make the drop have to be a bit more active. At this point, though, with the shield, with the sense, we saw them play, Demo, that sort of sense trick, the coverage on the drop itself, get it locked off from VIP and make sure that the players can get themselves down through the hatch without being entirely sort of caught out. There's a lot of space being given here towards ENX by 9Z, letting them set up their verticals. There's no immediate pressure, I say, as some bullets start to fly through the beams, but it doesn't feel like they're actively trying to find a fight here.
Obviously with a Monty, a little bit more of a slower approach because you don't have that same oomph that you would get with a Blitz, but still, in terms of information and having that safety feature that you have with that full extension of the shield. Yeah, I think for a very slow, methodical approach, which certainly Kitchen is one of those sites where the attackers just have to be a little bit more careful of what they do. Bit of an issue there, it looks like, for 9Z. Yes, they've got the opening pick, but Will has decided to say, you know what? I think it's too easy if we just get, give ourselves a lead. So I'll take that back. I'll take it in my own hands.
Well, the team kill aside, they move their way in towards coat check. They might not know somebody's now in VIP. They'll get the reveal as they set in for the fight, but they are being surrounded and overstaying their welcome here to Chanka. They're just, yeah, gotta get out of there. Or they don't.
No way.
They pop their way back round, get one more kill, and that was at least 3, if not 4 players. And this is what I was talking about the fire here. Easy to bounce around, so the pressure has to come from the other ENX players as they do get on towards Nitro. The Tachanka goes down. Sexy K drops the shield, just takes the fight with the revolver. But 8 seconds here. They still have to put the pressure on the plant, and there's an Echo drone. Really, this is just theirs to lock out here. They're not even attempting it. Or was there an Echo at the very end? I saw it light up as planting for a split, split second.
Yeah, out of time, out of luck. Echo, again, being that win con. Very strange position, from the Tachanka. You'd think that's an operator that you would like to keep for the plant denial. Keep him, deep in towards Bakery. You can have that long lineup that you have with the incendiary launcher. But he was playing pretty aggro. Over towards the bar area. Was trying to flame off the stairs and try and keep them back at that stage. Still end up getting a kill as well. So really weird. They kind of see that position of the Tachanka, but it has worked for them. I think maybe even it's like you have that Tachanka as that kind of opening layer that the attackers have to go through, and then you still have the Echo as the reserve feature, I guess. Maybe that's what they were hoping to go for. But yeah, overall for 9Z, just ran the clock down. ENX, just time really, wasn't it? Just not quick enough. Needed to move a lot faster with clearing away the areas over towards restaurant. Obviously, for the bans coming in, it makes a lot of sense. ENX, what did they just struggle with? An Echo. You look at 9Z, what they've been struggling with? Yeah, the Blitz. So both teams opting for operators that have been used pretty effectively against them.
Now, they do take the round after their timeout, 9Z, and, as we sort of commented on with the Tachanka, there was a couple of still questionable moments in the grand scheme of that Tachanka's round. Killed a teammate, did get a kill, which they probably shouldn't have with how much pressure was around them, but hey, you can't sort of question a result. And then still got encircled and dropped off before really getting the taste of their gadget. So I'm wondering what the sort of read there was, of whether they felt they need to be more aggressive, step in at certain points, be not afraid of the firefights, don't let them set up and encircle you. The Monty is back on the board here from Sexy Cake. They still have a shield to try and drive themselves behind, but 9Z, they're in some ways a failure to sort of launch on the sort of gun game here, right? It's been quite solid lockouts, quite solid trade games from ENX team, which 9Z haven't quite been able to match throughout this. The pressure starts to come over the top, being caught out, droned, and pre-fired onto Nitro. Is almost immediately removed there, just chasing a drone.
Yeah, and you don't want to lose the Warden as well. Will come in handy whenever there are still a few flashbangs kicking about from the Nomad. So typically whenever we see Nomads, they like to be on those windows towards Cocktail, and they like to try and get the repels in. Flashbangs out, in comes a swing. Warden just says, that's not happening on my watch. Literally, because he has the watch that turn the goggles on.
He does.
Also, C4 is always handy. Whenever you're dealing with this kind of mid-floor, and you know that the enemy are going to go above, yep, C4s are great. And speaking of C4s, there's 5 of them. I can't remember the last time I've seen 5 C4s on one team.
It's a very particular strategy when you also know they like to play IQ and have played it quite well. Because last round, they found 3 of those C4s of the 4 that they brought. So the response here from 9Z is, let's bring another C4. Surely they can't find all of them. They've got themselves not so many pre-placed. Obviously, there's already been one that's disappeared off the face of this game. And, well, as the IQ almost actually suffers, it's the pressure here from the Monty. Just watched from above. There's a second and a third kill that came through there. And, I mean, it's sort of the comment I made of the previous round. They're encircling and setting themselves up here. But 9Z just seem a bit surprised that every single time they'll hit the Monty, there's at least 2 players watching, and we know that Sexy Cake is a historic Shield player. A great dispatch of the final 2, and a flawless from an ENX team that, to be honest, at the start of round 1, we had questions. That sort of gave us a lot of answers of what they can do.
I mean, it's a good attack, but I just think, what are the defense doing?
Yeah.
They're not playing together. All of these kills are just single kills, where it's just this guy's just been caught out because the Monty's there. Also, Will on the Warden, or not on the Warden, on the Mira, had a Mira window still in his pocket.
Attackers
Still had one. What was he saving it for? In case for what?
Oh, right, yeah, you're right. No, it does feel, I don't know, okay.
It's not the same team I seen last week, or even yesterday.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel like it.
I think that's the fairest way of putting it, is this doesn't feel like the 9Z that we have all these expectations for. And yeah, there's how teams play on their day. There's how teams sort of get themselves in towards a series or in towards a setup, but they just feel a bit sort of lost across this. There's, problems that are coming through, maybe in some regards. But you look at the previous games that they've played, Chalet Club and sort of Bank, which did go pretty much all the way. That is, of those 3, in my opinion, the most similar. You have a lot of boxy spaces, you have to do coordinated takes, it can get very quick, very sharp. There's windows that you've got to protect themselves from with a lot of danger. Not that there isn't in Chalet, not that there isn't in Club, but I think that how strategic you have to be on a map like Bank, for me, relates more to Cafe, and they feel like they are struggling compared to the games that they're able to be a little bit more sort of aggressively loose with. It might be a tale of 2 halves, though. We find ourselves 3-2-1 here. 9Z, timeout already used. Can they try and at least get themselves even?
So, move into, again, another mid-floor site. This is going to be our mining this time, and this was the great round where Sexy Cake had the blitz and some really good bit of patience as well on his side to lock down that diffuser and just win that post plant. Obviously, this time he doesn't have the blitz available to himself, but still on a shield nonetheless. It is going to be the Blackbeard. Again, for 9Z. Pretty sold on these C4s, aren't they? That's what they're after. That's what they want to use. See if they can find some early picks. And very unfortunate not to actually take out Boxera there, because look at the HP. You can barely see it, but he is still alive. 1 HP or so. Sexy Cake on that shield opens up with the opening pick. And no trade. It's another issue that I'm starting to see from 9Z, Fluke, is they're losing these engagements and getting nothing in return.
Yeah, it's sort of something I commented on a bit in the previous round, is it always feels like ENX have somebody else nearby. Sure, they're building behind Sexy Cake on the shield. It's a classic approach of this game of since shields existed, which is
You're
since
playing to the meta.
beginning.
Yeah.
But it's also like, you have to respond to that. You cannot just give them these free fights, because then they will just do this. Now, at this point, you're thinking, where is the support for this player? You know the pressure's coming through. You know that the coordination is this Valkyrie on towards the back end. They're rotating their way out, and they're almost getting a lucky catch on another fight, but it's Nitro that does supply that support, does supply that sort of backup here, and well, they're traded out with each other. Tuku gets one more on towards Angels. 30 seconds, 3 versus 3 left here. Now, they do not have the shield, but they're still going to start with the idea of a plant. It is Tuku that's in a chance here to try and put the pressure from pillars, as Bok does get Zhao. Gives themselves the momentum. They're still not entirely confident they have the sight, but they have the vertical and they have the watch on the doors. And Pillar, they do not know where they are being watched from. And here it's just, again, ENX having a full read on what 9Z want to do.
Yeah, a really good attack again. Really impressive stuff. Obviously, realizing that the win con is get that diffuser down into a bit of a blind spot, and that's exactly where they planted. Just very close onto the double door on Train Museum. And the reason why that's a bit of a blind spot is because of the angles that have been opened up to the attackers. There is no way that a defender can eliminate that player who is going for the plant without exposing themselves to one of those very strong crossfires. Obviously, you've kind of seen the Ash holding that long angle over towards Pillar, and the other guy in the hatch. Yeah, they can't do anything against that unless maybe a C4 or something could maybe snag up. Even then, it's a difficult one to hit. So yeah, again for ENX, like in the attacks, the shields working really well for them. They're playing around what is strong at the moment. That, of course, being the shield. Sexy Cake, I think, he's been on everything as well. He's done it on the Blitz, he's done it on the Monty, and he's done it on the Blackbeard. You know, a full sweep. We don't see that all too often. Where's the fuse? Final round, get the fuse out.
10 seconds to insertion.
I don't know. I was going to say something about calling for a fuse, but instead we get a quick shuffle round. The Raura combined with the Sense and the Blackbeard. You know, it feels like they're going to go for that take where they dropped down last time. I'm wondering why they didn't go as intently. They sort of got that early pick, which was good. Then a trade came out and things went a little bit away from them. But yesterday they were quite consistent on the pressure around here. They might sniff it out first once again.
Activating shot drone.
You see, obviously, more in terms of the denial. Obviously, the Goyo being brought in, whereas previously we had the Echo and the Tachanka as 2 forms of denial that you've seen on this site. So I think the Goyo just... it's a lot easier to use. And you whack it down, you get the Goyo with a strong gun, bring impacts if needed as well, which may help out against the shields. Goyo, you know, obviously going to waste a lot more time than what the smokes or an Echo or obviously even the Tachanka can bring, because it's just pop 30 seconds straight. You know, no issues there. Looks as though ENX with the Aurora, I'm guessing they're probably going to try and block off, like maybe VIP double door and just try and run in. Oh, never mind, Zhao has read that like a book.
I was going to say, well, this is sort of the hold that I was expecting, or the take that I was expecting, and how we can get the response to it, and maybe this is why they're not doing it as much as they can, because it's not operating itself very successfully. There's a bit of a sense wall that'll stay its way up for now, and the door gets open, they rotate their way back around, but Zhao just holding it down. A great player to be in that position, a very confident player, as Boxera is going to get revealed by that camera. They know exactly where he is. So now this divide becomes very, very tricky to cross, because as soon as he makes contact with one, theoretically 9Z will be able to get it. But it is only a difference of a single kill, and there is a minute 10, and they know where Zhao is. So whether they try and operate on towards a single player that has a bit more defense, or go behind the player on their team that's got inside the site itself, it's a risky sort of trade around. If they bait the plant, they know it's going to be a 1 versus 3, technically for a second. There's an important rotate that comes across. They've been able to cut themselves in, but they're about to find themselves revealed to the left-hand side. There it is. Zhao gets his 3rd for the round, and now with 1 through the soft.
EP.
Push and a pressure. Yeah, it's been revealing him since the start, and they've played this very well here in that they haven't just gone for the engagement. There's almost an engagement that comes through. There's one. You cannot get this one locked out. No. an LMG with only 7 shots left. That's the risk against the shotgun. They're going in close, and there it is. Will gets the end of it, but if that had gone away, Demo, I think the rest of the map would soon follow suit.
Yeah, that's a 1v1 that needed to win. Because, yeah, like you mentioned, 5-1 then. Not good for NIZ. Yeah, so Kitchen being the issue for ENX is just a site that they can't attack. They faltered on it both times. You've seen the idea with the Blackbeard and the Aurora where they're going to block off the doors and then just completely ruin the guy instead of VIP. But the VIP guy said, you know what, I'm not going to let you do that. And they went aggressive. You know, they didn't give them that advantage. And yeah, was able to get 2 of them. At that stage, really difficult then for the 2v3 to win at that stage. Defenders, again, very passive, I felt. Didn't really want to give them any picks if they could. But yeah, 9Z, at least to get the 1 round back to finish off in a 4-2 half, but a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do for 9Z. ENX, I think they're feeling confident. Their rounds have looked strong. If you actually look at yesterday and how ENX performed in the defense, they took a 4-2 defensive half on this map yesterday. So with that logic, they will win 8-4 by that logic.
Which I don't think they can, but I don't want to doubt your numbers.
We're doing how the pros do scrims.
Is this a scrim? Imagine if the game just kept going. And it's like, oh no.
Till each team had full 6 halves, yeah. That'd be funny.
5 seconds remaining.
4-2. And they also still have their time out here, ENX team. So, if they can get themselves on towards a first defense, which is often where teams feel the most confident because it is themselves starting their round, regardless of how they lead in, this will be the strongest first foot. 5-2 gives them so much wiggle room for mistakes to sort of come through and potentially happen. But it's also such a mental boon, right? It's the first time that they've been this. Yeah, well, it might even be the first time that they've been up. I think it is. Actually, across the games played here, they're up comfortably. 9Z just need to really buck up their ideas and find that team that we knew to play so well. For all we sort of talked about, oh, they're going to be fighting, they could be a surprise factor. Unfortunately, the only surprise here is a sort of disappointing one, like a birthday party where nobody really shows up. At this point in this early engagement, might be the drive on it. A lot of soft here, the roll of the sense as well, to potentially try and get some of the similar cutoffs. But the weight and the pressure on that flank watch combined with the hard destruction are where they might find a loose problem.
One thing that ENX didn't do at all in their defense was roam, I felt. You know, they kind of forfeited a lot of the control over the Black Dragons for a number of their defensive holds. This time you can see actually Nigel out on the roam being assisted by, I believe that was Sexy Cake on the mute on the white stairs. Again, you would expect that the attackers can deal with just a single roamer, just kind of dotting about the map, but looks as though that Nigel maybe has gotten scared and he's fell back in through the hatch and back into sight. So, yeah, the roam didn't really do anything at all, so no issues at all for 9Z. For them, it's just a case of getting in, doing the general business that you would expect to see from the attackers, get the vertical operators in, get your butt, get your ram in. As you can hear the skeleton key starting to rattle off, push these guys out of sight, and then eventually rotate over and look for that freezer hatch. But however, the fact that Will has jumped out towards Bakery now, maybe they're going for a front take, which we never really see.
Well, they're taking a lot of time to weigh up their options here, and that's
a front take.
Yeah, they're not going to have a lot in case mistakes come out here. And as you said, this is a rarer take. They've got the sense to try and cover off coat check here. They're going to try and get the pinch on that player inside. Now, there is impact or a C4 to get rid of this sense wall, but there's also still a hold on towards Bakery. There needs to be pressure onto the wedding wall, which hasn't come through yet. Look at this rotate, though, from ENX team. They've read it brilliantly. They just step in for the first fight and lock them out. And there's finally the pressure that comes through from Wedding, but the wall not being opened up, and now you don't have an ace and you're going for a front take. That is the worst possible person to lose for this approach. An easy pickup from Sexy Cake, sat waiting and watching, and things have just filtered out. And if I said that there was a disappointing birthday party because nobody showed up, I think ENX team just killed them all before they could get close.
So, obviously I noticed that it was going to be a front take, and the reason why we never really see a front take is it's very difficult to do. And the reason is as follows. Sure, everyone has played Cafe before, you've played it in ranked, played it in casual, whatever it is. Everyone knows the pain of having to swing in through that bakery double door. Because you can get killed from about 20 different angles. You'll have one guy fighting you from prep, you'll have a guy swinging you from the 20 different positions in behind the bakery counter. You have to worry about wedding as well, the little table that actually where Nigel was that was able to get that kill. You've even then got the massive rotate into kitchen that you have to try and fight from. I've even been killed by somebody swinging from coat and has a long angle onto me from coat. It's not fun to play against. Whenever you waste a lot of, I don't say waste, but whenever you use a lot of time to go above, through the verticality, and you maybe have, what, minute 30, minute maybe, to then go and rotate down to bakery, it doesn't give you enough time. Because bakery in itself is a long old slog. You have to dump a lot of util, you're going to have to use nades, maybe bring in a Capital, for example, or a Grim to remove that guy behind bakery. You have to go through a whole number of different steps. The only time we see bakery have really any part of success is comboing early, like whenever I say early, within the first 2 minutes of the round. It is using the Capital, using the Grim, using the Ying, and then comboing that with a shield rushing at the player down in bakery. That's the best way to remove that player. If you're trying to run in it dry, which essentially that's what 9Z were trying to go for, was just think, oh, we'll late rotate over and we'll just send the ace in through the double door. That's not going to work. And look what happened. Immediately killed. So that's a bit of just a puzzling thing there, because that was on for the freezer take. It definitely was. Everything was opened up for them. Hatch was there. They just made the wrong choice.
Now, one of the things that will come together here, if the NX team can push themselves on towards the 3 points, they will actually jump up to be level with total points with 9Z. I'm not entirely sure if the first tiebreaker is head-to-head or round difference, but, well, depending on which way it is, ENX team could theoretically jump 9Z. If head-to-head is the first thing, break their way in towards the top 6, top 5, obviously still with a lot of games to play here, but most importantly, start to really define a divide between the top of the table and the bottom, because there's a lot of top versus bottom games today, and if they otherwise go the way, well then things will become very dicey here. There's an immediate trade and an opening. Nitro gets one, Nigel gets the other, and you've lost your Aruni and your Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi is probably more of the painful loss here. 2 big DMRs and 2 big gunners to get out. And Boxera's had a fantastic game so far, but now, without the call and the pressure that can work alongside the Deimos and alongside that sort of just step aggression, it's going to make things a bit awkward. They swing their way in. A minute 10 left here, and there's Angels tearing the head off of Will. Not entirely sure what he was looking for, but the only thing he's found there is the afterlife. They've cut themselves in the middle. Echo is still alive. He's being surrounded, and they're able to gun him down, but they didn't check for the rotate round. A double kill for Nigel. With that down of the player and Freezer as well. I thought I saw the outline hiding around the Christmas tree. Presents delivered demo. It's just Cole.
It's nearly July. You're referencing Saint Nick. What's that all about?
There's a Christmas tree in this map. There's loads, actually.
Yeah. Again, I just think ENX at the moment, they're just playing together more, aren't they? Immediately, as soon as someone dies, they get the kill back straight away. If you look, even I like to reference, the FaZe versus Furia game yesterday. You look at the way FaZe were playing. They would lose a body and then get a kill straight back in return. And we talk about FaZe being one of the best teams in the world, if not the best. And ENX are doing something similar. It's a measure of teams who know what they're doing. It's you cannot play into those man deficits the entire time, and that was the big struggle for 9Z and their defenses, was they were losing those engagements and not getting anything back. ENX playing a lot tighter together. They're not leaving each other just hanging out to dry. Yeah, honestly, really impressed by them. But it has to be said, just the kills as well. Everyone in ENX is gunning today. There's not a single weak link in the chain.
For the questions I guess we're raising of 9Z, you can raise the same ones here about ENX of like, where have you all been the past few games? It was the
invasion of body snatchers.
It was the stat that I sort of said yesterday, was that
only one player over the opening 2, and then it became opening 3 play days for ENX team had gone positive. Otherwise, every single map, all of them had gone negative. And here, as you said, I mean, just look at how much they've re-energized themselves. And yeah, okay, they had very tough opening games, but you can still sort of get an idea of how teams are going to throw themselves into them. This, by comparison, you know, it's not as hard as going up against FaZe. It's not as hard as going up against W7M. But it's still a tough game. And here, they've just absolutely excelled. Nigel is the first to go. Statistic where otherwise, I don't want to say it's entirely sort of escaped them getting in on towards that entry, but it's barely been there. This is only, I think, the 3rd time they've been able to get that first kill.
Yeah, it looks as though he got picked off, like, just from the hatch. So, a little bit careless, though, I think, from Nigel to give that kill up, because at that stage, yeah, nobody's going to be able to, you know, to trade you if you die to a guy on the rooftop, so they will be playing it as a 4v5. Obviously, for 9Z, that's good for them, is also taking out the Fenrir, so the traps that have been activated, that's where they will remain. I think obviously having, you know, an operator like the Ying is going to be pretty big as well for 9Z, just to maybe give them a little bit more of an oomph in their executes. And you can hear the Candela's going off, but they're actually being shot out by Boxer. He's playing very close in towards Cocktail. Florio will take out the players. He swings in towards Heaven. Now Boxer will fall back, and Angels is there to try and fight with him. This is looking once again really good for ENX.
I mean, this is it, right? They're still in that position above the hacks. They've refused to drop down. They get another one from it. Boxera is still hunting. Sees the player on the window. Scratch it, Demo. 9Z were nowhere today. An ENX team ran. Did he do the last round on controller?
I call cap. But, yeah, look. ENX, wow. That round there, perfect example of team play. They knew that the guy in danger was going to be the Aruni. All right, so the Aruni's deep inside a Cocktail. The Candelas are going to come in. This guy needs help. And his team reacted brilliantly. You had a guy pushing up White to assist them. You had the guy holding the Heaven swinging, because that was always going to come in. Just, that's what it's all about for ENX. It's helping each other, you know, and it's going to reward you with kills. And that's what happened. They each just picked off 1, 2, 3 kills. Round's done. So really impressive stuff from ENX. 9Z need to take a hard, long look at themselves, because that's not the same team we certainly seen yesterday.
You can have an off day. Unfortunately, they had an off day against a team that will now, as I said before, leapfrog them, but also leapfrog quite a lot of teams. But ENX having a false start currently. They not only sit above Liquid as they did before, but Loss and Loud all still to play, and also Furia. There is a world as Furia and Liquid go head-to-head, where ENX team could end up above both of them. But whether they have earned it or not, that's for the Deaths to talk about, as we throw it over to Milosh and Milosh's 2 favorite sons.
Thank you very much, Emmy. And, you know, last week we talked about, you know, Happy Father's Day and all that. Actually, yesterday was Father's Day in the Middle East, so technically now I am able to celebrate. In the case with my Daddy. 2 beautiful sons. Exactly. Thanks one to no one, Gabe. Well, gentlemen, looks like we glazed them up so much, 9Z that is, that they couldn't really handle the glaze going into the game, and ENX looked dominant throughout the whole game. It was an incredible performance, and Sexy Cake was at the tip of it all.
Yeah, and that's who I said I really wanted to step into the light here. I mean, we haven't really seen anything up until this point. Granted, the entire team really has been performing on that level. Yesterday was close, but today they got it done, and then it was done convincingly. And again, off the back of Sexy Cake on those shields, using the Blitz, using the Monty, using the Blackbeard, making that headway, making those gaps, creating those gaps are just really good. But then also, Angels and Boxera, I mean, they were playing phenomenal. But this is what we want to see from these newer teams coming into these leagues, is just seeing the performance, seeing the display of being able to adapt and improve. And overall, again, I mean, ENX, this was a very, very solid performance.
Yeah, Bach's ability to just lock down positions, especially on that flank watch, he was just never losing it. There was no flank that was ever going to come down to it. The rest of ENX could just sit comfortably, but I agree completely. The decider, the decision maker, in my opinion, was Sexy Cake on those shields. There really wasn't a response to stopping him. First, he's bringing out the Blitz. Obviously, he was so oppressive. I was really impressed with how aggressive they were taking position off of the back of that shield. Then when 9Z decided to ban the blitz away, it doesn't really help. You see him on the Monty, we see him on the BB. Sexy K, we talked about him needing to step up as a leader, and obviously he stepped up as a leader to be that pinpoint entry player on the shields, getting in there, causing distractions. And obviously also, we talked a little bit about the language barrier when it comes to 9Z. When you have a blitz shoving down your throat, I could only imagine that's when things get the most hectic in the communication, and that's where everything starts to unravel for 9Z, and it looked like they got a little flustered. Once the side swap, there's really nowhere you can go when you lost the defensive side of Cafe. Obviously, it would take a miracle to come back. I mean, but ENX, they closed it out. Phenomenal attacks from them, and the back of Sexy Cake off of those shields is what won it for them.
Yeah, it's actually pretty impressive, because for those who have been around for a while, who have back pain at this moment in time, you'll remember Sexy Cake coming into pro play back at the end of 2017, early 2018, with what was to become Team Liquid. The man was an absolute demon on shields, and Blitz was definitely an operator that you saw him play more often. Obviously, the operators changed a lot since then, shields in general, but still, this was a great strategy. You pull out the shield. Maybe this wouldn't work out against other more experienced teams in general, because it relied a lot on that strategy, but it's an opportunity, and he played it excellently, and the entire team was supporting him behind it, Gabe. As you said, it is not just a one-man show that we're watching here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, I would actually argue, I think they can do this against better teams, but it's about that synergy. It's about being able to play off of it, because we see top teams across all regions using the shield, abusing the shields, and being able to play around it. But that's the important thing. A shield is really only going to be as good as the players that are going to be behind that to be able to follow up, be able to create and take more of that space. But, I mean, I think that's the biggest takeaway for me when it comes to ENX here, is the teamwork was far better across their attacks and their defenses. They were setting up the trades, they were taking the position, and it's just a very important key factor as to why they were finding so much success here today.
Gentlemen, we have an interview lined up, and we talked about this before. Will we get to talk to ENX? Yes, we will. A victory. And Nigel, congratulations on the win today. Again, a big one for the team. I want to ask you, what's been the big change from last play day yesterday and last week to today? Because you look so fired up today as a team.
Yeah, well, the first two playdays we got a hard team to go against and FaZe and Up7M. Then this week we worked a lot on communication specifically, because that's what we were lacking. And that's what made the change that allowed us to play so well this weekend, pretty much against Black Dragons and 9Z. So this game specifically, I thought the coaches carried really, because our game plan was really on point today. Like all the opening kills, all the counterplay was working really well.
Well, Nigel, this is my first time. Oh, sorry, my fault.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Nigel, congratulations on the win. Obviously, much needed win. My question was more for, obviously, you guys are looked at as the underdog of the SAL currently. There isn't many teams that are looking at you guys necessarily at the same level. And is that something that you guys use going into games day by day to be able to play better? Is that something that you guys think about often? Do you believe that you guys have what it takes to compete against all of the other top teams in the league? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so about that, we already had a conversation about it with our psychologists as well, and we pretty much just focus on ourselves and know that nobody gave us this spot on the league. We conquered ourselves, so we just want to prove everybody wrong and just want to do the best we can during this stage and the next one.
Well, Nigel, I obviously want to say congratulations. Obviously, first time being able to talk to you, and congrats also making it into the league. I mean, kind of more of a personal question for you. Obviously, you guys had to work your way here, earn your spot. Just for your own personal achievement, I mean, what does being in the SAL mean to you, and kind of what have you learned so far, just even coming into the fourth play day?
Well, it's a dream to be back in Tier 1. Like, I couldn't stand playing in Tier 2 anymore. If you guys take a look at Sexy Cake's tweet, you can see how much that meant to me, because he posted the video of us celebrating when we first won our spot in CL, and yeah, I just can't express enough in words how much this means to me, but it's really special because it's life changing going like from Tier 1 to Tier 2 back to Tier 1, you know, just a lot to learn. So yeah, it means a lot to me.
Awesome.
I mean, congratulations on making it here. Today was definitely a statement game for you and the team. And of course, our next play day, which is next weekend, you guys go up against Team Liquid. Is that an opportunity that you see there?
Yeah, I think, because Liquid hasn't been doing so well. I don't expect them to win against Furia today, and we just want to show how much we can do against a bigger team, because Sexy Cake hasn't lost to Liquid in a very long time, I think. And yeah, we want to keep that streak going.
So keeping the streak going, of course, Sexy Cake used to be on Team Liquid way back in the day when they lifted their international trophy for the first time, but that's so long ago, right? We need to move on from those times.
Yeah.
Nigel, thank you very much for joining us on here. Congratulations again on the win for yourself and ENX. For the fans out there, make sure you tune in to catch the team next Saturday. They'll be playing in just under a week, and that'll be ENX versus Team Liquid, game number 2 for the day.
Interview as well.
Thank you for joining us. There it is. It's good to see that joy and happiness, you know, going in back into Tier 1, earning your spot. That's something that is on the minds of a lot of players out here in Siege, looking for the opportunity, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at, again, you know, we talked about how well the team cohesion was here in the synergy. I mean, when you're looking at the just KD or the cost, that percentage, I mean, everyone was firing on all cylinders today. There wasn't anyone that I could really say was the dead weight. And again, for Sexy Cake to be stepping into those shields, being able to play into those positions, allowing his team to take space, this is what we need to see from this roster. This is the consistency that I want to see going forward. Whereas on 9Z, I mean, I think there's a lot you definitely can take from this game. I don't think you need to beat yourself up, to say the least, given the performances that you've had recently. Sure, it's not the result you want, but there's definitely a lot you can take from this game.
Absolutely. I mean, you can just go ahead and see that sometimes most teams, not everybody on the team needs to be going out of their way to make plays happen. Essentially, ENX has Sexy Cake be the disruptor, move people around. And of course, you're going to see Bach at the top of that leaderboard because he was on that flank watch. And when players move around, they're usually going to find themselves in other players' crosshairs. So perfect display of amazing teamwork from the team. And obviously, the one thing that I talked about in the pregame was obviously, if ENX wants to be more consistent, it has to come down to those entries. And it looked a lot better today.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, there's still some areas to be able to take away from it. Obviously, Nigel having 3 entry deaths is something that it isn't just all on him, but that is something that ENX hard focus on it going into next week. It'll make them look a lot cleaner, but obviously we can see that they have the potential, and it was a really great game, really great takeaways from them.
Absolutely. I think they're going to be very happy with it here after some difficulty, you know, yesterday getting better, today with a full win. Of course, their MVP for the game, Boxera, as you mentioned, Fox, but like we said multiple times, this is not a one-man show of everybody putting in the numbers here for ENX, which is what you want to see, especially an up-and-coming team. 9Z on the other side could not muster up the strength for yet another play day. There's a lot of hope now behind them, but you know what? It's just a day. It was, if anything, a wonderful way to open up our play day with a quick match, but still one that proves something for ENX on this play day. But gents, this is only the beginning. As I said, the first game, Loss versus W7M, will continue on with our day after this break.
how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back, friends. It is SAL, and it is another beautiful play day. Game number 2 is upon us as we fly over Santiago, Chile. What a beautiful time. The weather definitely should be different than what it is here. As the moment we left Rio de Janeiro and the entirety of South America, it seems like the temperature dropped by 20 degrees in the entire continent. But all that temperature has gone up to us here in the northern hemisphere. As things heat up for game number 2, Los versus W7M is up for us today. Laxing and Foxy joining me here as always on Sundays, having fun with SAL. And let's just cut right to the chase and start off with W7M, a team that I've been very excited to watch their progress, and all of us have been, over the past year and a half. And look at them now, higher up in the standings, looking for more and potentially tasting that number 1 spot. Is today another 3-pointer for them? Is the question.
I think today will definitely be another 3-pointer. I mean, when you look at the roster as a whole, I mean, these guys are performing at the highest level of caliber that you'd expect them to, especially with the addition of Palu.
Yeah, I mean, also, if you look at the caliber of teams that they're playing, it is games that they should be winning. Obviously, they're going up against Los, which they find themselves also towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Aside from 9Z, that has their own inner turmoils, W7M should be winning these games at the end of the day. It's their game to lose. It's about consistency. It's more reps, and that's the strength of them, right? So obviously, they're just going into it another day in the office. They just have to play their game. There's nothing too crazy that we need to expect from them. Just do their job.
Of course, in the standings, as you can tell, just kind of gives you that big overview. Los able to land that win on playday number 1. Actually, no, losing to Furia. I'm looking at it here. It seems like the numbers are correct, but the numbering on that side, of course, losing the first 2 games, and yesterday against Loud, pulling an upset that I think not a lot of people were expecting, given that Loud were on the up and up, but not during this stage. That's another conversation for later on in the day. Los still getting the victory. It seemed like they had recovered. They were playing together as a team. And today, even though they face off against a substantially bigger opponent, it seems like cohesion is going on the up and up game.
Yeah, it's definitely going on the up and up. I mean, even for Los to be finding success back in their own region, that's definitely an important thing for them, because what we saw in the NAL last stage versus now, they're definitely still not at their peak performance, but they are finding success far earlier on than what they did back in the day. They're already sitting at 3 points. And again, yesterday, that performance, I mean, Legacy and Farius specifically stepping up really big in that game. And then to beat Loud, I mean, not to say that Loud is really looking like the greatest performers, but again, it is important for Los to be making these strides, to be finding their headway. And again, it does really come down to that teamwork that we saw yesterday, to be able to bring it back, being able to shut it down in the end. And this is what we want to see from these guys. And Arthur, you know, being that big shield player, I think plays a big bit of confidence for this roster to be able to make those moves. Whereas we didn't really see a lot of shield play from them prior, but now we're starting to indoctrinate that meta into this roster, and I think it's really been paying dividends.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, their game against Loud is something that says more about Loud's performance currently, but at the end of the day, Los has been putting up numbers besides their game against Furia. Obviously, you know, first game in the SAL since coming back from the NAL, big transition, big change in environment. So it's taking some comfortability. And I think that's what we're looking at when it comes to Los, is the comfortability. They still have Legacy that's trying to grow as a player. They still have Farius that's trying to grow as a player. Players that played in the NAL, they're coming back. They're just trying to keep it simple and build that confidence up. And honestly, that's desperately what they need. So if they can scrape away some more rounds, some more points against some of these big teams, it puts them in a better position, because at the end of the day, they're not expected to win. So any upset looks better for them. And obviously they got the upset, quote unquote, against Loud. Again, Loud's having their own struggles, but that still says something that they have it in them to be able to be the underdog, get those upset wins.
Yeah, it was clear from at least yesterday's scoreline that they can do it. It gives you that bump in motivation and energy, of course, but what happens today when you go up against W7M? I mean, this is a squad that is on another level. We've been watching them very, very intently over the past year and a bit. Current major champions on the number 2 spot, sitting in SAL and Palu. Talk of the town, talk of every single analyst, caster, whatever it may be. The man has swapped sides from Liquid to W7M and just keeps playing better and better. It's incredible now watching this team and seeing him smile. Usually, you queue into Liquid, you look at the monitor, and you see, is Palu happy or not? And usually, it was a not. Here, up and down. It's completely different state of mind that we find ourselves in here, Davide.
Oh, the environment is so much better. I'm sure Paulu's enjoying it, but as a viewer, I'd say I'm enjoying it very much so because W7M is a breath of fresh air. They're so exciting to watch with the flex between aggression, but also being intelligent in their aggression, not opposed to everybody balls to the wall, swinging everything. Everything is so calculated from them. And you can look at the stats every single day. A different player is showing up to the plate to be the one to step up. And it's based on the positioning from W7M, the way that they go into the game set up, that no one specific player has to have it all on his shoulders. I mean, 3 separate play days we've seen from them, 3 separate top fraggers from the team. Everyone performing within 1 to 2 kills from each other. There's never a player that's lacking amongst the rest. They have it down. They have the fundamentals and the basics down of how they want to be able to play. And it is really exciting to be able to see Paula, a player that's been playing since, me and Lax were players, to see him still find new strides, learn new curves to the game. And obviously it comes with the environment. It comes with the enjoyment of the game, and to see his passion reignited since joining W7M has been thrilling. And hopefully we'll be able to see Paula, lift a trophy of his own one day.
Yeah, I mean, there is, of course, the follow-up to Montreal when he was not yet on the W7M roster, but what map we'll be playing in this series is the question, because W7M showed that they are quite flexible on most of our maps, really dependent on their opponent. Gabe, what do you want to see here? Can you guide us through it?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a very good map pool. And Clubhouse, I mean, this is a pick from Los. I mean, Los, this is the best situation for Los, for W7M to let this go through. It's kind of a question in terms of, you really got to feel confident that you're going to beat Los on every single fundamental game here, that you're going to be making the least amount of mistakes. Because we say it a lot, you don't want to bring a team that you are significantly better than to a team like Clubhouse, because you're leaving so many possibilities up in the air for the team to get off on a good foot. And especially in a best of one, that is even, you're gambling a little more than you need to there, because again, it's such an easy map. You aren't going to really need to do anything too elaborate to surprise your opponent or even yourself, to say the least. So I don't really know how I feel confidently with them allowing this map to go through, but at least they get to start on their defense, which is statistically a significantly higher percentage on that attacking half. And we've always said it, you always win on your attacking side on that side of Clubhouse, but it's questionable. It's questionable.
Yeah. Club is basic. You can have a very good ranked team, get into it, and be able to take rounds against some of the best teams in the world. And obviously, out of all the maps that you could have gone to if you're W7M, it's probably the most challenging. And to be honest, W7M hasn't really had a challenge so far in the league. So
true.
Letting it go up, bringing it to Club, obviously challenging Los. If anything, this will be a good learning ground experience for Los. Win or not, there's going to be a lot to take away from it. So hopefully we'll be able to see some improvement from Los's end. When it comes to W7M, the lurk game on this map is beautiful to watch. We're going to see Loban float around that top floor site. It'll be a masterclass regardless. So it's more on Los's shoulders to learn.
It is the classic map where you need to have control of every single aspect in Rainbow Six, where it be lurking, taking out any enemies that are roaming around the map, dealing with them, and your hard breach, etc., etc., etc. There's a lot to learn from these two teams in this game, especially from W7M. What happens? Please take us through the action. Captain Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, Milos. And yeah, we're going to drift on immediately, so we make sure that we keep the pace of our wonderful Portuguese-speaking Brazilian compatriot stream. We find ourselves at Loss versus W7M. Now, Demo, how lost do you think Loss are?
Well, obviously the desk was pretty talkative about the map, as to be fair, it is their job, so I'll allow it. In terms of club, now here's the thing. Obviously, you make the point of, you know, like said, club opens yourself up where anyone can play club, right? Whereas it's different if, you know, W7M are taking loss to a map like Labs, which is a much more difficult map than the way Clubhouse plays out. Everyone knows how to play Clubhouse. The way that sometimes I look at Clubhouse, though, as a map is, it's one of the very few maps that I feel that you can't really cheese, right? As in, rush strategies and stuff like that don't have a great success rate on a map like Club. Usually, cheese rounds are a way that we see kind of the underdogs fight, is they'll play this kind of like Siege that is so unpredictable and wild, and it will net them rounds. You can't really do that on this map. So that would be the main thing that I would, you know, kind of look at it from Lost perspective of thinking, you better play the best Siege of your life, because W7M will not give you anything. W7M, I feel, have been the most punishing team so far in the stage, where if you make one mistake, that team will jump you immediately.
I talked about Skopos yesterday on this map, how I quite enjoy them. They're able to get a kill from the back of it, and they're also able to react to a very quick approach. And, well, they might be about to react to a very quick approach. Instantly eyeing up the chance of a fight on the door here. As Kurtz is ready to sort of get the read-through, maybe get a break. They're hoping that they could have got a kill spraying through this off, but the Clash has come back. I think they've sniffed. Well, they're nobody else. They're nowhere else. They're probably going to be here. You've still got this attention paid towards the top floor, and Lost are in a good position to do a bit of a break and smash on towards the main approach. But as that drone gets caught out, I think it sort of reveals that we know that you're here. So instead, let's go back to plan A, or maybe it's plan C. Hold the middle, force these players that are roaming on the top floor to fall back in towards you. They're concerned somebody is going to rotate round towards them. They have the watch on the hatch. Now they just have to put the pressure on towards those top four players. And now with the movements in towards Jim, an angle probably going to be opened on towards the door. No, instead, pull their way back. How confident is Parlu feeling alongside whoever else is offering some support there on the rafters?
So steady enough clear at the moment for Loss. It's, have they droned it though? Is he going to be able to check his corner? Oh dear! I swear he's seen his gun. I swear he did.
He did. I was taking a drink. He did. But, I mean, it's easier for us to see. We get, obviously, the outlines and everything. They don't. Lobin was huge yesterday. Opens with 2 kills. And he just defines a game, Lobin. One more. Why not? Hey, Lobin, how about you open with an ace? You're about to have another fight come up towards the top red. There's your fourth. One more, mate. He's coming up rafters. You can't hear me, but I'm sure you'll get fed this from the Skopos cam that is currently just peering an eye. Nah, he's gone. No, not going to risk it. And instantly finds a clash.
Oh, EMP tech. Where's he going? Hello?
Ooh, okay, gets the fight. There's Lobin for the ace. Everybody, analysts, there's your play of the day. And it just felt easy.
Yeah, just... I mean... Already you're just thinking, yeah, why have we went to the club if you can't even clear out somebody in the top floor? That was a basement defense. All the action was at top floor. They couldn't deal with a single roamer, just sat upstairs in cash. Yeah, very confusing. I think the confusing kill there for me was the guy who walked up red stairs and didn't expect Lobin to be there, even though he just killed his teammate in that exact same position. I think that was the weird bit for me.
All right, Loss, that wasn't the best start. I guess we'll see how we start to progress from here. Lobin was very comfortable getting everything locked in and just letting them sort of batter against the cliff face that is them and Parlo on the top floor. tried to get themselves struck in early on, sort of pulled back, had a cautionary tale of this could go wrong, and then things went wrong elsewhere. So, what lessons can be learned from that other than let's scrub that one off? Double shields, taking a rare opportunity currently in the game with the thermite being the single removal. They've got the Blackbeard, got the blitz, but can they get a body out of it?
So, loss. They have decided to double down on their shields as they have a Blackbeard and a blitz now coming to the fray of things. Dots has died. I'm guessing that's from a spawn peek, and will be punished by Kurtz on that Twitch, who will start to open up the hatch as well with that DMR, of course. So yeah, with the double shields on this top floor, it does give yourself plenty of options in terms of taking ground. The shields are great at going both sides of the map. You can obviously use that to clear away areas such as cache very efficiently, and you can also use it to start probing areas such as the breach and then in towards bathroom. So yeah, the shield should play a pretty big part. Obviously there is going to be a pretty hard counter to the shields in the form of the clash, which will have to be dealt with, but you kind of look at the lineup though from Lost and you think, how do you deal with the clash?
Well, that's the problem they'll try and solve here, is obviously Dots is gone, but well, they're the only death in the previous round as well. So although Loben's like, yay, Dots is like, no, in how their game has started here. Gets them their second kill though over the 2 rounds. Can they try and push the pressure on, get themselves one more? The Twitch drone trying to just eke its way inside. Does find a slip past the mute jammer, but doesn't really get anything further than that as of yet. They're cautious about where the players seem to be here. Now, there could be some pressure that comes in from underneath. 2 C4s can do a lot of damage, especially if Dota's of the Clash is reading any of that, or Palu tucked behind the mirror window. They cannot just throw themselves in and hope they can get things stuck without having that vertical control as well. This C4 over the top, double down. 1 grenade goes one way. They're just going to tuck out of it, as that will not breach because of the mute jammer, but it does give them the excuse to get themselves in. This grenade should get rid of the mute jammer on the other side, and now the wall will start to pop open. They are so ready, but not quite sure how they want to try and put the pressure onto the problem. Loben takes a lot of damage as he rotates his way around in towards Jim, but gets locked out. But Furious, who takes all the rest of the control. Now, with 1 more kill tucked into the corner, the 4 versus 2, they flooded their way in. They're going to put the pressure on towards the Clash, and this should be all they've wrote, but it's Palu left against 2 shields here and a Twitch. The C4 won't quite catch anything. 15 seconds though, and they need to try and put the plant down. They've taken as much information as a shield either direction they go in. Blinded, but knocked the shield. Doesn't take much more than that, and well, that's why 2 shields are often not allowed in a round.
Yeah, actually used to be way back in like year 1, 2, 3, there actually used to be a Pro League ban where you were only allowed 1 shield at one time. And back then, Blackbeard, even still with just the shield he had on his face, counted towards that, even though he wasn't like a full shield operator. So I'm sure Blackscene and Fox and stuff, you know, they would have played with that back in the day. Blackscene would have probably been playing it on Xbox as well. So yeah, just a nice little bit of history there for you. But yeah, the double shields, just... what can you do? The guy inside a Logi, my goodness, you talk about rushing down somebody. That guy got absolutely minced. 1 shield on each side coming at him. But yeah, Lost, look, you get the opening pick, and they just took their time until things were ready. You know, they went through the process, they went step by step, they had everything ready to go, and then it's just a 3, 2, 1, send the shields in, they'll do the rest of the work for you. So yeah, good round from Lost, like to see it. Now we head actually not back to a repeat. You know, typically you would see, you know, teams like to repeat their site, go again, even though they just lost it. For W7M, it's just immediately switching away from Jim and straight over now to the other side of top floor, over towards our cache now.
Yeah, over towards cache. I mean, you know, if it's a site that's had as much story with this map has had story with the game itself, right? For a long time, it was the first preference. It got a bit thin, it got a bit known. And now, as we've got the limitations on obviously the Monty and the hard breach, it's also still just kind of known at this point. These weren't unfamiliar bands back before we had the new ban system put in place, they'll still get a sort of standard apprehension here. The question is, can they try and get control of rafters? You've got the ADSs, the chance of trying to waste some time here. They call anyone that comes in, and the keeper barricades to just keep things aggressive, as W7M like to do. They're not directly countering the hard breach walls. Those will get popped off without so much drama. Here as it's either side, and this will make things fall apart, but it's always a question of when more than if. Getting this wall open anyway. There's going to be an impact trick attempted. Not entirely sure if it connected. It did not, because it got a lot trickier to do. Now, with that open and a lot of time left, where are Lost going to try and strike next?
Well, again for Lost, it's seeming pretty slow and methodical. Just want to make sure that they can clear away all these little bits of util. They will get that bit of barbed wire. That castle barricade's still up. Is it not just thanks to a nade as well as also was able to take out a Flores drone? So that castle barricade seems to be pretty indestructible at the moment. So a bit of an issue there for Lost, but I think the bigger issue is going to be whenever they get to Garage. That catwalk is looking pretty fortified. You've got the Azami, you've got the ADSs as well from the Jaeger up there. 2 players on rafters also. Not too easy for them.
Well, as the spray comes out and the trade starts to explode over CC, it's back and forth, but lost the most here. They could not quite get their feet in, and, you know, 30 seconds ago, every single player was still standing. Now there's less than a team. And it just shows how quickly push comes to shove in here and how they just weren't prepared for the hold that W7M had. A lot of trade games and a lot of sort of concise lockdown and approach. Up towards the top of red, waiting for the first engagement. Doesn't quite see Dots' angle. W7M keep themselves ahead.
Yeah, good hold. Again, plenty of util that the attackers just couldn't get the grips with. They almost just tried to ignore the guys over towards Catwalk entirely, and they tried to force all of the pressure coming up through red stairs. Now, the issue with red stairs is it's a chokehold. It's a one-way avenue. All you have the staircase. There's no window to try and support you in a crossfire. It is just, it either works or it doesn't. It is full steam ahead. And whenever it doesn't work, everything falls flat at that stage. So, strange approach there from Loss. Is a little bit lazy. You know, surely if you're going to go to a map like Club, you should be well versed in dealing with an Azami and Jaeger inside rafters. Yes, I know it's a very difficult thing to do, but surely if you're on Club, you should know how to do that.
It's like those arguments that we had on the desk, right? About fundamentals, about how important they are on approaching the map, and about bringing yourself to a map like this against a team like this, is you have to have those nailed, because your opponents will. It was often cited Clubhouse as the sort of maker of a team. It's the baseline. It is, and for a long time was, team's first home. And, you know, it's early doors still. It'll be another test here. Now we get to see the other side of it, right? How will these bans, with another hard breach removed, with Cabana going to make this a bit more tricky, the approach from Lost has to be aggressive, right, Demo? They have to either try and full send it up top, or they have to try and full send it potentially underneath, potentially onto dirt. And you look at their lineup and you're like, you're getting an idea of what they want to do here.
Move into, of course, this basement, and this was a round where Lost just couldn't clear a single guy, and he aced them. Simple as that for Lobin. Albeit Lobin hasn't actually got a kill since that first round. The past 2 has not been able to net any.
He can rest.
For Loss, I suppose, yeah. But still, I think for W7M, we want to see that guy just keep ramping up, don't you? You know, get an ace every other round would be acceptable, I think, at this stage, Lobin, if you can manage that. Obviously, for Loss, having issues with those roamers, they've decided now to bring in a hefty amount of util for these roamers. You've got the Ying, you've got the Grim, and you've got the Blitz. These 3 operators are just going to make Lobin's kind of existence a bit of a misery, because dealing with all that ain't too fun, because literally they're going to be sending you the 10 plagues of Egypt at you, just everything they have. However, right, I'm confused. Why have they went for that whenever you know he's above?
Well, they hoped that the blind would come through and would stop that happening. As we see, the Candelas had no effect. So now they're going to have to reapproach and reassess. They've lost the Grim, which is one of those sort of claws on the front of a strike. But also, again, you know, it's just... Look at how they're moving. You can see they're trying to talk about what to do next. You can see that they are, and again, I hate just using this, lost. Because they don't really know where the weak link on the hold is, and sometimes you just have to try and make one, especially with the lineup that you have here.
Can I say something? Can I?
Yeah, it's your job.
Why not use that Ying to kill the Frost? That's what I don't get. Why? I mean, Blitz is going to walk down in towards blue, but there's nothing he can do as he's going to be locked off by all the fire that's going to be spewing out from those Goyo canisters. And Loss, once again, hitting a bit of a brick wall. Somehow the Goyo's up doing a bit of a jig on the table, and Arthur's been able to get into the back of AK's here at the moment. His other two teammates are going to be sanctioned off from him, though, as one's going to be separated over towards Dirt, the other towards main stairs, and down goes the player over towards AK's. Main stairs going to be swung on by Lobbin, and they know the other one is going to be in towards Dirt. He actually dies to another Goyo canister, and Kurtz all by himself, bottom of main stairs, a BP looking directly at him. Gonna have to go big in the clutch, but we know W7M, we know the quality off them. They're not gonna let this one slip.
No, they're not gonna hand this to him. And yeah, the fact that we saw Legacy lose pretty much all of his health in the first Goyo and then end in the second one sort of shows how well prepared W7M were for a quick strike. There was a little bit of a bold and brazen move by the Blitz, breaking their way down onto blue, but it was helped a bit by keeper barricades. The Goyo, as you said, having a fun time up on the counter, but it bought time for the others to get in because the Ying couldn't add the pressure as a lost caller timeout. The Ying couldn't assist that Blitz, which meant that they couldn't push in and take the site, which meant that the player down in main that was holding a rotate just had to sort of wait, which allowed the player to, I think one of them dropped kitchen hatch potentially to offer some support and get back into the fight closer. And yeah, I mean, you said Loban hadn't had any kills since the first. He's got himself another 3 for his tally.
Oh boy. Well, obviously for Loss, it's not good. They look as though they're trying to skip steps in Clubhouse. You know? It's very, very strange. A lot of basic stuff isn't being done. You know, allowing that first kill to come in. Just go and kill the guy. You brought in those operators. Just Ying and Grim and Blitz. Get him. You know, free kill. Lobbin can't do anything against that. He's not Warden. And then they almost try and shoulder barge their way in through blue and dirt at the same time, but completely forget there's a Goyo on the side, and that just messes up any kind of rush. The hard map to cheese. That's what I mentioned. It's difficult.
No, I'm not going to say it's an impossible map to cheese.
I've seen it done. Team Secret is a team who do it pretty well. But again,
at the same time, it's like it doesn't feel. It feels like they're bringing parts of a play, but not doing the full play. It feels like they have a very confident idea during operator selection, but then when it comes to actually making it land, they realize, you know, the sort of force that they're up against. They're trying to run it, and things just sort of fall a bit to the wayside. And that is when W7M love to activate. They love to sort of play in the other opponent's fear, and you know, they were molded in this game, Demo. They were born from it. They didn't adopt it.
Oh, Batman.
Ah, Batman.
You're supposed to cover like your mouth, aren't you, and do it with your hands.
Batman, 3 to 1.
There you go.
What will you do, Loz? They will go for the breach. No, they won't. Mute's jammed, and still can get rid of that and maybe try and pull it up. Obviously, the way those arc nowadays is there might still be a way to put one a bit out of place. It's whether they think they have the utility as a cost. They might. They do have a couple of pocket tin openers in Legacy's pockets as long as they don't get caught here. But it seems like they want to put a bit of earlier focus on towards the other side. Maybe pressure onto Jacuzzi, maybe onto the windows.
So it looks as though they will be trying to clear over towards CC and Cassius based on the position of the Blackbeard. He's going to look to jump in straight through the window and a grass maybe. Oh, C4. Close so from Volps, but will get taken out before he can pop it. Nade will finish him off as well. So yeah, good start from Lost. They have an idea of what they want to go for. That Blackbeard, of course, being a bit of a menace. Again, that operator we mentioned before, it's an age really for me, and you can see how strong he is as a shield, just to walk up to a window and safely nade away util, safely nade players. Just really, really strong.
Now the angles start to get opened up and they have that early body, but Volps' game and position on the other side as two shields smash their way through a castle window is to sort of lean into that. Lean into the play on the other side of the map. Didn't want to go down as early as they did, but, well, as they get themselves a route slightly safer out, will they try and play against the shields bashing? They will. The C4 doesn't get it on the castle or through it. Now with that opened up, they'll pick themselves back up, try and drive. Logistics potentially. No. Change of plan once again out of CC and instead look across. The Grimbies might reveal a player on the swing here of Logi. It's Dodez in a very aggressive swing chance as the pings come out. There's the reveal at least of the player, the drop of the bees. They haven't entirely moved. I think a drone might have got the spot anyway. What will they do here, Demo?
I think they're just going to try and brute force their way in with the shields, of course, but W7M this time in much better positions to engage against them, and 5 kills, Fluke, within the matter of 2 seconds that happened for them. Look at that from... Oh, what a shot as well. Fully blinded by the Fenrir also. My, oh my. I mean, W7M, that's just... What can you say about them? It's clinical again. The way that they can just set themselves up in those positions and just a landslide of kills on their side. Everyone getting the kills, everyone doing their job. Yeah, just such a strong team. It's what we expect from them at this stage, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, is what you expect from, I guess, any of these matchups where you have a team where you're like, this is one of the top dog teams of the region against one of those teams that's fighting their way up to prove it and put some pressure in. It's just a lockdown. And it's not that, as I said, Lost don't have ideas, but they are finding fear when they actually get to putting them into practice, and that is something that W7M just get. It's aura farming a game here, and it makes things very tricky to go against. 4-1 could become a 4-2, but obviously this site as well, if the fundamentals, if that final push is where things are failing for Loss, there's a chance that we'll be on the 5-1 half here, Demo.
Yeah, big chance. Big chance for W7M to take a very healthy lead going into that second half of the game. So Loss are up against this CC hold again, and last time they just tried to ignore the kind of general things that you like to do as the attacking side, mostly being taken towards garage. They were very lazy, they tried to ignore that and flood their way up red stairs. I really hope this time they will, do the extra bit of work to clear away those guys in towards catwalk. Bots has opened up with the first pick. I don't know where that's from. It had to be somewhere downstairs, maybe over towards stock, perhaps, or towards main door. Was able to take a swing and take out that Ash. And now Ash would have been a pretty good operator to have to obviously clear away the castle setup from below, and even maybe rotate over and start looking to try and pop some of the Azami barriers as well over towards rafters. So losing, a decent amount of utility there for this side. In goes to Flores, who will have to do a lot of work because, like I mentioned before, with the util on the side of W7M, he has a big job to do. A lot of drones to be sent in.
Now, with obviously the Ash removed, and as you said, a lot of work still to be done, it just feels like W7M are playing this one very patiently, right? They're not giving Loss any ground. They're not giving them any freedom. They've stacked themselves up in a very default hold that we talk about. As I said before, the ADSs and the keeper barricades up here are going to make things very problematic. Now, you've got a lot of work on the side of Legacy to get in underneath it and get that pressure over the top. The Flores drone can do some bits here if they can get one into a nice position, but they've got to offer a little bit more than just blind faith that running past the door won't get you shot in the side of the head. Here's that Capitao entrance from underneath I talked about. You've got to play against what you're expecting here. I still kind of want a Flores drone to roll in first, but I guess the work is being done elsewhere. The first catch of an ADS, and they're going to just find a free pick. Dodez drifting on by, finds a Holden, and where are you looking? Legacy! Staring off into Narnia, and Dots gets one more, and well, I said they were giving them a bit to play with. They wanted that over sooner rather than later, Demo.
Just too easy for them, isn't it? I mean, again, can't deal with the guys inside a garage once more. It was basic stuff. It really is. And like I said, before we moved into this matchup and we were talking about the map, obviously the desk had their thoughts. You have to play this map perfect if you're up against the side of W7M. You know, on W7M, all they need is just that little bit of a sniff that you're showing a sign of weakness. You know, it's almost like they are, you know, the lion in the savannah, and they have seen a what do lions hunt?
Zebra?
I was going to say a deer, but they don't live over there, do they?
A zebra is a kind of deer, like a flamboyant deer.
It's more of a horse, no? It's more of a horse than a deer.
It's a flamboyant horse.
What is it? It's springbok. Is that it? Is it a springbok?
I think they maybe also hunt those. Listen.
Yeah.
Let's just say yes so you can finish your analogy.
It's they see gazelle. That's the one. They see an injured gazelle and they're like, I'll have that. Come over here, and that's it. That's the W7M operate.
Yeah, I mean, you got there in the end, and I agree. Like a zebra, like a gazelle, like a springbok, they are all delicious for W7 to eat. And at this point, double hard breach removal. You know, sure, they're a team that wanted to try and abuse and utilize the double shield thing. At the minute, that's not really going to be what comes through from the side of W7M because it's a map of fundamentals, and they're going to bring pretty standard setup here to deal with the electricity. The Kali, you know, can make some use, but it makes things calmer. There isn't any specifically, but hey, what can you use a Kali against? The shield could be quite fun of Clash, the pressure elsewhere, and maybe a quick break or anything else like these windows. You also have the Habana pellets to help steady your way through. Palu on the Deimos getting in underneath on all the soft here on Jim. You know, it's a lineup that sort of screams towards fundamentals, but isn't a fundamental lineup, if that makes sense.
Next up, for W7M, it will be on their attacking side, and again, for them, they're going to try and remove a lot of these early util using the Kali to great effect of removing the castle barricades, and also the nades coming in from the gridlock. Nade landing right beside the Clash, but again, she has legs. She can easily move away from that and can simply fall back into sight. I think for W7M, it's just it's how quickly can they remove the util, and then they start looking for their opportunities. They start probing about the site. They look for those weak points. In terms of util that they still have left, you still got 2 nades on the side of Palu. On that Deimos, of course. You've got all the track stingers also. You've still got flashbangs from Thermite and Habana. So still a lot that W7M have in the pocket. And for loss, they've kind of lost that first layer, haven't they? They've kind of been forced back into the bomb site now. There is alert, though, from the Mira. Roaming Mira. Don't see this all too often, but Kurtz is downstairs inside the oil pit, and we'll see if he can make something happen.
I mean, Palu isn't a million miles away. They're holding on to blue, I think hoping that there was a roamer underneath. You wouldn't expect a Mirror, but you might expect somebody, and that's the position Palu is currently playing, because he can still assist with the pings. Dots does get that opener, and with no more Kiba barricades going to spawn in place, and with a minute on, this is almost the other side of this, right? Think how long W7M would often dig their heels in, sometimes to their life, to give out territory. Here, Lost pulled back, and they're able to make some of it work. Lobin, gone. The Kali, who was just trying to pick fights outside, is gone, removed. Not entirely sure if Jacuzzi is open, but as the others step in, Dots pops the heads of Outlaw. Dodes gets Kurtz, and they just keep going. The Clash is sure getting some of the reveal, but they almost don't fully care. It's just a Clash left. They're blinded. Dodds is going to get the plant. They're not entirely going to throw themselves in, but Palu will do Palu things. 6 rounds now here. W7M. I mean, they are just driving this one to the end.
Yeah, quick game is what we have, and I think one more round should do it. Lost just look as though they've got nothing left. W7M, just that snowball has rolled with them for the past 5 rounds. The last round they dropped was round number 2. They have been perfect from then. You know, just Ken, what can we say about W7M that we already haven't? This is one of the top sides in this league. They will be competing for that, top 2 position. You would expect alongside FaZe. I just think with the way that FaZe and W7M have both performed, I can't wait until we see that game. And I'm pretty sure that's the final game of the season, which just makes it even more impressive. Is that we have to wait all that time, and it could be a case, Fluke, where both of the teams have beaten everyone except each other. It could come down to the final play to decide who becomes number 1, which I think would just be immaculate.
I just had a quick scroll. You're almost correct. FaZe versus W7M isn't the last game of the season. It is on the last play day. It's the second to last game of the season.
Yeah,
the last. No. But I think it's very fun because it's the second to last game of the season. The actual ultimate game of the season, which could end up having a bit of a coin flip to it as to whether you get out of the bottom of the board, and they might still pull themselves up. There's a lot of play days. Is Liquid versus Loud, and both those teams,
big orgs, not looking too good.
Lackluster performances, but it is still early. There's at least 15, if not 18 points to still play for. And W7M, they're going to try and put some of that distance. There's long-range flashes, the pressure on towards any players that want to stick around in bar, and it's Furious that's trying to get out of there. Free to move out, but you can see again, how little W7M had to do there to clear the roam.
Yeah. Really easy for them. Again, I think that just comes down to the confidence of loss. Look at the kills. After 7 rounds, the highest number of kills in one player is 4. Doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence to really want to try and go for a roam game and contest against some of these W7M players who are just killing everything that moves. So, yeah, just nothing's going right for Loss here at the moment. Paul catches out Outlaw, and this is what I mean by how punishing they are. You make one mistake, you're dead. That's just the way this team operates.
Well, we might have had one of the longest games yesterday, but we could be ending on one of the shortest here. Loss versus W7M is now with a body into their favor, and the pressure's starting to open up underneath. Once again, they lose keeper barricades earlier on, which is going to make things awkward in the longer run of the round itself. They're still playing with the smokes to try and, refuse to get the plant. They have the echo. They're going a bit hands-off, but to be honest, that's not the big concern right now. You can see that they're all sort of juggling direction, wondering where the next bit of pressure is going to come from. But in the meantime, with a minute left, W7M, they're fine to go at their steady on pace here. They're looking to bait a little bit more movement, a little bit more angst from it now, with the Hibana potentially chancing some of the pressure here alongside the Capital on towards the hatch itself. The C4 is an important one. You maybe get a bite onto a player who's drifted away, hasn't stuck around. The Gon 6 all the way to the back line. 30 seconds, more of the work is done, more of the pressure pulled out. Here is the start of the explosion. Now Echo is being cooked alive somewhere in a Capital bolt, I assume. The blinds come out and they do get a trade out of it. Kais and tries to get the second, cannot. Dodos gets one more, leaving just Arthur, but not for long. Does a trade, but W7M just take that clubhouse as if it was another step.
Just demolition job, really was, for W7M. Yeah, clinical performance as we expected. Loss, just I don't know, is it a case for Loss really poor today, or is it where W7M would beat anyone they were up against? I think that's probably the better topic of discussion we would like to have. But again, the map selection, look, if you're going to Clubhouse, you have to play perfect. You're against one of the top teams in the world. If you can't do that, this is what happens. It will be a very short match for you.
I think that's it. I think they talked about it on the desk, how it was a very bold pick to want to go to club against this team. And that was just everything going to plan from the side of sort of W7M. But, well, with the pace of the game, let's keep the pace hot and throw it over to our desk.
I'm just running right now. I'm going so fast because this game is just so incredibly fast at this point. Gents, it seems like we barely blinked and this match was over. W7M, again, reinforcing their position in the league, in SAL, and on Clubhouse nowadays.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch the Clubhouse match between W7M and Los. Looking forward to a lot of good stuff from Oh, it already happened. That's a damn shame. I mean, you know, we were going into it saying it was going to be risky for W7M to even go to this map in the first half, but it was them from the whole start. I mean, we know the caliber of team that W7M is. They were constantly getting that opening pick. Los, again, looked like the Los from NAL. They just constantly were hemorrhaging kills. They would never have a hard stop or a situation where they ever focused on 2v1ing a position just to be able to get a man advantage back. It was just one body after the other. Los did not have a response. They didn't change up their style of play. They didn't change the momentum. They didn't change their speed. It looked like Los was just stuck and knew it was going to be over from the start. So unfortunate for them, but great game from W7M. They really hammered it down.
Yeah, and I also really like what Demo said, you know, going to this Clubhouse, you really have to play a perfect game of Siege, because that's really what it's about. I mean, Clubhouse really comes down to who makes the least amount of mistakes, and I can tell you right now, I mean, you're seeing right here the amount of mistakes that Los is making that just W7M is just pouncing upon. And I mean, it just goes to show with Los, I mean, you want to pick Clubhouse, you should feel confident coming into this map. Everybody knows how to play this, but yet you're coming into this matchup looking lost on your attacks, not understanding the right route, the right approach, even in terms of the ban phase, what you really want to get rid of. You're kind of going with the defaults of getting rid of 2 breachers when I think the shields can be convincing. I think even some of the play, I mean, we talk about rat plays from Loban being able to lurk around, just removing key factors from the success that's made off W7M in terms of their play style. It's just, I think they came in here not really prepared and were just hoping on the fact that they could rely on a simple map.
Friends, so we got through this real quick, and hopefully we'll take a bit longer in our interview for the matchup as Palu joins us from W7M.
Oh my God, Palu!
Hello.
It's an absolute honor to have Palu on here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations, and I have to say, I'm seeing you smiling more and more often these days, Palu. It's beautiful to see. How are you feeling? How's the team's emotion so far?
It's been amazing so far. Like the team, the atmosphere, everything is just like feeling really good. We are just like playing well, and that's it.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, we could definitely see it in your guys' play. As for your first 4 games, you guys have played arguably 4 teams that are quote-unquote weaker, teams that you should be winning. When you go into matchups against weaker teams, is there a different mentality that W7M uses to approach it? Is it, you know, you should win in those situations, or are you treating everybody as an opponent on the day of?
I think despite everything, they are like great opponents. They are like playing the top of the siege. So like we are, of course, like I think focusing most of our own playstyle, like what we are doing, not what they are doing. So yeah, that's basically it. I don't know, like of course we are studying them, seeing what they are trying to do, but yeah, we are mostly like trying to play our game, not focusing on their game, you know.
Yeah, a little bit of a follow-up question, Palu, kind of what Fox was just talking about, just in terms of the prep of playing against, you know, maybe a not-so-great team versus a great team, and that's going to actually be your matchup tomorrow. You guys go against Furia. I mean, is the prep going to be a lot more in-depth kind of than what it's led into of versing a team like Los today?
Yeah, I think there's more like studying. They have played much more. They have showed much more things than the other teams. So yeah, of course we have plenty of study to see, and we are used to play against Furia. Like we know that they like to change things a lot. They are not like doing the same thing every time. So of course it's a totally completely different thing, and the preparation of course is also different. You know.
I mean, it's been great to watch W7M at this point in your run throughout this first stage. It seems like nothing can really stop you at this point, but like the guys are saying, maybe the bigger games are about to happen. And speaking of which, because of that match that you're having tomorrow against Furia, that will be our match of the day at Game 5. Anything you would like to say to Furia going into that?
Is it tomorrow?
Sorry, tomorrow.
Next
For
week.
me, every day is CJ, no, next Saturday.
Okay.
You're definitely not playing tomorrow.
Palu was like, wait a second. You're going to play 3 today?
There's your answer. They need a bit more prep time when it comes to playing against the Furia. That's all we need to know. But anyways, anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, yeah, like I just want to thank everyone that's cheering for us. Like this new step of my career has been amazing, and I hope to keep playing at the at the highest level. And yeah, like it's gonna be a great match against Furia and the other last 5 matches. I think, like, of course they are stronger opponents, but we also are playing really well. And yeah, just keep yourselves.
Wonderful. Thank you again, Palu. Congratulations on the win. Make sure for all the W7M fans out there to catch W7M versus Furia next Saturday on the channel here. Have a good week. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes, it is absolutely next week, but we got the answer.
I was gonna say, I think you said it best. It's really good to see Palu in this light, him smiling again. I've talked to him through many events out during Liquid, and I mean, he's always had really good attitude. But I mean, it's a night and day difference in terms of how it was on Liquid versus is here on W7. You can really tell he's really enjoying the environment. He's really liking his role, and just overall the atmosphere that he's in. I mean, he's surrounding himself with very great players.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the stats, obviously, a new player from W7M getting the MVP role, Loban. I mean, that's 4 different players for 4 different game days. The only player that's missing, I believe, is Dots. Hopefully he'll get there. He had a great performance today, but that just goes to show the perfection of W7M. And something that Paulu said at the end there was, yes, Furia, they love to switch things up. And to me, that says a lot. It says that the teams that W7M has played, specifically Los today, when things go wrong, they don't change anything. They don't have backup plans to fall into. They don't have different variations of how they want to play. So that's something to take away from it. If Los is rewatching the game back, to be able to depthen their pool of play in how the style of play. You can run the same strats, but little idiosyncrasies, little small details that we don't see from these lower teams that are losing or having, up days, down days. But when you look at W7M, constantly changing things up, constantly changing the tempo. They know their opponent. They know what to bring to the table. And every single team that they've played so far, different play style, but they've been able to match it well just by playing their game. I'm excited to see them next week be able to play against a team at their caliber and see how they'll be able to throw hands with Furia.
Yeah, if they'll continue on their namesake, W7M actually stands for win 7 matches, for those who didn't know. And they're getting closer and closer. Loban, of course, our MVP. We had a chat with him as well yesterday. It's just, I don't know. You can spend like an entire hour talking about every single player on this team and just glazing them up. Because Gabe, these guys are just genuinely on another level, not just in SAL.
Yeah, no, they are. And for Loban, I mean, again, when we first saw him, he joined that old Los roster that ended up making their run at Montreal. Couldn't close it out there. I mean, Atlanta. But, I mean, still, this player in specific has done tremendous amounts of work, not only for himself, but every team that he's been on. Obviously, he stayed with his core now. But, I mean, Fox said it best. Each one of these players, you can't just highlight one of them at any given moment. They all step up in their own right. And that is the key to having a successful 5-man roster that can be a major championship winning team. And, we go back to Paulu. Paulu has yet to win something of this magnitude where he is so much deserving of it. And I think, in comparison to where he was on Liquid and where he is now and surrounding himself with players like Loban, with players like Volps, I mean, a lot of these players are still with even the top 5 of the league right now. So it goes to say, going and ending their 4th day, being at the top of the league, getting these points, being this convincing, it's a very good thing for W7M to go into this next week.
You say top of the leaderboard. There is one team that can challenge that, and they're looking to do so, at least contest it to be on the same level. That is FaZe Clan, and that is them playing in our next matchup. FaZe versus Black Dragons after the break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And welcome back, everybody, to SAL. We continue on with a view over beautiful Rio de Janeiro. Actually, was in this cathedral only, 5-6 weeks ago. It's beautiful, actually, on the inside, not just because I randomly fell into the arms of Macy J. King George, but and Athena, obviously. Big arms, those kind of really keep you nice and safe, as we're all known to want to have. And gentlemen, safety is key for our next matchup, because I feel like things can fly off the handles here between FaZe and Black Dragons, our third game of the day. Let's put up our standings one time just here to refresh things. FaZe Clan are at the top, but the big surprise, Black Dragons are really fighting back. How would you have expected Black Dragons performing going into the stage, putting that logo aside, Gabe?
I mean, realistically, you know, this is kind of where I expect Black Dragons to be. Middle of the pack, close to veering to the top, because what we saw from last stage, what we're seeing now is the constant improvement. And the constant improvement is showing. I mean, they're one game away from being tied with FaZe, where obviously if FaZe wins, then they jump to being tied with W7M. But I mean, this is going to be a good test for these guys. I think, again, we've talked about this being the best region. If you are going to improve, you need to take from every single game. And I think this is something that Black Dragons has been doing consistently from previous stage even into this current one.
Everybody knows Black Dragons is a team that is able to scrape some wins away from some of the top teams. They always find themselves in the middle of the pack, and when push comes to shove, they fall a little short. But we're seeing a new and improved Black Dragons, one that's a lot more consistent. I mean, across the board, they've been competing. They've been playing very well against all different sides of the teams. And obviously, I love the fact that they're keeping it close with some of the teams at the top here. So yes, going into the stage, we didn't have much expectations from Black Dragons, but so far, going into day 4, I would say they'll be a pretty difficult matchup for any team. But FaZe, I mean, it'll be a lot harder for FaZe to just get a clean sweep win than it looks on paper.
And you know, let's take a look at FaZe, because of course we keep regurgitating it at some point, because there's no better way to say it is other than these are the world champions. They look like it still in game. They haven't fallen off. Absolutely not. And hell, their performance yesterday was definitely showing that they're here to fight online, offline, no matter what it is.
Oh, 100%. I mean, FaZe is the iron wall. They are the most consistent team in the world currently when it comes to Siege. Obviously, the way that they're comprised, the way that they play the game is so smart, because they have, when you look at it, their team on paper, it's essentially intelligent players that play Siege off of each other. They are constantly slowly moving. There's no over excess plays. Everything is done for a purpose of accomplishing a goal. They slowly, step by step, get closer to the site or shut you out from a site. And the biggest thing is that we see teams that always have that X Factor player find success, and Cyber is an amazing X Factor player, always being on that lurk. But something that we've been seeing him since this year, since they were able to lift that hammer at the Invitational, is obviously Cyber in the way that he plays. And now he's not just a lurker, but we can also see him be incorporated into the team. And that's something that's so beautiful from this roster, to see him revolutionize the way he plays. He's not just a one-dimensional player. He's now playing with the team. And when FaZe Clan plays together, I mean, there's a reason that they are the best team. Constantly, they're always dominating the SAL. And it goes without saying, we have to mention Souls, the #1 rated player in the league so far. He's been having a phenomenal first 2 weeks. It doesn't look like he's going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, you know, you want to talk about how just particular this team is. I mean, they are so perfect to even bite down to the smallest minute detail. I mean, they don't make mistakes due to their own, you know, resilience of just being able to fumble those situations, really onto the other team to be able to make that mistake happen for them. But the biggest thing for me that has always stuck out, more so than anything compared to any other team within the region, is they just do such a good job at controlling the tempo. They understand of how they want to play against the team. And really, when you
you play against FaZe, you have to be quick on your feet to be able to meet them on that dance floor, because if you can't meet each step toe to toe, you are going to be struggling through and through, whether you're starting on that attack or whether you're starting that defense. They just do such a good job at controlling the pacing of how the game is played.
It's crazy because it seems like all throughout the older iterations of FaZe Clan into the new one, you still have that core philosophy in play where controlling the tempo is something they've done even since back in the day. Remember, with Mav leading the team, we're looking back at 2018 all the way to here, and they've consistently remained on that same straight and narrow. However, Black Dragons on the other side, there were expectations, yes, but they're kind of overtaking them. They're actually fighting for top spots.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the player right there, Hornetow, I mean, he is coming into his own right. I mean, we saw him last stage, there was disappointment, but now he found himself on Black Dragons, creating that success. But that's a player right there that I really want to highlight is Makina. I mean, this is a young gunner that is making a name and making it known. The plays that he's able to make on that entry, create those openings, create those gaps on attacks, are such a pivotal piece. You know, when we talk about a player like Cyber on FaZe, it's almost similar in a sense of a player like Makina on Black Dragons. He gets the job done, but that's where I also want to talk about him, that he needs to slow down. He currently has the most entries in terms of going 8 kills on entry, but he's also following short on 7 deaths in the entry. So for me, if Black Dragons really wants to start to find their stride, especially on that entry on attack, it really does come down to Makina being able to get that initial entry kill and not finding those entry deaths. Because if they can just continue to find these entry kills one after another, play that man advantage, keep playing the trade game, their attacking halves will look dominant. And then you look on their other end, Flashstray being their support player. He's the third highest rated player on defense. I mean, it's so good that on the front side of your line, you have a strong attack. And then on that back line, you have a player like Flashstray that's able to hold it down. And then you just leave it into the middle ground of Hornet. You leave it to Muzi, you leave it to Rare. That can get it done. For me, when it comes to Black Dragons, you have a strong back line and a strong defense. You just need to be able, on that front line of Makina, being able to slow it down and being able to take a little breather and keep working those trades.
Absolutely. I mean, I completely agree. I really love watching Flashstray and Rare play. Like you can see the clear, drastic difference in their front line and back line. Almost a traditional back line where they have essentially the Hibana Thermite on the hard breaches with Flashstray and Rare, and then they also have this smoke mute combo, and they're constantly playing this old style of Siege on the back end, whereas their front end is revolutionized. I mean, always having Makina and Muzi, both lethal entries to be able to just go in, stir up the pot, and you know that you're going to have a consistent backline there to be able to focus on that plant, to focus on that execute. And it's almost a hybrid of FaZe, because FaZe is very passive, I would say, on their back end. It's almost like they have 4 supportive players constantly working towards a goal, whereas Black Dragons, it's split a little bit differently. It's almost a new gen style of that system where they have, you know, a hyper aggressive entry, but also a very, very slow, methodical, passive backline. So it's very interesting. It's almost like a middle ground of FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe is very much the, I guess, the Rainbow Six team equivalent of measure 10 times and cut once. And when you cut, my God, do they cut. However, our map for this series, FaZe have shown that they are excellent on all 9 maps over the past, well, years actually. But what happens in this game, Gabe? Can you take us through it?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely obviously want to get rid of Cafe, so I am glad that Cafe... I was surprised to see FaZe actually get rid of it, given how poor that game was, or how close that game was versus Black Dragons. But going to a clubhouse, I mean, Demo said it best here, and I don't want to harp on what me and Fox say all the time. Demo said it best. If you're going to go to a clubhouse, you want to play the absolute best on your end. It's a best of 1, too. So this game really is going to come down to the least amount of mistakes, being able to catch your opponent off guard by making something fast happen that they would least expect. But again, it is a 50-50 for both teams to be able to end up here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I don't mind Clubhouse entirely. Obviously, FaZe, you're not going to find a weak map against them. Yes, we say better teams shouldn't take teams to Clubhouse, but when you think of FaZe in the way that they're consistent and Clubhouse is all about your attacks, honestly, it's still going to be a great map for FaZe with how fast they're able to manage time and take control of the map. And as for Black Dragons, honestly, it's the less of all the evils to be able to go to this map, because it also implements their aggressive entry style. So honestly, it will be a really nice head-to-head matchup on the attacks between both teams. We've had 2 really fast games so far in the day. I'm hoping we see this one maybe go the distance, just so we can see the ideology differences between entering in the map, managing that time, managing that tempo.
I would be so super happy to just have more than the minimum amount of rounds really to go through a game, because so far we've had a 9-rounder and an 8-rounder. Yeah. So a bit more than that would give us a bit more action, and this game definitely can scream it should Black Dragons really keep it up on Clubhouse. And with that, let's have a chat with our casters. Demo and Fluke will be taking us through the rest of the action in just a few minutes. Demo, phase number 1, Black Dragons, big challengers. How do you see this going?
I think the map, again, for me, it is the worry. Similar to kind of what we talked about with W7M. I'll hark back to Lax. Again, Clubhouse, you need to play to your best Siege. And I think for FaZe, we're a team where they always come in, and it's never, you never really see FaZe have a bad day. Yes, they have losses, but they always put in some form of a performance. You know, there's plenty of teams out there where they can go and get 7-0, 7-1, didn't really turn up. FaZe, I think, always give it their all no matter what they're playing in. Clubhouse as a map, it always kind of gets banned against them. Out of the 5 games that they played at Reload, 4 teams banned it against them. This, of course, is the map that they won their SI on as well whenever they beat BDS in the grand final. It's a good map for FaZe. I think Black Dragons go in here. They must have some form of game plan, because if not, they may make the same fate as what Lost did against W7M earlier.
Now, Fluke, you got to gas yesterday and kind of see Black Dragons and how they stand. How is their game against ENX? That was the kickoff for the day in your mind.
Odd. It was obviously a very long game, and I think what we saw from it wasn't the truest sort of taste of how things are going to come together. This, you have a worry where it's either going to be a quick affair like we've just seen of a team that knows Club and knows Fear and locks it down, or maybe Black Dragons can do what wasn't done in the previous map and find ways to punish that. Obviously, you've got Makina, who has these strong sort of games, but Flastry getting the moments. We think back to that ace, we think about how long it went. We still want more for Black Dragons, because what you're also looking at now is the divide of the table is, you know, if Black Dragons don't take points from this and FaZe jump even higher, suddenly that 6-point marker is very distant to the top 2. If they're able to keep themselves up with ENX taking points, if Furia drop points later on, if NIP win their game as well, it's just instantly separated. And Black Dragons could confirm themselves in the top 6 just from being able to take some damage today.
Actually, that's a very good point. Looking at the macro of what's happening right now in the standings, it definitely makes you think of what could happen at the end of this game. Should it go to the Black Dragon side, or them taking FaZe to overtime, might have a knockdown effect all the way down those standings. But yeah, our game is almost set and ready. So final points, Gabe Fox, what do you want to see from Black Dragons for them to claim this game, or at least push FaZe to the edge?
I need to see Makina just slow it down. I need to see him get that initial entry kill, but then I also need him to be also that forefront that also can take a step back when needs be. And then also, if he is getting picked first, it's about those trades, because right now they're lacking in the trade department. So again, if Makina can just get those entry kills, keep preventing those entry deaths, I think we'll see a far better Black Dragons, but they do need to be perfect, because yesterday definitely was not.
I'm definitely with you on that, Gabe. I would say in same idea, different mentality. I really want to see Makina and Muzi just be let loose, especially on a map like Clubhouse against FaZe that is very passive. If I can see them get overly aggressive to the point where they can trade once they are in that situation and then maintain it and then hold down that position, I think that's the weakness to FaZe. You have to be able to punch through that wall, because if you just sit there, FaZe will slow burn you.
Yeah, what if that wall just keeps wrapping around you? That's the issue, is that it seems like with FaZe, no matter what you do, they're able to pull back and reform and then get back into it. How do you counter that?
I mean, they're going to be able to do that any which way you cut it. So obviously the best way to keep FaZe in a state of pressure is to never let your foot off the gas. You got to be able to take position from them and hard hold it, because whether you play passively, FaZe will retake position. If you get a pick, FaZe will fight for that pick back. If you're trying to play for the execute, they'll have something ready for it. So if you're constantly putting pedal to the metal, not necessarily giving FaZe a clear, definite, this is how you win the round back. That's the best way to, that's the closest chance you're going to get to be able to keep them in their own head.
And perfect timing here, Davide, as our game is set and ready. So please, Black Dragons versus FaZe, all yours, Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, and we will take it away. So, Vidiking, already yawning. The game has only just begun, but maybe that's a precursor of how he thinks it's going to go, Demo.
Up all out celebrating against Furia. That was the issue. They all went out.
Yeah, that's it.
Furia. Party time.
Now you got to roll into another one, and, well, it's tough. But, I mean, let's see, obviously, if it goes the same way. We could find ourselves with back-to-back absolute sweeps of this, because well, it's just the map and the teams that are in it, right?
I'm just worried, you know, I think Clubhouse, for FaZe, it's always been one of their best maps, you know, historically. I think there was a time where they had like a really long win streak. It was like 14 maps or something, like back in like 2020, 2021, 2022 era back then. I think they just went on like a crazy win streak on the map. So, yeah, a little bit of a risk, I always think, going to Clubhouse against a team like FaZe. But I think Milosh said it well. Black Dragons are up against a team who don't have a bad map. Because we kind of debunked that yesterday. You know, Fresh and Leo, they were saying how, oh, FaZe went to Chalet, this has been their permaban, oh dear. And then they played it and they won pretty comfortably, you know? So FaZe just don't have a bad map. So you do feel sorry for any team going up against them. And certainly for Black Dragons, yeah, your heart kind of bleeds from a little bit.
I think it's sort of now at this point a big test of Black Dragons, right? It's going to be hard to get themselves locked in. You're looking at the top contender. You're looking at the top team to go up against. Black Dragons as a roster, obviously, they've been able to have these huge moments. You've talked about the sort of next up players. You've talked about the confidence, but the confidence of those players against those big names, right? You're against FaZe. Oh my God, that's hard to throw yourself in here, especially after, you know, you assume they'll be screaming, but they'll probably be aware of the results that have just played out. Cyber, when will they be aware no one's coming their way? How aware are they that they're being watched? There's some caution being paid this route, but it's not been rewarded with anything.
Yeah, nothing has came off that early bit of aggression. Spawn peeking over towards the docks. The Black Dragons don't have to worry about going into a 4v5 right from the rip. Still everyone alive, good to see. Again, we will be sweeping from the top, working their way towards that bottom site, of course. In terms of FaZe, sure, roamers will be something that they're always going to be after, and it looks as though there is going to be at least two of them in towards that top floor. You've got a player in towards the rafters in Garage, and also Viking on the mute, supporting him inside of CC. And even a third as well, who was lurking in towards Lounge, also makes an appearance above. So Black Dragons will have to go for this this take upstairs, dealing with this roam game, and I just hope they don't run into the same issues that Loss almost had, where they almost tried to skip the roamers and just ignore them, and that's just not going to work. You have to fight against these FaZe players up here.
Well, the spray is half connecting with the window itself. They've got some pressure on towards CC, and as the Blackbeard tries to break themselves in, the C4 caught on the door. They're entirely surrounded. They've got to choose a route to fight out of it, but there's no support that can come across. KDS does find one, and Handy gets it. Black Dragons. They got themselves into what really felt like a power position, but FaZe just operated around it, were able to pull out the pieces they need to. They didn't fully panic. And I mean, what a way for round one to go, Demo.
Yeah, not a good start for Black Dragons. Suffering with just dealing with a roam. Exactly the same as what Lost did against W7M. Just can't deal with the roamers, and it just fills me with that same worry again, Fluke, where why if you went here if you can't deal with roamers, you know, for a basement? Oh, it's just not good. I get the same feeling as what I did last one. Again, still early days, of course it is, but you'd like to see a little bit of a better start there for Black Dragons, because the last thing you want to do is give momentum over to this FaZe team, because we know what they can do.
Well, they've stolen the first momentum, and I think that's sort of, I'm not going to say the start of things, because you could see the Black Dragons weren't entirely scared, but they just could not net the kill at that most vital moment, right? You're looking at all the pressure that was coming in from the door. They had the Blackbeard, they had the players caught on red, they were entirely sending the pressure in the direction they needed to, and then they were inside CC as well, getting around the back of the players itself, but FaZe were just sort of keeping their ground, keeping their heads on a swivel. They were locked down. I mean, think about where the site was and where every single player died, Demo. FaZe were refusing to give up that ground, and that might need to come into the calculations that Black Dragons are going to put forward if they try something like that again.
They need to be on their game. They need to be. Maybe they could lean into more shields. Maybe that would help them in terms of clearing across. Doesn't look, though, as though they're really interested in that. They are still going with a pretty deep, Utah lineup. You can bring the Flores in. Obviously, the Hard Breacher and the Ace. You've also got the Buck. They are bringing in some, pretty interesting pickups, such as the Sense as well. And whenever you think about the Sense in terms of the cache, naturally it would be used to kind of come in from the main breach, where you'd cover off either the garage side or over towards CC. Or cache, to say, sorry, moving into CC. That's the way that you would like to see the Sense being used, is the cover for those planters going in. But just based on the way that they're kind of setting up, it looks as though they're trying to take in towards bedroom. So maybe using the Sense just to cover off a straight line across the middle of cache to get themselves in and can start fighting for those players in towards red stairs.
Now, at this point, I'm curious if they're going to try and throw themselves in with the same sort of heightened aggression that they did before. There is obviously still some FaZe players not a million miles away. And they're watching and waiting and hoping that they can get them more unaware than it was before. There's some of the extension and safety is watched, but Makira wins it out. Yeah, it's a sort of huge opening kill, Makina, sorry, but I was so blown away by them taking Souls on the watch. We know what Souls is capable of. Now as they try and step in, find a second, they're putting pressure above them as well. They're sort of drawing the eyes towards them inside stock. They're saying, look at me, I'm putting the pressure down here. You're going to have to try and bring some players towards me, which will allow the rest of the team, as you can see, on the gym and bedroom side, just slowly moving their way across, putting the pressure on the site. And the Bucks done what they've needed to do. Now they can just cause problems, try and pull the FaZe players out of position.
Oh, yeah. McKenna again, downstairs using the skeleton key, ripping up from below. Really effective if he can get himself in towards stock and really hinder any players in towards that A bomb site. But FaZe still not out of it yet, still fighting back as Handy has equaled it up into a 3-on-3. He's sat over towards rafters and just overextends himself for no real reason. He was in no danger as well, and considering the clock with 15 seconds left, why did he swing?
Yeah, barely any time left here. The 3 versus 2 versus 1. And they're at least able to drive themselves through. The planter is close to the fight. They're just tucked with the cover there. If he can win out this pistol engagement, which he's not going to do, he's going to bait the motion. He can't quite get the connection. He gets the player. But as the other crosses, it's still KDS with this pistol, with this sidearm, with this deagle, but he cannot get it. A showdown. Pistols at noon, Demo.
Oh my, what a round. Pistols, like you mentioned, pistols galore. My oh my, I mean, a 1v3. He kills the first guy directly on the radio door. He sees the guy planting. He misses a few shots. The guy gets off the plant. I was thinking, they're going to run out of time. The guy got off the plant, and he has to stick the plant right on the other side of the wall. And he had an impact. He could have impacted the wall, got himself into a better position, because if he had maybe angled himself, where he moved, towards the exterior breach, impacted it, then he would have had an angle onto the planter. So, again, a little bit cynical for me, I know it is, but he could have clutched that. He really could have. I mean, he could have just killed the guy as he kind of ran across him, and then that fiasco happened, but... Oh! Black Dragons, just about get it over the line.
Just about? Yeah, I mean... On a piece, though. Black Dragons... And obviously the sort of lead in there, the Buck getting the sort of pace to allow them to have so much space, and then Flastry, that name that just keeps showing up for Black Dragons. Continuing that sort of pressure and the terror, and As he said, it shows how thin a margin that comes down to. The kit gets planted and the round goes down to a showdown. What else could you want or expect? What else do we kind of look towards? Is that fearlessness, that almost enjoyment of wanting to step up against the best. There's coverage of a rotation, background to the top of sight, and they have themselves really comfortably in as the breaching happens on CC.
So, Jim and Bedram, this extension across will come in for FaZe, and that's one thing about FaZe is they haven't shied away on any of their defenses to go for these extensions. They want to really test the limits of Black Dragons. They're not going to give them the map control for free. They really want to fight for it, which, again, for a team like FaZe, it's what you expect to see. You know, this is pretty standard for them is to be engaging on this side of the map, setting up with their shields, mute jammers as well, which come in really handy to deny the drone game, as we know. Few ADSs as well, just to really make sure that this deployable shield over towards top red stairs is going to remain up. You can see the bees will be attempted, but look at the ADSs though. Able to burn up 2. Nade will catch the shield. The C4 goes out, but it's not going to connect. Smoke as well. Maybe he could pop on the glasses and look through it. He could try and get a free kill, but he's really worried about this guy downstairs in lounge. He's pushing him. Ooh. That's a really good collapse there in Black Dragon. Steal the KDS very early on.
I mean, just brilliant, right? They made sure that they had somebody in the position to put the pressure on. They made sure they had somebody in the position to push up for the kill as well. And they're just flooding themselves across. And if I sort of commented in the first round that FaZe refused to give up ground, then it worked for them. Black Dragons are making sure that it doesn't. Put the fear inside. The full track, they knew exactly where Handy was going to show up from. And Black Dragons take the lead here against FaZe with a very, very strong round demo.
Very good. Yeah, dealing with that extension extremely well. You can see that the util was done correctly. They applied the right pressure points. You know, look at KDS as a warden. He was so worried about that player coming up the stairs. That's what he was really, really worried about. And that's what you need to have. You need to be pressuring these FaZe players at 2 different ways. You just can't allow them just to sit and look at one angle because they'll beat you in the gun skill any day of the week. We know that. So you need to get creative. You need to apply these different pressure points and make FaZe panic. And that's exactly what Black Dragons did. So yeah, really impressive round from them. FaZe, maybe it's a case of did they try and hold on to that side of the map a little bit too much? Maybe should they have pulled back earlier than when they did? Maybe could have saved them alive and maybe played the 5v5 with a minute left. That could have been an option for them.
I think it's, you know, it's a thing that they've learnt, and you always weigh up your opponents, and I guess based on the confidence they had from the first round where they didn't have to give up terrain and they just won out all their gunfights, it's not always a bankable statistic. Yeah, it might put a little bit more into your energy, and so far I would say it's 1 for 1 on deep holds going to either team. Well, not even that deep. Just holds that can be pulled back from going onto either team. But FaZe aren't a team that really looks at other teams as being better than them, because fair enough, most of them aren't even on their day. It still sort of screams there of Black Dragons just stepping their game up and FaZe almost not fully anticipating that still. Yeah. With the extra bans coming in. Let's see if, I mean, Black Dragons can try and just push more of a deficit into this game.
So, we look towards this basement site again. Also have to touch upon the pans. I think that's a good one from FaZe. Grim has been a bit of an annoying operator that they've had to try and go up against, so removing that off the board makes a lot of sense. Black Dragons removing the bandit. Again, double electrification bans are pretty common whenever we're dealing with maps that have a good number of external hard walls. Obviously, Clubhouse has that in abundance too. So, yeah, good bans from both sets of teams. It's this extension again. It's dealing with these roamers that this was the main issue that they had. Once again, for FaZe, they're setting up it pretty much exactly the same. You've got that hold in towards rafters. You've got a player inside of cache. The player kind of lurking around that first floor in towards lounge to give that little bit of assistance. I just hope the Black Dragons don't fall for the same old tricks because, again, FaZe, they've done nothing differently here.
Ooh, there is what was an idea of a first engagement, but FaZe have pulled themselves a bit further back. Last time they sort of stuck up inside. Cash. This time they're not going to entirely meet the engagement. If they were learning respect, they've learnt it, and there's the first that's a return favor. Flattery does get handy almost immediately back, and with the downs inside the site itself, it's Hornet who's just stolen the site, and alarm bells gotta be ringing here for the side of FaZe, because, well, they've got your site, lads. You've got to try and get your way back in. They're fighting blind, but KDS still wins it out because they had the line in the matchup already. Flattery's gone. Hornet gets one more. They're not going for the plant, go for the kill. And Black Dragons, opportunity was given to them a little bit, and they just stole it.
Yeah, they just thought, you know what? Let's not deal with all those roamers. If those roamers are upstairs, it means they're not downstairs. So let's just play the man advantage and just overwhelm the players in the site. And whenever you have an operator like Blackbeard on your side, yeah, of course you can go for that play. You know, look at the 2 remaining players left up for FaZe. It was the 2 guys upstairs in that top floor. So yeah, Black Dragons going for a different change. They didn't want to go for the hunt. They wanted to just say, you know what? Let's keep them there. We'll just try and flood in and overwhelm those other guys. So yeah, again, Black Dragons, really clean siege. It's good siege. It's smart siege from them. You know, they're not playing into FaZe's hands as what they were in that first round. They adapted. They put the terms on the table, and it said, this is our terms. You have to agree to them.
But who reads the terms and conditions, Demo? Truly.
Well, again, we have to go to HR for that, so we'll get Tim on the phone. We'll see if the contract is eligible or not.
I have read some terms and conditions in my life. Not all of them.
Such as?
Well, I guess, you know, sometimes when I sign a contract for work, I've got to read it.
Yeah.
There's a good one to double check. Just in case. No, that's probably about it. Oh, and on microwave meals. So I know how many minutes to put it in for.
And how not to give yourself food poisoning. I think that's a smart one as well. Yeah.
Well, I don't think you can with microwave meals because it's not really food, is it? 3-1. Black Dragons, and they are just performing brilliantly so far. Obviously, they're seizing and seeing opportunities. They are stepping up to the mantle and the pressure. The same way we talked about things falling apart on a previous clubhouse. This is what you need to do as that young buck team. This is where you look towards the bar because you want to hurdle it. And this, if this goes their way, really sets themselves up for, as I said, it, you know, statistically it wouldn't confirm them for the top 6, but that divide becomes very wide, and Cyber does find Hornet, and then Makina gets Cyber back in, gets that loose player. They obviously had 2 of them going for the hunt, so they've lost the Capitao, but as Rare gets one more, now they're just gonna try and seize control. Souls, though, locks in, gets one, the Zofia swings round, and Black Dragons, the positional awareness to make sure they're always there to add one more to the problem, Demo.
Yeah, it is good. Really good from Black Dragons, making sure they maintain that lead. They did lose, though, 2 pretty good operators that you would like to have, though, for the execute. You're losing the Blackbeard and the Capitan, more importantly. So you think about KDS upstairs in towards Rafters, pretty untouchable. You know, he's still got those ADSs, which obviously will counter the Zofia stuns, which you would expect would be used on that player over towards Rafters. But again, the ADSs just eat them up. So yeah, I think KDS is going to be a bit of an issue for them. I wonder, though, how they're going to use Machina, because it looks as though he's kind of eyeing himself up for a bit of a backstab over towards Logi. Whenever this seems as though it's going to be a pretty traditional, let's push in towards the breach take for Black Dragons, that's the way that FaZe are going to be setting up, so they might not be aware that he's there. However, the rotate, though, catches him out by surprise. Oh, no! Andy had no idea that Muzi was there. The remaining player that we said was tucked nice and safely over towards Rafters. Is going to have to move from that position as the other side of the map collapsed on him. Black Dragons, brilliant again. Just that little bit of bait and switch where they almost pulled him out of position to try and go for the Dokkaebi, and then Zofia out of nowhere. Wow.
I mean, I love every aspect of that because, you know, they knew they were in the 3 versus 2, and they knew they didn't have the utility to take a straight fight, or, you know, if they just try and charge in, you have to minimize options. So in your head, you're thinking, right, well, we really have 2 options here. One of them is to push up red and then just maybe take the last, hit the Zephyr stun and try and outnumber the player. The other one is to go from construction and then try and put the pressure onto red. The way they sort of adapted both is they had the isolation on that single player on top red. So they had the player was at the bottom of the stairs, ready to push up as soon as the contact fight started towards construction, but they also had the player on the rappel. So they knew that the other player hadn't been able to rotate around to offer any support. They isolated it as a 2 versus 1 with one just on the flank watch, and it was just everything that you needed to do there. And they had it all as a very active conversation, and it's just great Siege to watch from the problem-solving side here for Black Dragons. 4-1 up, and FaZe, you know, they're always FaZe Clan. They can always turn it back on. They can always thread 6 rounds in a row. We know what they're capable of. But
oh yeah, it's still not. It's not over by a long shot. You know,
No.
FaZe are just that team that can, out of nowhere, just have a comeback. You know, they can do that pretty easily if they want to. But Black Dragons, yeah, really impressive. I think they're using the operators really well.
Upside down.
Machina's playing inside of APAC today. That's a new one.
Imagine if the and this is an impossible and a ludicrous thing to ask. Imagine if the overlay for cameras would change depending on whether people were like rappelling upside down or not.
I mean,
it would be so
make it
funny.
happen. Let's make it happen, production.
It would be so pointless, so funny to just me and maybe like a few other people.
You're very easily amused. That's the thing with you.
Yeah. I have to be. It's, you know how many thousands of hours of Siege I've watched?
Oh yeah.
A few.
Just,
will they get
the odd number?
the sneaky hunt underneath the hatch? Now the player is on cams. Now they're not. Oh, but they fall right into the waiting hands of Machina. Cyber. Rare mistake made, and as a trade comes out, they're trying to operate on the back of it. They know the player is roughly on the angle. They're caught on the hop, but the Deimos and Rare for the trade again.
Yeah.
Black Dragons.
Oh dear, FaZe Clan just getting outgunned at the moment, and Machina is a big issue. He's just ratting around, isn't he? He's just playing his solo game, and sometimes the solo players we see. It's a difficult position because as a solo player, again, if you mess up, nobody's going to be there to kind of pull you back into things. You're going to get your kills, or you're going to die. You're going to have big impact or zero impact in the round. And at the moment, he's having a big impact. Being able to go and pick up those kills of these unsuspecting FaZe members and not being traded off is the key thing. 30 seconds left, a 2v3. Viking and Soul still remain. But really for Black Dragons, what's your entry point? Yeah, jump through windows, that's going to be difficult.
I mean, this is it, right? 19 seconds, and I compliment how they've approached problems before here. It feels very much just throw ourselves in, and FaZe are ready for it. They have the cross angle, but Machina has the first kill. There's a drop outside, though, and, well, they're picking themselves back up, potentially, because it was just a frost map. 5 seconds, Machina's on the plant. Tucked in the middle, they're trying to cross over. They have the pings. That's 2 players down. It's just Machina on the plant. Can they get this final fight? They're calling out everything now, either side around the bulletproof bed. All the hot pings coming onto the player on the single reinforcement. Is that a gun 6?
Hello?
That is not the gun, Machina. Machina. Do not. That won't do it. That will not be enough.
Knife him.
He went for the knife!
Oh dear. Don't tell me it was out of ammo, like just fully out of ammo in the DMR. Was that the issue?
It had to be.
Because, I mean, yeah, you see him with gun 6. Oh, just... Oh... We are seeing some really unique Siege, haven't we, this past weekend? Like, rounds that we've never seen before. Brand new season of Siege X just dropped. Here it is, guys. All new fun.
I gotta know how many bullets he had left. It's either
You're gonna have
zero.
to give me about 5 minutes. You're gonna have to give me.
My word. 4-2 though, And it comes down to a 1 versus 1, and you know, close as it could be though to a 5-2.5 against FaZe, and they've still got to take that bit of a credit here. But now's the test, because they'll be holding off against the onslaught of FaZe on towards their holds. And when you're not quite driving the momentum, which the compliments that we've paid towards Black Dragons here is they have grabbed it and seized it and gone with it very well, things could start to get a little bit more troublesome. Now, there is obviously a timeout currently taking place. We'll see if this gets resolved soon. But still, yeah. It's just giving you the 5 minutes you need, Demo.
Just, because you kind of looked at it from that perspective, yeah. You know, it's a 1v1. Yes, there was constant information on him. Don't forget, he was getting red pinged. Like, FaZe knew exactly where he was. But you still think, you know, this guy, Makina, where he's been playing really well today, you would like, you know, he can still win this, can he? You know, especially against the Desert Eagle. And then we go to his perspective, and he has the Gon 6 in his hand.
Gon 6.
That's the bit that gets you think, oh, you know, it's FaZe.
Do you know what it was?
5-1 down.
It was a Gon 6, and then they weren't changing off it, which was like, oh no, they know they have a Gon 6. What are they doing? And it's got to be
the knife. Yeah,
they're out of ammo, and they've got it. Because what else? I mean, the other option there is they take a risk, try and drop down the hatch, and hope that they don't know that you don't have any bullets. But you've then given up your one advantage in the situation of you're forcing them to be theoretically within a couple of feet of you, where the knife can do stuff. I guess that, you know, it was red pings. So there's almost this moment, which, again, super easy to us. Do this, we've got the tech force, of whatever camera it was, if he had an idea of where it was, Gon 6ing that out of the way, and then at least disguising some of their motion. But apart from that, it's... because the camera would have just seen them sat there with the Gon 6 and had the exact same conversation we had.
I mean, it's one of them rounds, isn't it, that we're not going to forget in a hurry.
No.
I'll tell you that. That's one for this, rebooks. I mean, overall, still for Black Dragons, yes, they may have kind of faltered in that final moment of the half. Still a really good half. 4-2.
Oh, brilliant.
Should be really happy with it. You know, all credit to Black Dragons. I think they understood their game plan really well. I mean, the specifically was great. They didn't really allow FaZe, you know, with the safety of, you know, having those shields, using those ADSs, you know. And another thing as well they were really good at, I thought, was actually sidestepping a lot of the util. You know, you think about that, not the last round that ran before, where it was that 3v2, they knew there's an Azami and Rafters, and it's like, we don't really want to deal with that. Let's go this way, you know, and it works for them. So, yeah, credit Black Dragons. Really hyped them up. Good half. Really, really good half. FaZe need to pull it together, because this is still, don't forget, as well as Black Dragons have been playing, still FaZe, you know, and that's the top team. So for FaZe fan, if they lose the Black Dragons, you're still going to question them, saying, you know, how is the top team? Black Dragons, it's just the expectations for FaZe are much, much higher than Black Dragons at this current time.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the easiest way of like phrasing how that half has gone is if you ask pretty much every single team in Rainbow Six right now across anything, you were like, if you could take a 4-1 half on your attack against FaZe on club, and they'd be like, oh yeah, please, I'd love that. That would be
like, who do we have to sacrifice?
Yeah. Like,
who do we have to give, you know, give for it?
And there's perspectives on this. It's a best of one. It's league play. It's early on in the league play as well. It's only the 4th play day, and FaZe have been comfortably up towards the top. But we have to remember how narrow the margin is now between 2nd and 3rd, potentially, of how this can go. If those top 2 teams, one of them starts taking only partial points, even if FaZe Clan into OT win this, they'll be one step behind. They'll be 7M from this point onwards.
Of course. Yeah, I think for the top team, it's about almost setting up your stall to show the rest of the team just what you're made of. You know, because we see plenty of time in events, teams will look at other teams and think, well, these guys went undefeated in their league, don't really want to play them. You know, that's what it's all about. It's about setting the setting up shop and showing the rest of the world that you don't want to be messed with. And if you can go flawless on a stage, that weighs heavy on the minds of everyone in the world.
Well, the Monty's going to be given a warning from a fiery pipe as... Well, Muzi gives a warning to KDS with bullets in his face. Does take a lot of damage, but with the Deimos gone, gives a little bit more ground for those roaming players to play on, because otherwise, it's just drones from this point onwards. They haven't got, obviously, the Dockerbee. They haven't got the line to try and get any of the tracks here, and they don't have anything to control the space, so they're going to have to try and force it. However, it's also that tricky sort of conundrum here for Black Dragons of, well, we now have a 5 versus 4, and this is a great site for having a man advantage just being down there. Do we want to try and keep contesting this? Do we want to pull back? It raises a tough moment.
Yeah, I think you easily could pull back and just try and get down the main stairs, but maybe at this stage you're worried, thinking, can't really go for that. There'll be players watching for us, so let's just stay above and hope that maybe we can hit them on the flanks. So FaZe, playing a very dangerous game, are still looking to go for their execute, despite having these roamers still unchecked. Now, Hornet will make a maneuver down into the first floor, drops that hatch. And Makinet is also going to try and assist him walking down main stairs. But again, for FaZe, they're just really relying on this one player holding on to this kitchen corridor in hopes that he can defend his team. And well, Cyber is doing just that. Will pick off one, but don't forget Hornet's still here. Is he going to be ready for him?
Well, they're going to recheck and re-drone and FaZe 50 seconds and sees the player. Player is gone. He's not going to sit around and find out what happened. If he can draw another 20 seconds out of this team, well, that'd be huge for him. Another drone rolls on by, and he can hit the hatch if he wants to. They're still going to try and get some of the control here. Looks like, yeah, this is pretty confidently going to be a hatch drop. Go for the plan on the default. They've got to get this vertical done, though. And having to do it without the buck, I'm not entirely sure what the buck is working on right now, but it really should be the setup of the hold. The flash has come out. The shield is about to try and hit the ground, and it's a scrappy fight as... well, they're instead invested in potentially somebody else coming around, because yes, the Monty is dangerous, but there's much worse danger of FaZe just opting and operating on towards you, playing with the shield, down and up and down, but it's Cyber that drops it. But the timer here, Demo, it just takes one floor to come through here, and that could come from a C4 thrown towards it. Stops the planner, and they get it off of a C4, Demo.
Wow, C4 just sat on lap of Monty, and down goes FaZe like a lead balloon. Not having anyone towards the main stairs there, Fluke. That's what hindered them. Really lacking the vertical pressure. You see how long it took them to deal with that Goyo. Like you mentioned, where's the buck? Why are we using a 417 to do the vertical work? You know, it just took them way too long. I mean, credit to FaZe. Still, being able to even go for that attack, I think, really shows their caliber of a team, because I think trying to attack that while still knowing there's roamers about and you're only just taking from kitchen and that's really it, it's really difficult to do. And the fact that it almost worked for them just shows how good of a team that is. But one simple mistake, and Black Dragons punished FaZe for it. You need to have somebody on that main stairs to stop that cross from happening, to stop the defenders trying to stop that plant going down. Yeah, you miss one thing, again, you're going to be punished.
10 seconds left before
5-2. Ask any team around the world if they could be 5-2 up against FaZe on Clubhouse. It's just a great position here for Black Dragons, and you know, seeing all of them get stuck in as well. It's not just old gunners, it's not just high anticipation new gunners. It's a really even kill game for pretty much everybody. Vidiking obviously plays a different role for the team of FaZe here, but at the same sort of stead, you know, it's all of Black Dragons having this energy, having this confidence, and they are one round away from securing points against FaZe Clan and making them bleed. 2 from taking a full 3 and getting the win and just putting themselves near the contention of the top 2 of anybody. FaZe, again, they're always capable, always possible to try and pull things back in, and as the pressure is very quickly mounting on towards the side of CC Cash, they have the crossover. How much are Black Dragons going to try and spend and hold on to here for the fight itself? The angles are being popped open. They have the long-range Carly as well, more than happy for these engagements. They're just hoping the players slip on by here.
Yeah, you can see a different approach, though, from Black Dragons compared to FaZe. Both of them have went for that extension over towards Cash and CC, but Black Dragons dropping off almost immediately. Where FaZe, they wanted the fight, and it didn't end up paying dividends for them as they were eliminated, and then that really put the rest of the site players in a bit of a predicament. So Black Dragons were simply there to waste a bit of time, waste a bit of utility, and try and maintain that man advantage. And hey, I think that's works really well for them, considering the operators that they have. This position may be the strongest position for Clash that I think we've discovered. Well, maybe Piano inside a Cafe is another one, but in towards that Logi, really, really strong. Can stop that Logi push coming in from construction, again dropping the hatch. So getting through that Clash will be an issue for FaZe.
They've just bullied all of the players off, and the Clash is going to move in and set up, realizing they need to do something to stop this Monty. They've tried to build a bit of a front line a little bit further in on the gym equipment, and it forces FaZe back 10 steps. But more importantly, look at where the Monty's going now. It's pulled the Clash away. The Clash has to turn tail and rotate round, but as Hornet gets one, the Clash does go down. They've lost Cyber. It's a trade they'll be happy to take now, but Flashtree does find handy. So now 2 down. Technically a 4 versus 3 at this point. The Monty is still doing what the Monty does, but as I said, Vidiking plays a particular role. There needs to be something else to offer the cover. Back and forth, and he knew the fight was coming, but KDS gets a second on it, and suddenly we're all tied up. In fact, no, it was the Clash that was confirmed, but there is at least one more for them, but then they drop Vidiking. The shield goes down, and then Muzi tears the head off of one, leaving just souls inside.
Wow.
Black Dragons sit on map point. 6 rounds are theirs, and FaZe, they are just not finding anything from this team.
No, bad day from FaZe. Success is not with them at the moment. Look, this is what happens sometimes. The top teams, they do have an off day, but like you mentioned, with W7M winning earlier as well, it almost applied the pressure to say, FaZe, you also got to win if you want to keep up with W7M. But Black Dragons here at the moment, the Siege, it's really, really, really good. So going to Clubhouse, as much as what it may have been a risk, they have a game plan. They know what they're doing. They are playing the strong operators to the meta. You look at that lineup that they had for the defense. You had a Castle, an Azami, a Mira, and also a Clash. Those operators are really difficult to deal with from an attacking perspective if you don't have the correct operators. You need to bring a lot of util, a lot of soft destruction to really break through the mold of that defense. And it just felt as though FaZe didn't have enough of that. They were able to take away the castle barricades using the Kali, but the big issue I felt was the Azami playing inside a gym. You know, Muzi was pretty untouchable there, was able to lock himself in behind those racks, using the concrete barriers to give himself even more of a defendable position. Again, the Clash being able to rotate back and forth between that construction door, moving over towards Logi. Again, another big issue for them. There's just so much that FaZe had to go through, and they just did not have enough.
Well, the timeout obviously gone through now from the side of FaZe. Can they find a new face to this fight? Eventually, obviously, there is playoffs that come after the league stage, and because there isn't a major that follows, all the SI points are given and divvied up. There is more of a chance for FaZe to obviously be able to get into those best of 3s towards the end against W7M. Top 2 just skip the first seed. They get the bye. They separate themselves from the grand final by 2 series. But still, you want to be the one going in with the momentum, because chances are Black Dragons are going to be a team that you will be fighting again in that Final 4. Maybe even, if they can keep up this energy, Final 2. And, you know, what, number 1 of the league gets 300 SI points. Number 2, 150. It's an immediate drop-off. And 300 previously has been all that a team has needed at some points.
Yeah. And as long as you just fit into the category of being one of the top teams, no matter which place you finish, as long as it guarantees you an SI position, teams don't care. They don't care. So, yeah, I think for FaZe, it is going to be about getting that first place. Look, they've always been the best team in this region. They're going to want to keep that title. But certainly, just I think with the way the league is, with the teams that we have, such as W7M. One loss could be all it takes. Like, really, that is the fine measures that we're dealing with especially the top teams in this region. So, yeah, FaZe gonna need a big old graph to get themselves back into this game. At the moment, the way Black Dragons are playing, Fluke, you just don't see that happening. You know, they're flying right now, aren't they? They're sky high.
Well, until that happened, but that was handy driving in. Flash tree, you could see they sort of pressed themselves up. They got rid of that angle. They made them have to use a little bit more utility, but it was just a good dive. A cut through the middle, and now they can just open up all of this beautiful pressure on towards the top of the rafters. The Monty just being Monty. Has all the angles and, you know, the appropriate information being fed, but at the same time, I think this is Black Dragons that's smart enough. They've bought the Clash round, but look how much other support is. Makina wins the fight out onto Cyber on the balcony itself, and that is huge because now they don't have anyone playing in that position. They're just gonna have to try and send the pressure up. The player is blind, but the ADS catches the grenade. They are throwing themselves at a brick wall here, being electrocuted, forced back. Vidiking half health, dancing around barbed wire. They have just locked it down, Demo.
Oh, the Clash just perfect counters to the Monty. Monty, who is great at just bullying the players over towards Catwalk, can't do anything against that, and time is just slowly getting away from them, and Black Dragons will appear with just a flurry of kills, and that's all down to the Monty. Viking up against Rare and Hornet, but he's up against the Clash. He has no chance winning this. The Clash can just sit here and stun him out indefinitely. Of course, don't forget, no longer take damage from the taser, but still, what can he do? You know, he can't move, he's just going to be slowed down.
It's 15 seconds, Demo. 15 seconds, now it's 10. They've got to try and get the kit. He's just baiting him away and away and away and away we go. The other player could have got the play on contact there, but was like, no, I know they're expecting this. Black Dragons have just 7-2'd FaZe Clan. And you have to give credit to what has been a fantastic performance from Black Dragons.
I think that has to be the biggest upset that we've had so far in SAL. It has to be FaZe. Sure, they lost, but the way that they lost is 7-2. It is dominant from Black Dragons. From start to finish, really, they were on top of things. Their attacks were great. Very unlucky not even to get the 5-1-half. We've seen that bit of a commotion with the Gone 6 in there, but overall, for Black Dragons, they knew what they were doing today. The trade game, I thought, was probably the bit that won it for them. Anytime somebody died, they almost got 2 kills in return every single time, whereas FaZe just didn't have that today. FaZe just off the pace completely today.
I mean, well, I said we might have 2 quick clubhouses. I did not expect it to go that way, so let's see what the desk have to talk about.
Honestly, at a loss for words the whole time. I'm basically doing my best Laxing impression. What the hell? What the hell?
I am so... no, listen, Milos and Foz, I am so impressed with how well Black Dragons played. I accidentally made the fumble mistake. I said they were the worst team in trades. They are the best team in trades. That was my fault for making that error. And it goes to show, I mean, I think Demo hit it best. The trade game that they were playing, I think, really threw FaZe off. But to Fox's point of talking about not letting the foot off the gas, I think that really played true here. FaZe could not find their footing. They could not breathe for 1 second. Even if that aggression stopped from Black Dragons, it came from another side of the map. And even that last round, I just really have to highlight Rare in that situation. Being able to rotate into Garage, thwart off that Monty, and keep pushing it back with the Clash, bringing that round back. I mean, my God, Black Dragons, that was one of the most impressive clubhouses I've seen in quite some time.
Nah, that was exhilarating to watch, especially since we didn't have the expectations for Black Dragons to be that dominating, and obviously they did everything right. Everything we talked about on the desk, focusing on the trades, getting those opening kills, and as soon as FaZe would try to make a move, like you said, Gabe, instantly another trade somewhere else on the other side of the map. Even in that last round, like you said, they're trying to go for garage control. They get a pick, and then all of a sudden, Rare on the other side of the map, flanking, gets 2 kills to even out the man count. Constantly putting the aggression on the shoulders of FaZe. FaZe is a very good team, and we talked about what was the one caveat that we'd be able to take FaZe away. And it came down to just constantly putting it in their face, just not giving them a second to understand what the win condition is, giving FaZe the momentum to be able to think, how am I going to claw our way back into this round? How can we isolate a pick? Constantly moving, constantly adapting. That was an amazing Black Dragons performance. And honestly, their attacks on Clubhouse, we talked about the attacks being so important and that we wanted to see both teams attack side half. By the time we actually swapped sides, even at the 4-2 half, Black Dragons did the damage. Having a 4-2 half on attack absolutely crushed the spirits of FaZe. FaZe's response was to bring that Monty, and the Clash was an absolute beautiful pick every single time to thwart them off, slow the Monty down right there. Beautiful 3K by Muzi, by the way, completely dancing in the gym bomb site.
I mean,
but bringing that Clash to counter out the Monty was phenomenal.
Yeah, and I just have to add, I mean, I also think they lost in the ban phase. Sure, getting rid of both the Electro Claws, getting rid of the Bandits to stop the walls, that wasn't what was messing up their attacks. It was the Kiba barriers coming from Azami. I mean, those were really just putting a hindrance and such a slow attack because they didn't want to deal with the Electro walls. I mean, like I said, I am just so impressed at how this clubhouse came from Black Dragons and just how well this team played together.
Not only was Hornet, off the top here, it looked like OG Muzi. Like, this is high tier. This is what we've been craving to see for ages.
And to look at the round count and see a 7-2 victory for Black Dragons, but then you look at the opening kills and it doesn't really look that drastic, and that just paints the picture that constantly they were focused on trading, making sure that they were playing off of each other, all in unison, aggressively, and that was what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them playing together, having that confidence, and slowly they've been building it up. And out of all the teams that we thought Black Dragons would have been able to have that edge on, we came into it thinking, nah, there's no chance FaZe chalk it up. Oh, Clubhouse, yeah, it's a difficult map to be able to take a team that you think you're better than to. But wow, that wasn't just Black Dragons winning a game. They absolutely dominated. It was a statement game, and it was perfect all the way through.
I'm just at a loss for words. Honestly, I'm so impressed by Black Dragons in this, and Hornet here at the top. Of course, has to have Grim as one of his top offs here, just to fit the name. That, I mean, against FaZe pulling this sort of performance on Clubhouse of all maps, one that no team should be able to stand a chance against them, Gabe. This is something else.
He's already got that jujitsu stance right there, going for that face kick. I mean, that's exactly what he did when he ran through dirt that one round on basement and gets those 2 kills. I mean, Hornet really is stepping into his role on this Black Dragons roster and doing it phenomenally. I mean, I'm running out of breath here in terms of just how much we're talking about these guys and how revolutionized that clubhouse really looked in comparison to what we just recently saw from a previous clubhouse. I mean, it is truly impressive to see this roster really making their mark here. And again, when you make roster changes, it's a bit of a risk. You don't know if it's going to work. You don't know how long it's going to take. You don't know if it's going to be bad. But I mean, they took the risk. They got the players that they wanted. Hornet comes onto this roster, and everything looks like it's just meshing so well together. And getting a win over a team like FaZe, the Goliaths of their region, is only going to make them feel so much better and instill so much more confidence going forward and finishing out the rest of the SAL.
One thing that I absolutely want to highlight, just because Hornet had a stellar performance, but the illusion of the fandom pressure, constantly putting that pressure, it didn't look like Black Dragons was really crutching a single operator, but I will say the Grim was so well placed. Every single time that they would go for an execute, the Grim Bees had FaZe stuck. FaZe could not move. They were so scared constantly of the positions that were exposed. Black Dragons did a great job at denying the information and also gathering so much every single time that they went for an execute.
I honestly, what a day. What a day. We've had quick matches, but my God, have they had a massive impact on the standings? And this is something that, goes back to us talking with our fellow casters of Fluke and Demo, that this game is going to have an impact on the standing in the macro level, with FaZe taking their first L, with W7M having a great time, with Black Dragons now earning all 3 points with a 5-round differential against FaZe.
Tied.
I mean, look at that. They're tied on points, but because they beat them in the head-to-head and in general just have better stats overall, Black Dragons are second place. W7M now first.
Yeah, I mean, this is impressive. Again, I mean, you don't know what can happen. Obviously, this is starting to paint a picture now that we're ending the second week in the SAL, but this can still easily shift. One game easily puts some teams above while other teams get propelled down. But for Black Dragons, again, to get one of the harder opponents underneath your belt, taking the 3 points, again, that is a very good sign for what the rest of the standing can look for them as long as they continue to play just like how they played today.
Yeah, that's the one worry for me. That's the one worry for me when it comes to Black Dragons is when push comes to shove and it comes to those serious matches. That's where we do see the pressure in the past affect Black Dragons. So they need to maintain this level of ferocity going through the final weeks. Make sure you get as high as possible. But I really want to see consistency at this point from them.
So speaking of consistency, NIP now currently at the number 4 spot. They're fighting for an even higher position in the standings against a wounded opponent, Loud. NIP versus Loud after this break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Once more and quite quickly onto the breach over Florianopolis here in Brazil. The action continues with an entire overview of this league that has just been flipped on its head off of one game. I won't spoil anything. I'll leave that to later on in the day, or at least the conversation veers to it eventually. But 4th game of the day, Loud versus NIP, as our teams get ready in the lobby. Will you join us here on the desk? Hi, I'm Milos, your host. With me are Laxing and Foxe, and let's just dive right into it. First of all, with the wounded soldier that is Loud, that we had a lot of expectations on them after Reload, now not really living up to them in the first few play days.
No, not at all. I mean, it's definitely been it's going to be a perfect matchup because I feel like this is a moment for Loud to jump back into the standings. They've had a pretty hard fall from grace, but also it's a beautiful parallel because NIP has fell from grace. They're trying to get it back. But as for Loud, obviously being the number 1 team out of groups into Reload to go onto the main stage, and then they lose to Furia, right? The tournament winners. We expect that, but they had such a strong performance of individual play. We had so much promise for them, and then they come to the SAL and a measly struggle win against 9Z, and then just immediately losing to Black Dragons, to Lowe's, teams that you wouldn't think Loud would lose to just because of how much promise they showed, how individualized they were. They were the rejuvenation. Honestly, watching them at Reload, it was like watching finally a brand new Brazilian team come in, shock everybody, and just show Brazil's dominance. But now just inconsistencies after inconsistencies, and they've just been losing the gunfights. Their firepower just has not been at the capacity that we saw them at Reload. They're losing gunfights. The trade potential is not there. Honestly, the lack of awareness in the way that they're dying is the biggest factor. Almost as if they don't really understand where everybody else on their own team is positioned.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary thing, especially when you talk about not understanding where your team is on those positions, especially on a defensive half, where that should be the one thing where you do genuinely understand where you can move, where you can't move, where a player has covered, where an angle can be met by. So, I mean, for Loud, I think, you know, getting that name, getting that org within the scene does put a little bit of pressure, and obviously the success that they had and have created so far, to have it so early on, I think this is kind of the problem. This is kind of the reconciliation of finding early success and it now starting to bite you, and you're chasing after finding that success and what made you so good before, that it's actually more so doing negatives and paying dividends in terms of your overall performance.
Well, on the other side, it's NIP, and it's a team that in the past we would have talked about at the tippity top of Brazil. There was a time where not having NIP at a LAN event would have been just an impossibility. And now, after a slight tweak, the team has seemed completely rejuvenated here, Gabe.
Yeah, they definitely seem far more rejuvenated after letting go of Psycho, but, you know, I want to give that credit to the rest of the team as well. I mean, everyone is stepping up in their own right, even just in their performance yesterday. Sure, you could write off Liquid hasn't been having the best start, but it was still a 7-4 match. But Wizard and Fantasy are two players that really stuck out to me that game in terms of their overall performance, how well they've been playing, especially Fantasy. I mean, we've always known him to be this aggressive entry player. I mean, yesterday he went 3-0 and on entry, same with Wizard. I mean, this team is firing on all cylinders, but on the same end of firing on all cylinders, what does worry me about this team, especially going into this matchup, is their attack stats. They are one of the weaker side of the attacking teams, only winning 9 round on attacks versus their 19, where in comparison to their defense, they're winning defense almost at a 72% win tile, already getting 13 rounds won out of 18. For me, the biggest question for this team is if they can start finding more success on their attacks, using Fantasy just to spearhead that opening, and then using the rest of the players to just dissect the round and then eventually converge onto that site, NIP will be far more convincing, in my opinion, in the long run, and especially once we start getting into potentially best of threes if they maintain a top 6 position.
Right. I mean, they are in an amazing spot. Obviously, Wizard last year was one of the lowest performing players on NIP, now finding so much success. And both of these teams, I think it's a really good situation for NIP to go up against Loud, because we just talked about Loud struggling individually. I mean, you look at the leaderboard and obviously there's 2 outliers, that STK and Perez, that are constantly having to put up those numbers. And obviously there's a little bit of a disconnect. Free kills constantly going in the favor of the other team. But NIP, super aggressive team. That entry of Fantasy is going to be devastating against a team like Loud. Loud really needs to tighten up and at least focus on the basics of fundamentally trading, not worrying about the stats too much, because NIP is an aggressive team. We know that they're sitting nice, they're feeling hot, they have the energy, they're going to be going for those early aggressive gunfights. And if we see the same Loud that we saw yesterday, we saw week 1, Loud will get picked apart.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot stop the boom in a moment like this. You have to keep it going, and this kind of goes into what happened in our previous game, where when you put on the pressure, you can actually surmount quite a few obstacles, and that's what we expect today out of Loud. If they want to recover, this is the perfect moment to try to do so. But on the other side, Black Dragons, they equally have to continue that role. Cannot stop at this point in time. Play that momentum as far as you can. Our map, though, for this series, which one will it be? Again, 9-map pool down to only 1. Gabe, can you take us through it, please?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Loud here, the pressure's more on your shoulders here. You need to start accumulating points, especially to be ending the second week. Whereas for NIP, you really just want to find balance. And I think going into Nighthaven Labs is a good balance. Again, if you're Loud here, you're starting on that attacking half. For me, the bigger issue here with Loud is we aren't really seeing them to find their stride on attack, whereas their defense is even worse. So you're going to a map where defense, statistically, you have to play around each other. And Fox, you already touched up on it. They don't know what they're doing. Well, not necessarily they don't know what they're doing, but they don't know where each other are on the map. They don't know how they want to facilitate and working around a map. Whereas on the opposite side of NIP, their defense is really strong, where their attacks aren't so great. And like I said, the biggest thing for me is being able to utilize Fantasy as much as possible here, but to get that entry. But as both me and you know, and as any watcher of Siege, entering into a map like Nighthaven Labs is very hard because it's so tight. So for me, I really want to possibly see a little more shield play coming out of NIP and allowing them to actually get that spearhead within there, and then using Fantasy to double back off of that.
Yeah. I'm just going to keep it blunt. I don't have faith in Loud going to Labs. Obviously, they played it against Los, and they got absolutely dumpstered by Los on it. It was a 7-4 scoreline, but it really wasn't in their favor. The opening kills, they were dreadful. They were really bad. They had no understanding of how they wanted to approach the map at all. That was their biggest issue. And everybody on the team, it doesn't really seem like they are that comfortable on it, because the only reason why it was so close was because Perez had to drop almost 20 kills. He had 18 to be able to keep his team even in contention of winning these rounds. And on a map like Labs, it's not a one-person show. You have to be able to take control of the map on all sides to be able to maintain that time. So if we're going to see the same type of Loud, it's only been 24 hours. I just don't have that much faith, especially against a hot NIP, that if you give them the 1v1s on these edges of the maps, over by Aqua Stairs, over by the IT wall, they're more likely going to win that. And then what is Loud going to do?
Yeah, I guess substantially more complicated there. And I would liken Nighthaven Labs a lot to Clubhouse, where it does test your fundamentals. You need to know how to rotate around the map. You need to work your heart breach properly, to roam, to lurk, etc., to counter all of those if you're on the attack. I think it's one of my favorite maps to watch and to play overall in CGX right now, just because it really does test your metal on an even, I think, a better way than even Clubhouse, because it is a more updated map. It's more up to date. That allows more intricate operators and setups to be played compared to what it was in the past. And it's a test. NIP beat Black Dragons, yes, in OT, but they beat Black Dragons on club. Maybe that's kind of spelling disaster for today, but we'll have to see what happens in the matchup itself. Let's pull up our casters and have a quick little chat. Demo in Fluke. Hello,
Yes.
hello. Today
Hi.
has been so far very Quake games. Quick contrast to what happened yesterday. Are we seeing a bit of a shift in that, maybe, Demo? You're blunt.
Again, I think for Loud, I think Fox kind of nailed it on the head. Going back here to a map where, yes, it may have been 7-4, but Perez, he was the one who was winning them really the only rounds that they did. And you can never go in and say, oh, he's going to play the exact same way as what he did yesterday and we'll be fine. That's not how it works. You know, players, unless you're freakishly consistent, which there's only a handful of those players in the world who can do that, being able to drop another 18 bomb today as what he did yesterday, I just don't see it plausible. It's not a way that you can go around and prep for this game.
All I'm going to say to that is skill issue. Our game is ready to go. Loud versus NIB, please. Fluke, Demo, take it away.
Will do, Milosh, as we go back into Labs and we at least break our chain of clubhouses, but will we change the pace? Now, I talked about it once or twice, Demo, throughout this day, of how the big picture, the grand scheme is shaping up. If NIP win this 3-0, they will jump up to second place. Currently, they'll leapfrog both Black Dragons and FaZe Clan. But it means the divide at that point between 5th place and between 4th place would be, I think, 6 points. 5 or 6 points, which is 2 whole play days, which is mega in the grand scheme of things. It would be 5.
Oh, it's, yeah.
Attackers have located a bomb.
The game. Obviously, we can mention about Cloud, and it's just the organization, isn't it? Come back to that. Playing for the big organization, their first time in Siege as well. Don't forget, they've just joined it this year. They want to hit the ground running like any organization would.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, so far they haven't been able to. And at the same time, it's nothing that we can ever truly comment on. But when you can look at the statistics and you see that the player that they let go is having such a good time on a different roster, you do wonder, really, you know, if they're still trying to piece a game plan together that they maybe didn't operate on before, if they're trying to rebuild into a new manner that they're still learning the cut and the ebb and the flow of. Either way, we'll be playing without the Kaid and Mirror to restrict some of these plays, so this site is going to feel slightly easier to start breaking into here. Obviously, you'll often have a Mirror putting pressure out of IT like this, and the other looking in towards the connector and jungle. But here, Maverick able to start steadying away, just puts a bit of phantom pressure hole in and is going to let the Buck set up, get the wall open, and give them this route and attention across the top.
In terms of the bans that we have, we just have a look at how the Lost and Loud game went yesterday. Loud, well, whenever they kind of looked at their bans on the attacking side, obviously banding defenders out. It's the exact same. You know, Cade and Mira, they were operators that they wanted to get rid of. Mostly because, again, Cade is going to help them get those walls open, which is always one of the main things that we look towards labs, is how well teams can open up those walls and how quickly and how efficiently they can do so. And then Mira, just as a general operator, you know, good on every bomb site that this map has to offer. So yeah, we're moving it off the board, but it still leaves operators such as your Clash, such as your Azami open, which, you know, pretty good over towards the rafters. As you can see, that's exactly where the Azami is at the moment.
Come at me.
The Clash can offer some support, but the pressure starts to come round on towards those rafter players. They peel themselves further and further back into the site. They're not going to entirely contest this, but they've wasted pockets of utility and pretty much, well, a minute of that sort of change over time. Now, Loud, can they get lucky? They pull the trigger a little bit early, but the Clash is going to reveal it. It's some damage done towards the smoke of Cons, who's pulled themselves away. That might have been either from the vertical or through the drone hole, but they haven't been able to get themselves confidently in yet or anywhere, and they haven't been given a body, they haven't been given a fight. The longer this time ticks on, the better it's going to work and operate for those defenders. They know the pressure is underneath them. I love that they're just entirely avoiding that confrontation down there.
Yeah, I think that's really good patience, though, from NIP. Just don't give them any picks. You know, whenever there's bucks kicking about downstairs, just don't challenge them. Let them sit down there. Stay towards the, you know, the hard surface areas that they cannot get you in. All of this pressure is going to come in through Fish. Can NIP hold on with that smoke?
That's it, 15 seconds, all the pressure on Fish. They're behind the monitors and they don't really know which way to look, but they can see the bullets hitting the wall behind them. But as long as they survive, they can cause some danger. Pino gets one SDK, gets Fantasy the flank, drew the attention away, but the timer demo, doesn't matter if you're in a 3 versus 3, if you can't get in and hold F, then you're just gonna have that result. NIP held down, just did not give them anything from any of the probes that Loud had sent forward.
Yeah, Loud were really hoping to get a pick, weren't they, with the skeleton key? You know, once you open up all those different walls and you start making the sites pretty impossible to play in, and you can only sit in a few select corners, then you'd hope that the buck can come in and root them out, get some kills, but NIP just gave them nothing. Nothing at all. And it almost got to the point where it was like 30 seconds and the Loud players were looking at each other thinking, he hasn't gotten any kills, what do we do now? You know, they were hoping to find a pick, and then that would open up the bomb site for them, but yeah, NIP playing really, really well. The smoke on Fish was able to delay a lot of time, and then yeah, obviously the flight came in at the very last minute. Just way too slow for Loud. They were really relying on players getting these picks, but if they don't come, you need to have a plan B. And I think this was another thing I mentioned yesterday, is Loud are a team where if plan A doesn't work, plan B doesn't exist. That's the issue that they have.
Yep.
5 seconds left before
Yep, entirely true. And it sort of brings up the comments that I was making at the start of this. Is Loud's struggles, based on how well the players were performing before, because they're trying to set themselves up with a new system of approach? You have to go back and sort of compare some of their operator lineups, the approaches, and also there's been meta changes as well, which are always going to change how well a team can operate, but it's not the biggest sort of difference between when they were finding success and not. Either way, Loud, they're not quite able to get themselves off to that strong start, and now they'll go down towards that basement. Again, the Kaid being gone will give them a little bit of a boon to work towards. The Deimos being off the board will slow some of the track, their play across any of those loose thread players, but it doesn't look like, on a cursory glance around the map, that there really is any on the top floor. A little bit just above the hatch, there it is, Fantasy, but instantly under the first bout of pressure, pulls their way away and takes the fight. Daffo, you cannot just trust that they are not there.
Oh dear, Loud. Another bad start for them. And once again, this is where I worry. If they don't get that opening pick and the plan A doesn't go off to a hitch, what can they really do? And another thing as well that this team's always struggled with is trading back kills. You never see them. Really, one person dies and an immediate trade comes in 2 seconds later. That doesn't happen with this side. And again, they're showing it right now. It's a 2v4, half the round still to go. You've got a Blackbeard and a Dokkaebi left, attacking on the basement. Like, you know, what are they gonna do? This was the risk of going back to a map which he didn't look all too hot on yesterday, and I'll be honest with you. I would say that NIP is a bit of a step up compared to loss.
Well, there's one, there's two. Stepped up, stepped off, and stepped on. In that order. It's just solid hold from NIP, and it's a team that's synonymous with that, right? I know we sort of talked a little bit about it yesterday where we said they're a team that often likes to set up and push and set up and push. And here, the way their defenses are being tested is it's still so by the book. They're not doing anything. Okay.
I don't know if they are.
Tested in some regards, but not out of the threat. You'd look at the data on the graph and you'd be like, all of this is in line with what we thought would happen. It's not a surprise. In the first round, they pulled back, they manipulated the space. As it got smaller, they were still always safe. And that is one of those things that takes a lot of practice of knowing, right, where they are going to be able to and where your hold still has its feet. And that round, I mean, stepping up to the window, okay, it's not the most common thing. And fool me once, Daffo. Shame on you. Fool me twice. We'll see if that happens. But 2 false starts, 2 rounds into NIP's favor. If they complete this perfect rotation, it could be another quick game for us today, Demo.
Yeah. Could be. We do move into our third bomb site choice, though. So top floor and the bottom floor both going to be locked off. Instead, now we move in towards storage. And again, the main issues that we generally see that the defense struggled with in this bomb site is just the fact that you can jump in the window and have a blind spot that you can plan in. That's always the thing that the defenders have to go up against. So hopefully for NIP, they would have seen the way that Loud want to play. And again, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Perez had a pretty big pop-off round as well down here. I mentioned on the kind of pre-desk as well, Flute. You can't just rely on one guy doing all the work for you again. You can't.
No. I mean, it's not ever been the mark of a great team, right? It can be the mark of a great player to be a standout player, but a standout player isn't doing it because they have to. They're doing it because they are allowed to by a decent network and framework of players around, underneath, and supporting them. And yeah, it's exactly the same point where you cannot have all that sort of reliance. Here, Fantasy's taken a shoulder of damage. A couple of bullets shaken towards him, but not entirely removed off the boards. They'll be able to grow into it. They've got themselves, obviously, the potential control of the Rara, get some of this rotation locked off, give themselves a bit more awareness of it. Now, the rotates and the loose players have been a bit of a threat before, but as that all gets reinforced, they'll be able to step their way in. And 2 Selmas utilized to sort of force the player into an uncomfortable situation. Obviously, Wizard still has a bit to play with here. The Banshee will give them some awareness. The Bees come over the top. They have a pillar player too. You know, they're holding onto the vertical as much as they can, but we sort of remember where the site is, where the plant is. They have to not lose their lives here as they do step back a little bit. There's one caught. Live missed the first one, catches the second one. The C4 doesn't get anything. That's Fenrir gone.
Yeah, good pick. Gets them into where they want to be, in towards this IT breach, and now they can start opening up the floor above that storage, because of course that is where teams are going to want to plant, is by jumping in towards that window. However, this man close to the window hasn't been checked. No, he hasn't been cons. A quick snatch and grab with a kill onto Daffo, and somebody has to react to this. You cannot allow him to play in this position. Is there another one going to challenge him? Yes, they will be. Need some pressure from above, but he's just tiptoeing around. Finally gets eliminated by Alive, but a lot of damage being done there on the sides of cons.
I mean, you look at the timer now as well, Demo. Bassetto's got a goo mine they've got to take out. It just slows everything down, and as we swing our way back up, Fantasy has an important moment. Do they know he's here? Well, the door will give them a second, but they stop. Oh, the planter goes through. It's a 2 versus 2. And now they're concerned about a player underneath them. The support is going to come round. They've realized they've got to focus this. They've got the vertical. They've got this long watch. They're going to try and drive on the single fight, and they lose it. Perez gets one and up through the bars. With Fantasy so low health. Gets it. Don't have a Kiba. Going to play with the first ping. The Buck pulls back. STK. Experienced enough to know how to play this. Can just hit it with the skeleton key. Fantasy is a shot. And the Buck gets the end of it. But a 1-versus-1 showdown on the tertiary site. There is still work to be done.
Yeah, again, for Loud, you could see the idea. You know, it was always going to be take control of IT and then just simply jump in and go for the plant. And they were successful with that. But probably you needed some better flank protection. You know, you had the Aurora upstairs who was attempting just to block off the doors. Aurora, I don't know why they were running out of the breach. So I don't get. Surely you just stay above at that stage and hold down the flank, you know. But little things there from Loud. But thankfully, STK clutching up big. If you lose that, that's a kicker and a half, isn't it? Because you should have won that round. If you lost that 1v1 with a Buck playing below, big questions being asked. But still, able to get it over the line. They win that round. But I don't think this game will be decided if Loud can beat the third bomb site choice. Loud need to beat the top floor and the bottom floor. That's what they need to win.
I mean, if you lose that site, it's an instant timeout, right? There's no two ways about it. In that manner as well, the sort of push on. I like that they had the Rawa cover there on towards the top door. They still lost the engagement immediately after. They would just sort of turn tail and try to break out of the sort of IT side, but I mean, one was asked for perfection. 2-1 here. Now, Loud, as you said at the time, Plan A failed. They tried to move on to a Plan B that they were piecing together as they went, and they just didn't really have it. I'm wondering if they'll instead start with a slightly different approach, maybe try and put some of the pressure elsewhere. They had free reign underneath for a long time. It didn't really net them anything. They still do have the Buck of Alive, but hopefully they go a bit swifter, a bit quicker onto it, or they full send and try and hunt down a potential loose player.
It's Loud going for the general business of opening up those walls using the Maverick, and I'm sure the Buck or the Flores will come over and finish it off. Live will do just that. So again, for Loud, they're just going to try and open up as many options as they can. Last time it was just a time management thing, Fluke. It was just that they weren't quick enough, and NIP gave them no picks at all, which just didn't help. You know, going into a 5v5 with about 20 seconds left, it's really difficult then to get it over the line for Loud, because you just have to play off just sheer gun skill alone, which can be quite difficult if you don't have the information which they didn't have on the defenders. Brava, doing good work at just being able to move over and get plenty of utility. 2 Banshees will be hacked, and again for NIP, just sitting tight in the bomb site, not wanting to give any of those picks away. But I will say, though, is that Loud this time, I like the addition of the Brava. It's given them more options now. Being able to pick off gadgetry such as the Melusi, it will give them opportunities to creep up and try and find an easy pick onto an unsuspecting NIP player.
Now, Fantasy is tucked in, waiting on towards the top of Garage. I suppose the top of storage there. They're hoping that maybe they can try and keep this Bastion position that became a bit of a drive before, a bit more aggressively. But as I said before, with the pressure that comes from this verticality, oh, they almost netted an engagement. But then they get dropped by just Pino deciding that he wants to finish the fight. The C4 out over. They sort of expected it. They baited it with the flash, which is wise. It's a much better trade on utility, but time is that cost. Now, without the player underneath, that sort of big part of both plans is driven away. The flash onto the clash, they'll just sort of hold the electricity. Fantasy steps out and steps on. 2 more players once again. Pino finding another. It's a 3-versus-1. Clash is still up as well. And it was just an execution on the door of Electric.
So Loud attempting to try and hit NIP from all different angles. You know, you had IT, you had Garage being pressured, obviously over towards Electrical and Connector. Just trying to, you know, keep NIP on their toes. But whenever NIP have that walking shield, that clash, just running around the bomb site, being able to call out information for his team, pretty easy then for the defenders to swing off the information and pick up those kills. But I would say I think that round does come down to just who are the better team of gunners in that stage, and I think NIP, they showed it. You know, Fantasy having a great round there, stepping out of the breach over towards Garage, picking up 2 kills. You know, that's just raw talent in many ways. But I think Loud, they are desperate for that first kill, aren't they? And that time they were, again, relying on that buck below. This time, NIP, they had already opened up a majority of the floor themselves so they could play into that buck and try and catch him by surprise. That's exactly what happened. Buck was not expecting all of that floor already to be opened, and he was going to get killed from that. So, yeah, NIP adapting to Loud playstyle from that first round, and obviously for Loud, again, falling into that same issue where they're relying on one player to get a kill to open up the bomb site, but if they don't get that, nothing's going to be built off that.
3-1 NIP now, and they've started to put this one as a bit more of a divide. Obviously, they were pretty decent on this hold as well last time they were here, so this could be another sort of touch and go moment. Getting that early kill, looser on the map itself, pulling out on the roam game, and then just stepping back in. It's something that they can build in. Now, though, with Loud needing to try and just find an encircle. On a first loose fight, they're cutting off the rotate here. The attention paid on towards the kitchen. Legion hates, gets himself a little bit closer towards an escape route down by a vending. You can see, obviously, that Visit on one shoulder. They have the player above. They've kept themselves, NIP here, in a very decent network of connection between each of the players, and it's giving Loud food for thought on where they want to approach first.
NIP are going to be rooted out from their mid-floor hole by that ram above, and also some of those reinforced walls being opened up. Fantasy was thinking of attempting maybe a flank in towards that lobby, but has since been battled back by that player over towards Connector. But one thing that NIP are doing well here is just wasting that time and not giving Loud any picks at the moment. Now, for Loud, they have brought in that Blitz, of course, to assist with this roam clear out. Well, if NIP are just going to fall back into sight, then, again, they've wasted a decent amount of time and not really done much, but there's still roamers upstairs. I mean, this is where Loud need to be a little bit quicker here, because we're into the minute 10 mark and still no kills on the board, and they haven't even attempted at probing the actual bomb site as of yet. Fluke time. Biggest issue for Loud at the moment.
That's it, right? As I said, they had the hole. They were trying to probe a loose angle, and Fantasy finds Pasetto. That is the Blitz gone for Wizard.
Double dead.
Maybe overstays their welcome. Drifts sideways on the door, and, well, 2 for it. They've still got work to do underneath. But from this point onwards, they've got the smoke canisters, Legion. They've got everything to slow down. Something really slow.
Oh, just I don't think they have the time. Just the utility still yet to be popped. You've got smokes. The Goyo's still up. I don't know how Loud are going to make it through this. I really don't.
Well, if they're going to do it, they've got to do it sooner rather than later. You can see that they're still trying to step it on this vertical fight as well. There's no one really giving up, and Hates wins it against Live via the vertical. There's fire on the default plant spot, so that 10 seconds finally throws itself out, and they've retaken their vertical. And then there's Perez getting cons as well, covering on the swing. Pino all that's left, and he's just going to go for the dash, and he's they're a step too late. Cannot get the second, but that was a half second, if that difference, Demo.
Oh, very, very close. I mean, a bright idea, just you have to go for it, don't you? If the guy kills you on the vertical, he kills you, but on the off chance he misses, you could be in for a big jackpot. Yeah, the issue was the smoke wasn't in a position to use this last smoke grenade. He still had one left in the pocket. That would have done it for them. If that smoke grenade landed on that default plant position, then Loud would have been out of time. So I just think a misposition there from the smoke. But still, for Loud, had everything covered. I think that the pressure from the hatch, holding the player as he tried to swing in towards Exo, that was good. Again, maybe the guy on the other vertical could maybe be questioned the fact that that guy's ran straight across, but still, the fuser goes down. That's the main thing that matters for Loud.
Okay, Loud. They are able to push that one over the edge as close as it could possibly be, but that isn't what people will remember. They'll look at the top of the scoreboard and go, it's 2-3. Really couldn't have been a couple of rounds ago. So there's still work to be done, but they've guaranteed themselves 2 attacks. I think for them, that's the bar, right, Demo?
Well, in terms of how they did yesterday, they also were able to take 2 attacks. So it's, I suppose, consistency, but I think for Loud, they probably would want more. Yeah, it started off with Lost taking a 4-2 half on their attacks, and then Loud, they took 2 defenses but just couldn't get the rest, or 2 attacks, sorry, and just couldn't get the rest. So, yeah.
So, 2 to 3, and oh, they're going to see if they can try and start with the pressure above. As it was done before, they seem almost immediately trying to match it, but the breach isn't being slowed. Instead, pull back and pull even further back. That flash just to swap anyone swinging out potentially, but nobody's there to immediately get the follow-up. Obviously, they don't want to go back down to tank and assembly. Instead, onto storage and control, onto a site that did come down to a 1 versus 1, and as Hates gets the opener, it's immediately traded out. The Blackbeard hopping in as a Guman in his foot. Doesn't want to get swung on before it happens, but nobody's trying to get in there immediately. They're not a million miles away, but that was a good steal of that top floor vertical there.
Yeah, and Blackbeard from that rafters really, really strong. He will now come up against a Wizard who was just in behind the monitors, but now location will be known with that drone at his feet. As a Blackbeard, needs to be careful. Don't want to engage that operator because we know how strong that he really is, and again, that Scar hits pretty darn strong. Instead, moves back to his other monitors, and he will be pinged out in the nade as well to force him out, but it's actually be a missed nade. Doesn't have to move at all from Wizard, and again, that's still a white nade, so he's still fine. So 2 nades being wasted and doesn't net anything. So Blackbeard really struggling to get himself in here and eliminate Wizard.
Look at this, all 4 of the remaining players here to try and get the vertical control, and it works well. 2 kills taken out. It was the right decision, because now they have a minute to try and operate on towards the site itself, and NIP shooting up through bars. Perez does get caught out by Hates on the flank, but this will give the awareness of one's upstairs, one's down, and they immediately shut down Hates. Now Cons all alone. They drop their way down. They can just try and go plant on towards the default side. The Blackbeard survives. Lucky 2, but unlucky for NIP, and that's an even half demo.
Yeah, improvements better than yesterday. That's one thing you can definitely say about Loud. An even split is good. I think they've been able to recover those past 2 rounds really, really well. Not having any issues with the 3rd bomb site. That's one thing has to be said for Loud. They won that twice, and obviously winning the basement was really the top floor was where they struggled with their time management more than anything. For NIP, just taking their foot off the gas, just a tad there, it felt like. Struggling, of course, against the Blackbeard. So certainly shields were a bit of a win con there for Loud in that round, and having that Blackbeard as that main spearhead into the site. So now we see the side switch. In terms of the bans that Loud went for, they went for a triple shield ban up against Lost yesterday. And we only just see the 1 shield, so is going to be a Monty, and a Deimos makes an appearance in the ban list.
I think it always makes sense, Deimos, against the right team, against the right hands. In some people's opinion, the most powerful operator, right? It's a fear driver. You've got, in some sites, 2 floors of soft. That revolver just breezes through like cheese. It's just comfort removal here. Now Loud get themselves that even level. They did look better and better and better as well. Obviously they doubled down success on that tertiary site, but they also took it so much cleaner, so much calmer. I sort of said it before the action came together, was instead of them being individually poking and prodding at different angles, there was all 4 of them above, making sure they got the job done, making sure they were playing against NIP's game of refusing to sort of stand down, and it netted them success, and then they started going towards the site. So that energy, that momentum, squarely and firmly in Loud's favor right now.
Oh, Shields. Oh, having a bit of issues there. Fantasy almost gets taken out. But can't say same for Wizard though. He will be taken out, and that's the Grim gone. A good operator to get off the board early for Loud, of course. NIP still yet to get the walls open. Haven't made an attempt at it as of yet. And don't forget, they maybe are worried about potential bandit trick, because an operator was not banned. So I think they're just waiting until they get the drone work done. And yep, no bandit there. They can go for it. no issues whatsoever for them. And almost a nice little kill from Daffo. And Perez with the aggression will swing onto that opening and pick off that player on the upside down rappel. NIP, a tragic opening for this round.
I mean, they just kind of said, oh no, you're not allowed into the building, right? They've been able to get the kills outside. I said before they had the momentum, and here they're just sort of reaffirming it, putting a couple of underlines on and putting it in bold, of saying, look, the longer we can keep them uncomfortable, the more we can sort of make them believe that. I said it before, NIP often a great setup and take team, and here, Loud agree, so they're just not giving them the option to set up. There's 3 versus 5. But sorry, I lied. It's a 2 versus 5. And it is the Ace into the Flores against the world now. No Raura, no Grim, nothing for that push, nothing for the Blackbeard as well. I mean, at this point, it's just picking up the hope they don't get flawless. Well, there's one.
Not 2 though, as Daffo makes quick work of the ace. And yeah, good, strong start for Loud, who now end up leading. It's something we really haven't seen much from Loud over the past 2 playdays, as them being in a commanding position, but certainly this is an occasion where they are, and NIP now on the back foot of things, as it was a pretty poor opening round for themselves, and the news is they don't have to go back upstairs and attack that again. Basement will be the site selection for Loud, and again for Loud, just looking at their lineup, I do expect to see a bit of roam action from them, considering they have an Ela and also a Legion. 2 operators that, again, I think are pretty good as roaming operators, just kind of off the cuff, where you place the traps to really hinder your attackers pushing it into you, and you can take advantage of that. So, yeah, I think a roam game's certainly going to be on the cards for Loud.
4-3. And NIP, they, as you said, you know, Loud have been able to seize themselves that sort of first step ahead. It's a rare thing to see for the roster. I know that we said at the start of this, it can't just be a single massive performance, and Perez isn't, you know, hugely ahead. But both Perez and SDK generically are for the team, right? SDK 9-3. And now, on the Ela, on those rolls alongside the Legion, where the 2 of them can just be very expressive around the map. They can try and find awkward places to pick up fights and see where they can sort of leave dead bodies behind. At the same time, the team, you know, they have what can operate them on these swings. You're fully looking at a setup that is saying, yeah, we're winning the gunfights. Let's let them swing into us. We have Fenrir. We can restructure the Ela alongside Goya to buy themselves some time. Really, they're baying for NIP to step in as the pressure starts to come. Cross from the kitchen side. They got there in the end, but how much will they sort of give them here as NIP hates is eyeing up the top floor from the other side? Will they go for a pinch on a player? Fantasy does find live, and that does maybe cut off some of the rotation hope of anyone else up here.
Loud. We're going to have to be forced back almost to site. But if they do want to try their hand at a flank, and that's exactly what SDK is going to go for. Will be straight out, though, by the Blackbeard, but Perez able to eliminate Hates, though. You still have Daffo inside a lounge. He's just tucked himself in using those Kiba barriers, and he will also be assisted by Perez, who's still kicking around in towards Cargo. Daffo has since then left the lounge, and this is looking a little bit messy from NIP. It doesn't look as though they have really any idea about where these defenders are at the moment.
Secured a way through.
I think that's it, right? Although they've been able to get rid of the first 2, they've still got to try and get the kit to land. There's still one not too far away. And if they don't overextend on towards where Daffo's position is, who's concerned about the hold above him, well, they could be just terrifying. Now, this is vital space Daffo is in. So surely at some point it will get checked, it will get pressured. Before they just go and have a plant, they have plenty of time to still get it done. Because otherwise they are only watching in towards the route in towards the plant. And here's that moment. Pino creeps their way around, slowly expecting a firefight, but how close are they expecting it? There's pings. There's Daffo, though. Pino wins out, and now that 50 seconds became 30, but the rotate time to get to that vertical position demo is huge.
Blackbeard trying to truck his way on in, using that shield. Has to play gun up, of course, because he's desperate for a kill. Because his team is at a disadvantage at the moment. Bob just gets shredded as he tries to make his way into the bomb site. Loud holding firm the players in sight, done their jobs well. But really, it was the roam game. Loud having a lot of success on that roam, and NIP just struggling. I think probably information is what let them down there. They just had no idea where those roamers were.
I think it's, yeah, it's entirely that, right? The NIP were a bit lost as to where routes were. They were checking things a bit late as well. As I said, you know that that position is going to get checked out, and they had the pings on the player. They seem to have unawareness, and then it just turned into a 1 versus 1 based on the back of those sort of yellow pings. They lost it out. They then had to rotate someone else round to that position to put the pressure on. There was pings on the players inside the site, and you're just sort of wondering, okay, well, is it that they don't have the information? Is it that they have the information, they're just not operating on it at the right order at the right time, and that's where things are being lost? Tough to tell without sort of being in that situation. But either way, for all the talk of how the board could be very separate at the end of the day, now it could be a lot closer. If Loud are able to take these points, they will instead jump up, I think, to around 5th place, potentially. I don't think they would catch NIP, but suddenly everybody is within sort of touching distance of each other.
Yeah. Certainly can happen for Loud, and I think they're in good form at the moment. Playing well. Better game plan than what it was yesterday. But NIP, when in doubt, just bring in 2 shields. They've got the Blackbeard and the Blitz this time around.
Is that a...
Maybe lacking?
I was going to say, together, does that make a panic, Monty?
No. What happens is you bring all 4 shields and then you make the Megazord. That's a secret tech that people don't know about.
The forbidden one.
We need a 5th shield operator in an attack. Feels a lot of people will hate me for saying that, but don't forget I am a shield main, so I'm a little bit biased in that regard.
Shield.
Honestly, that back in the day. Remember Young from Evil Geniuses? Serious tech that guy used to have in that.
The classic 5 shield shuffle.
Oh, it's great.
Now, a C4 might be trying to sliver its way out, but they were ready to shoot it. Well prepared.
He did. He picked it back up. He missed it.
Oh, okay. Well.
Go again. The Wizard is he's a little bit scared, isn't he?
I like how it's
rightly so.
Yeah, Wizard is the one who's in danger here, right? The other 2 are just playing a game of there's a lot of trust and faith.
Fishing.
And Wizards, and they're like, you'll be fine. And Wizard's like, will I? Looks like they might want to go for something a bit quick underneath. Wizard has gone down. Did he just fall off, or was he shot through the soft?
I don't know. Don't know what happened there.
Oh, unless he fell off and down the ladder. Because a fall just as a hop isn't enough. So I think he hopped to the top and then landed down the ladder by accident. Which is quite funny.
Okay. Yeah. Look at this. Double shield just sweeping that top floor. No problems at all. So they've secured that side of the map. So they know that they have access where they can kind of open up in towards storage now if they want to. Again, that window is great for shields just jumping in and attempting that plant. And it's the Blitz who has the diffuser, but look at where the shields are going. They're going to contest the players over towards cargo, it looks like.
Well, Hates does find the first on Basetto, and that Legion gone. But with 30 seconds left, they're still just chasing ghosts. They're pulling further and further back. Now, they're soft above and below the site, so it's not entirely confident to have it. And there's the below, proving that there's problems. And there goes the Blackbeard. Perez does get caught out by Hates. The second for the round, and they need some support here on the Blitz, because if the Blitz goes down, well, then they're shieldless. The Blitz is going to go for the plant in the meantime, but C4 from live underneath, and that's what I talked about. You cannot just trust at this moment. They're going for another plant here. That C4, is that going to be too late? You've got to do something with it. It's a post-plant situation. The player does go down. It's traded out for 2 versus 1. Wizard, the man who accidentally jumped in a puddle and found it was too deep, is now in the deepest water possible. A clutch situation. Has the timer on his side. Doesn't want to back out at this moment in time, expecting a swing either side. So, seeing that door is castled, he gets himself a little bit further away, a bit more space on towards it. Now, one of them will watch and one of them will defuse. How wide of an angle can you get? That is too wide.
Good.
And Loud push themselves onto map point.
Really good 1v2, I thought, from Loud, the way that they almost, they took a breath, didn't they? For about 10 seconds, they're like, right, what do we want to do? Look where he's planted. We know where he is. That door's castle. That was the key thing, was that door being blocked off. Was it limited the Maverick to only swing from the window. Yeah, at that stage, it would be a lot more trickier, of course, for Loud, because it's which way is he going to go? It's almost a 50-50 at that stage. Does he go to the door? Does he go for the window? With that being castled, it gives you that straight gunfight. One guy defuse, one guy cover. Simple stuff. So really impressed with the way Loud played that 1v2. NIP was going cargo with the correct decision there. I think it's really risky because obviously if you know that teams are looking to play from below as well, there's only a few limited places that you can actually plant in. I'm actually surprised that the C4 even reached the Blitz, but maybe that's because the Blitz was taking earlier engagements, and don't forget that Blitz was maybe on 20 HP, so the C4 didn't have to be, perfectly landed on him to get the kill. Just a little bit of a scrape, and that would have been enough to take him out, which I think is what happened there.
Well, the tag timeout will click its way through. Perez and STK, just a huge, huge game for them. Paceto found their first kill over this round of the one before. I can't quite remember, but they're off that board. And at this point, NIP, they have to try and push this over. Loud, they will free up their top site, their first pick. Once again, they have 3 opportunities potentially on this site if they want them. Eventually, they'll have every single site as an option. Here, the Blitz is on the board for now. Will they try and manipulate something on the back of it? It's otherwise a fairly standard approach.
NIP just cannot buy an attack at the moment. Couldn't even win the third bomb site, which I suppose that's kind of the difference though, isn't it? Loud were a team that were exceptional at attacking that third bomb site. They won it twice. Whereas NIP can't even, win it once. I think that's really what it comes down to, isn't it? At the moment, is on those attacks. Loud were able to do enough. We're able to get those 3 rounds. It even feels as though even maybe the 2 rounds would have been enough for Loud, because NIP just, it's not happening for them here today. And I suppose it kind of harks back to the points that the guys made in the desk. NIP as an attacking side are not there. As a defensive side, yes they are, but it's a team that just struggles on that attack. And guess what, Fluke? In a game of Siege, you need to be able to do both.
At this point, every single engagement is going to be on a knife edge here for NIP. And where we've seen other big teams' paces fall, it's not that they've been entirely out in the wash in the reads. They're getting themselves planted, they're getting themselves close. They could have been obviously staving off map point here on the back of that clutch. There was other rounds that came down to narrow margins. Instead, here, getting connector open, getting IT open very quickly. They've got both of those jobs done.
Perez feeling confident. Looking to swing onto that electrical window. Will destroy the air jab. Don't forget, there's also a frost mat on that window as well, so whoever jumps in will have to immediately look down and take that out. Mostly for the shields. Don't know if you're aware of this, Luke. Previously, as a Blitz, you could jump in a window and you could easily destroy a frost mat. Now, because you get kind of un-ADS'd as you jump in a window now, you can't do that. So, yeah, frost mat's big issue for the Blitz. Wizard has just strolled on into sight somehow, but his team, though, is falling around him.
That's it. It's a down player. It's technically a 3 versus 2 right now, but look at the position of the 2 players. Pino does get one more. A 2 versus 2. They can try and get a pinch on this fight. They pull themselves back. They're inside the site and pressuring alongside. Wizard's it's just down. Pino now. Wizard's gone down and knocked out, and they are pulling further back. Pino tries to keep the pressure up. He knew where they were! But Loud finally, in the everlasting words of Ian Chambers, made some noise. And they take themselves a win.
Oh, much much better from Loud this time around. A team which we've seen has struggled to get the grips with themselves, but hey, good performance, good defenses. NIP on the attack, though, that's who we have to look at. I mean, that last round just felt like a lash out. You know, you had the timeout, and they just ran at them, and they thought, oh, we'll just kill them all. No. Loud were on their game today. Perez showing through again, just like he was yesterday. Top player. He's showing to be inside this team. But again, for Loud, this is something now they can build on, and they can start to push on and really kick off their season. Again, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
Well, more unexpected results as things tick on, so let's see what the desk has to say about it.
Thank you.
We're all getting pretty giddy at this point with just how much these games have been having an impact on SAL. Only, well, the 4 games of today just having such a big impact on it all. And I have to say, it seemed like Loud have finally found their stride. They're going up against a maybe monotone NIP in this game, and they're just bringing it back, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, I think Loud found their voice this game. I think they found the building blocks that they needed to work upon. Fox already had touched up on it. They weren't really working together previous game. Now you actually find them rotating to one another, being willing to be able to trade one another, which I think was the biggest difference maker for them, more so than anything. And then for the sides of NIP, this is typical NIP fashion. This is what I worry about teams that only have an aggressive playstyle and an aggressive nature, is when you're met by a team that is then countering you or waiting for you to make that mistake, you don't have any resolve in your play. It's just constantly throwing bodies. Demo said it best that last round. It was just throwing bodies into a scenario of just trying to take a fight, not even trying to be methodical about it. It was, let's just shove our face into the site and see if it works. And sure enough, it doesn't. I think Loud did a very good job at understanding, okay, let's slow down, let's play together, play our game of Siege, let's not play theirs.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we got to see Loud be objective based. Obviously, they were constantly going for the diffuser plant, and that was what carried them out, because yes, they did play better today, but the entry stats were still a very big issue. They constantly were getting picked off. That was the strength from NIP that we thought we were going to see throughout the whole game. But Loud was always focused, even though they were man down, they would constantly go for that objective. They were losing somebody, but they were focused, losing somebody for an objective, to get the diffuser down. And once the diffuser's down, I mean, at that point, it's just about the post plan. That's the easy part. So again, yeah, opening kills wasn't great. Definitely a better step as the Loud that we saw at Reload. Once the side swap, though, I would say it was just really good position holding from Loud. It didn't look like NIP had the utility game in their mind of how they wanted to clear out Loud. NIP definitely had the opening kills down, had the gunfight potential, but the utility. And when it comes to a map like Labs, it's all about the utility, clearing the shotguns out of the corners, using your nades. We didn't see that from NIP.
A coordinated Loud that we got to see today, and we actually get to ask them what changed. Perez joins us on the desk. Hello, Perez from Loud. Congratulations on the win today. Honestly, big question.
Hey guys,
what
I'm not
happened?
listening to anyone. I'm listening right now. Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Wonderful, Perez. Perez, thank you so much for joining us here. Congratulations on the win. Before we talk about today, I want to ask you, what happened over the past couple play days, and what did you change from then to the win today?
I think the main reason that we were playing not so good is that we are putting so much pressure on us, not because of anything other than us. We just want to win so much that sometimes that was not too good. And yesterday we had a talk to play more, how can I say in English, just play
team oriented,
lighter. Yeah, just go
Don't overthink things.
Put your aim. Yeah, just play. Just kill the other enemies, and it worked.
Well, I was talking about this, and you kind of already spoke on it. I found that the success that you guys had early on when you guys were on the E1 roster, you make all those transitions, you were still finding success, And then it just immediately kind of came to a halt with the reload event. I just felt like you guys have been trying to chase that success, but you already answered the question here, is that you guys took a step back. You wanted to focus. Okay, let's just play our game. Let's play together. And I think that was really the biggest difference maker from yesterday's game versus going into today.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, Perez, my question, since you brought up the topic of pressure and playing lighter, yesterday you had an amazing performance. You had 18 kills, but going into today, you had an equally as great performance. But is that something as an individual player that you think about? Oh, I had 18 kills yesterday, but we still lost. Do I still need to put up that much of a performance? What do you think about in that moment when you're going to the exact same map that you lost yesterday? Yeah, that's it.
To me, I mean, we lost yesterday, but the last week I was sick, really sick, so it was so hard to play. And then this week I was like, we lost yesterday, but I was just like lighter. Like I don't have some pressure on me because I was like, okay, now I'm not sick. I just want to play. I just want to be good when I'm playing. So I was not thinking about yesterday or thinking about the last week. I just want to enter the lobby and just kill some bots.
I do have one extra question. Sorry. With just talking about the pressure and obviously with Reload getting the name of Loud underneath you guys, do you feel that that does apply pressure to you guys so far of just trying to be perfect?
I mean, of course, there's a little bit more pressure because we are right now in Loud, but I don't think this was the main like pressure that we were having. I think it was just because of us. Like we want to win like the perfect way. Like we have to win, not that we want to win. It's kind of different. So I think that is the main difference.
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Perez, thank you very much for joining us on here.
Thank you, guys.
Last bit, I mean, you guys get to play FaZe Clan next week. What do you think about that game? What do you have to say to FaZe?
Against FaZe, it's always a good match. When we were on E1, on Raza Company too, so it's going to be a good match. I don't know who's going to win, but it's going to be a fun and really good match. That's for sure.
Then I'm very much hoping for it. Perez, thank you again for joining us. That is Perez from Team Loud, just victorious against NIP. They'll be playing against FaZe game number 4 just as today, but next Saturday. Again, have a good day. Thanks so much for joining us. And here, Lax Fox, final points on this. Loud, back or too early to judge?
I mean, I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. Obviously, we want to see more consistency. I think the map definitely played a huge favor in the way that Loud succeeded. Obviously, some issues that we saw yesterday against Los were drastically changed. The attacks were very good. I will give them that. The trading potential, the focusing on the objective-based siege was what carried them through. Once they got the defense, it was just bread and butter. NIP looked very sloppy. One thing that Perez said that highlighted to me was the fact that last week he was sick and that this week he wasn't. He just had to focus on himself. But I would say this week he was equally as sick, but not in the health way. He was just pretty sick, nasty individually. And so obviously when you have a player that's performing out of his mind, it makes the transition of winning games that much easier.
Yeah, and for myself, I mean, if we are talking about any players, and I don't necessarily want to single out someone, but I have to. It has to be Baseto. I mean, in 2 games, you muster out 3 kills, and even on the shield ops. I mean, shield ops are oppressive. Doesn't mean you always get the kills, but it's just the amount of deaths that he's finding himself. If he can just limit those, even find some of those kills, it's only going to make Loud so much stronger because he's already taken the brunt of it by bringing the shields, being that force to be reckoned with. But if he can just either stay alive, create more openings, or just even find more engagements one on his end, I do truly believe if you can get all 5 of those players on the same playing field, same equilibrium, it's going to make Loud such a formidable opponent.
Our MVP for this matchup, and I think you can also say it from yesterday, Perez, who just had no idea what NIP were doing on the other side. And frankly, I understand.
There's not
understand.
much to be said. He has 100% cost. He did everything he possibly could do within the game. I mean, he's Mr. Do It All. I mean, you got one hand, he's 14-7. Then on the other hand, has 100% cost. I'm pretty sure that's why they picked this picture in specific. I mean, it's kind of like, what more can I do?
Yeah, there wasn't really much left on the table for him to do, and it's really nice to see the resilience individually from a player like Perez to pretty much say, he did have a rough week one. Yesterday, he dropped 18 kills, still lost, but at no point is he worried about that. He's focused about what's in front of him. He's confident in his team and his own abilities. And so a lot of veteran players sometimes still struggle with that game-to-game win or lose. So to be able to see Perez just focus up and, like you said, just get in the lobby and want to kill some bots, that's a great quality to have.
He's been doing it yesterday, maybe getting fed a lot of kills. Today, really earning them for the team, for the victory, and those full 3 points. Big victory today for Loud over NIP, which means, gents, we're left with only one more game. The standings are reflected this way. We're now Loud are jumping up to 5 points. FaZe unable to capitalize really with a loss earlier today. What happens? Well, a chance for Liquid, the only team now unable to yet collect any points, to maybe do so against Furia. That's only 3 points ahead of them. It's crazy for us to be saying this here at day 4 out of 9 in the regular stage, but that's our match of the day. That's coming after the break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And here we go again. SAL continues the South America League over beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil, where many of the players and parts of the production team are actually stationed right now. I hope the temperature is not too cold at this time of year. By not too cold, I mean like 15 degrees, which is Celsius, that is, which is the usual. We would call that mild temperatures anywhere else. Anyways, gentlemen, we're back for our match of the day, and oh boy, it could be a cool one. And it could be is that preface that I really want to put in the prefix to all this game of Liquid versus Furia, because, well, it's been kind of in the air as of, well, the past couple play days. And let's take a look at Furia first, because the team that we're all looking at to be within the top 1, top 2 here in Brazil is actually rated much lower, with only 1 win, 3 points that they have under their wing, Fox.
Yeah, it's an uncharacteristic performance right now from Furia to obviously be struggling, especially after winning Reload, being the Reload champions, and everybody saying, oh, they're back, they're finally back, to then come to the SAL and struggle against teams that we wouldn't really expect them struggling. I mean, they had a breakout blowout first day. They absolutely dumpstered Los, but then immediately 2 teams that they theoretically should be winning against, they have some tough losses against. And it's not something that's uncommon for Furia. Obviously, when it comes to the regional leagues, they have a little bit of struggle. They are the team to beat, so everybody is hungry for that Furia win. But at the end of the day, we need to see some better from them. Obviously, a confidence issue for me is something that comes into question for Furia, because they've won so much, because they just won Reload. We saw them win a whole year, and then we saw a year of regression, a year of not even making one of the majors. So now they just won Reload. Hopefully that mentality is not something that holds them down of, oh, we did our job for now, let's just try to coast on by, because the SAL is looking so competitive. We need to see the Furia that won Reload to be able to guarantee them, getting a higher standing to at least top 6. Because right now, they're sitting in 8th place, and every point matters. And yes, Liquid is struggling, but if they don't get a win against Liquid, that makes everything look that much more dire for Furia.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really know why Furia struggles so much within the region, because when you look at them at an international level, they just are an absolute powerhouse. And I don't know whether that's just, maybe it's a little disrespect on their end that they don't give a lot of the teams the respect that they deserve, so they play more aggressive, they do a lot more riskier plays, or on that other end, teams just don't respect them as much, regardless of them being the powerhouse that they are, that they know their idiosyncrasies, they know how to play against them. It will always be a head scratcher to me as why Furia struggles so much. But again, then in international, they are just an absolute unit. But I think going into this game specifically, going against Liquid, Liquid's looking like a dead horse in the water right now. So they really should be able to pounce upon them and try to get these points. Because as you said it, they are in 8th place currently right now. But on that back end, this could be a Liquid's opportunity to jump on top of Furia, because as we've seen them play just as of yesterday, they are coming off of a loss versus FaZe. Sure, that is against FaZe. That is a very formidable opponent. But even past that, they already lost to NIP, and the only one that they found was against Low. So by all means, this isn't a game that you could just write off regardless of how bad Liquid has looked. Everything is on Furia's shoulders to win today, less on Liquid's.
Absolutely. I mean, Liquid has definitely been struggling. It's not something that we say too much of, but we're seeing some historical players having the career lowest performance that we've ever seen. I mean, Maya being at the bottom of the leaderboard, Nesk being at the bottom of the leaderboard, players that you consistently would see putting Liquid on their back. I mean, let's say losing Palu definitely lost the spark in the team, but we have to see some type of resurgence. And when you look at, honestly, the way that Liquid's been playing, it's such a disconnect between aggressive players and passive players, and it looks like they've completely lost the confidence. We have players like Nesk and Maya crutching onto ops like Smoke and Doke. There is no real clear entry player on this lineup, and that is the biggest issue when it comes to entering and getting those opening kills. They just don't have somebody who has the confidence to be that X factor, to make players move, to make other teams move, to strike fear in the opposing teams. And right now, it just looks like very stale Liquid, almost as if they've turned into a solid. And so hopefully they can just figure it out, get back into it. A big win against Furia could restrike that surgence in them, the confidence that they need. But right now, confidence and entering is their biggest issue.
A bit of a bit here. I'm just kind of looking over at some history. You know how many games Liquid has won over the past 7-8 months, even?
2
against Furia, or just in general?
No, in general.
Yeah,
2,
like 2,
3 actually, which is. I know
Still
you're
not even
undershooting. Fair enough. I mean, it's way above. But yes, they beat Joel in a Team Joel in a 2-0. That was a group stage at SI. They beat C9 at Reload, and of course, barely inched a win against FaZe in Max OT during the Reload group stage. So, yeah, there's not been a lot of winning, I would say, which actually tracks with their record, unless you start going back earlier. A year ago, they were winning more often. They were doing more. And I feel like the Palu change, I feel, is a good one, but I don't think they've found their stride just yet.
I don't think it was a good one for the team. Obviously, I think that's speaking into their play right now. I think it was a great move for Palu. I think that was the decision that he needed to make for himself to find success, which he is. But as for a team, Palu and Nesk have always been the X factors, and then you added Mayan that also came into fruition there. But the thing that Palu did extremely well that no one is currently doing on this roster is somehow finding those gaps. I mean, I questioned how Palu even found half the gaps, because I swear in situations when I played, if I find myself in the exact same scenarios that Palu found himself, I would be almost dead immediately, where he just seemed to slip on by, find that opening, and then it was just him and Nesk then just tearing an attack completely apart, and then even on the defense being able to play off one another. But that X factor is completely gone from this roster, which is why I see the success not being there, because Palu, he would take attention away where then Nesk could jump in. Nesk was 0-4 on entry. I mean, that's astronomically low for a player like Nesk. And Fox, I mean, you already talked about them not being able to find the entry kills. That's just somewhere throughout history. Liquid would always just be at the forefront. You could almost guarantee Nesk was going to be in your face. Maya was going to be in your face. Palu was going to be in your face. It's just not there anymore with this roster, which is why we're seeing just a sloppy performance.
Let it out, Davide. Let it out. I can see it.
I mean, so I completely agree. It was a necessity to change Palu or somebody on the team because they desperately needed the change. It was lackluster. The issue is, I agree, Palu was the X factor of being able to get into the building. And the ideology was change Palu. Let's put Maya and Nesk on more flexible roles. They pick up 2 passive players with DS Lucas and Ask. And as much as I want DS to be able to find success on the team, substituting 2 more passive players for an aggressive, entry flex player does not bode well, especially Maya constantly being on that flex secondary role. Who's going to be getting these kills for these players? They have nobody on the roster right now that is able to actively get into the building because everybody is just too scared.
Well, they're going to need to get into it here because it's Clubhouse. We're going to another one today. Versus Lair being banned out by Fury. I know. Variety is the spice of life. And it seems like actually our game is ready. We were yapping on for so long with these 2 teams that we're ready to dive right into it. Fluke Demo, you get another Clubhouse today. Have fun.
Okay, there's one thing about being handed that demo where they were like, you get another Clubhouse, have fun. That's one thing, right? But then Laxing had to do, I think it was Lax, like an evil chuckle as it was handed over to us.
I like
kind of cruel.
I don't see why it's evil. I like watching Club.
To you that was
on them.
To you that was a chuckle of mirth and joy.
Yeah.
To me that was a
So many Club haters, it feels like. I know. I like Club. I like it. Better than 5 cafes.
Okay.
It's just an OG, isn't it?
I think the thing is, okay, our perspective on these maps, and obviously, Siege X, we get some cool new stuff, some cool new features, and some cool new things to play around. But every single caster, I believe, that's done leagues for at least 2, maybe 3 years, will have done a day of clubhouses.
Yeah.
It just happens.
I feel as though myself and yourself, because we have been here for a while, feels that we've done a day of every
Been
map.
here for a very long time.
We've been there, we've done that.
Yeah. Yeah. And to be fair, we've done clubhouses at tier 1 clubhouse days. We've done clubhouse days at tier 4 and beyond. Like, it's just in every aspect.
Did you ever do old clubhouses? Because I certainly have. Before the remake.
When there was the gap in the middle of the top floor.
Yeah, this area didn't exist.
At that point, I was still just an ESL community caster.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Weren't we all?
Oh, memories.
I mean, me and Milos all were. The other two were sitting there, messing around in pro teams.
I think...
But certain us three were.
Well, actually, I have a fun story about those two, but we'll cast this round and then I'll get into it. So, Furia versus Team Liquid and Ask was actually one of the people I wanted to focus on a little bit. Struggling so far throughout this, the 3rd lowest rated player across the league so far. And yeah, he plays some of the other roles of sort of, planning on getting in and what have you, but still, for a team that is this capable, for a player that's gone 1-5 on entry, him starting to level those statistics is going to be a very big boon for the team. Casey biting back, getting a bit of a response. And then dropping off. It leaves us now in the 4 versus 4. They have some of the damage done. They've cut off the approach halfway through. With a minute 30, they're not slowing down.
No, and they shouldn't. I think for a team like Furia, aggression is their playstyle. It is the name of the game, and I think Furia are always a team where if they want something, they'll go and take it. Yeah, and they don't really care who tries to stop them. They have that confidence that they'll beat anyone. Obviously for Liquid, they have attempted, you know, that kind of roam game to waste a bit of time, trying to play into the fact that they have brought the Goyo in as well to kind of hit Furia where it hurts in those final 30 seconds or so and deny them access to the bomb sites. It looks as though Furia might be meandering over towards a triple wall take because they have now put a set of Habana pellets, 2 sets in fact, over towards that triple wall. That means that these 2 players inside a church are going to have to take up some pretty claustrophobic positions where they just can't really move now in that bomb site. So Furia, we know where they're going to execute. It's just a case of, can they make it happen? Can they clear these players out of these positions beside that fridge and also beside the bomb chassis?
Waiting for the swing to come round and sort of baiting the player on the hope. Now Nesk has obviously taken big chunks of damage. The flash has come out and player did not for the swing. They have the bulletproof, but there it is. Well rehearsed. They couldn't double down though, and somehow, well, actually, maybe they did double down. It was the very last kill there on the feed of JV92 getting it, but everything happened so in sync that we saw the first bit of that trade come up and then the second bit much further on. Wow, that was a strange way for that to come out, really, but it shows that these 2 teams know each other very well. They
do. And again, Furia, you know, like I said, they know what they wanted to do. They wanted to go for that triple wall take, didn't they? And that wall gets opened. You see, it's really difficult, isn't it, for those players inside a church to really breathe. You know, it's just the walls almost just collapse onto you. It's like you're in the trash compactor in the Death Star. You need C3PRO to help you out, but sadly, I don't think Liquid have employed that man. That robot.
A robot. It's a man.
It's a robot man. It is an actor. There's a man inside C3PO, don't forget. There was a guy in there.
What?
Oh, sorry to burst your bubble.
Hang on.
Sorry. Do you think Star Wars is real? Hang on a minute.
You're telling me.
What's next? You're telling me Santa's not real? You know Santa's not real? Is that the next thing?
Whoa. Let's not joke. Let's not joke now. The story I was going to tell before, one of my first ever casts of a tier 1 team at the time was an SI Quals, maybe 2018, maybe a little bit later, maybe a little bit later, I don't remember. But it was of C9 roster that included Black Fox and I think it was Retro, Goddess.
Retro was there, and I forget his name. I can see his face.
Yeah.
I need to find it. I can see his face. Let me see.
I feel bad that I've forgotten one person.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they're probably sitting there screaming, saying, "It's this person."
Yeah,
and then again,
well, they've forgotten.
Is it Schlongy? Was that it?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Or was it Mark the Shark? Who won?
No,
who won the DreamHack
came after? Mark the Shark came after. It was Schlongy. Anyway, that was my first ever proper tier 1 team that I'd watched, that I got an opportunity to cast as a community caster, and they were really lovely to me. And this was however many years ago. And it was a very cool moment. Anyway, look at us now, watching a C4 on a clubhouse towards a breach that's still being cracked open. Doesn't quite get anything here. JV92 is getting the work done, and Liquid obviously, you know, it's a frustrating way to lose the first round, but it's not going to slow them down, is their hope. If it does, they know that Fury are a team that will just keep building. Because remember, yes, it's important for Liquid to win this. Also for Furia, who have just been a bit adrift this league so far.
Oh, Capitão bolts. Will they hit the mark? Yes, they will. A perfect clear out, and the players over towards Rafters. I mean, what a job there from Furia. That's how it's done successfully, is taking that side of the map. And they still have the Monty up. That's the main thing, is having an operator, isn't it? Who can just push in the site, could maybe look at getting a plant down, and that's exactly what I think they're eyeing up, because you can see the diffuser has traded hands, and they dropped off to give that diffuser to Philippox, and now he can start meandering his way up into Rafters and try and look for that plant. There is only one smoke grenade left. That's all they have, and look at the time. Look, 40 seconds for one smoke grenade? That's not going to cut it.
I mean, this is it, right? The Clash can just start letting loose here. But that's really all. As the cover comes across, there's that smoke. It's shot out.
Hang on.
As they throw it in now, a post-plant situation. The Clash goes down, and there's a triple for resets there. that point. 2 versus 1. There, they had the full stack there. But I like how you're like, they have one smoke canister, and then they threw it into open gunfire.
Yeah, look, again for Furia, a little bit close there, to be fair. It came down to a 2v2, and I mean, if the gridlock dies in that scenario, then it is a bit of an issue. Monty in the 1v2, but still making it work. The execute onto Rafters was perfect for them, wasn't it? And that it's not only the fact that it was a successful take on the Rafters, it was how quickly they done it. You know, that's where the smoke just didn't have an impact because of the time and how long Furia left. You know, how long they had left to really go for that play. So, yeah, credit to them. They're moving fast. They're moving around the map. Liquid. I mean, what can you say at this stage? I mean, is it the same old again where just nobody's really stepping up in the kill department? Because that feels like their issue this stage.
I mean, it can't happen again, right? It was quite late yesterday. I think it was around round 5, maybe, that Nesk was able to get there first. And then it was a little bit after that Ask was able to get there first. This time, they're at least still started getting in, apart from obviously Nesk at this point, the only player in the lobby who hasn't netted a body, but it's very early on. You know, in one round, you could become the top killer out of every single player right now, so it's how we grow into it. Furia at this point, they've got themselves 2 attacks and a lead up, but that's the sort of worry, right, about this Furia team. As I said, you know, they are fighting for points just as sort of desperately as Liquid are. The difference is, in the sort of scale of things, is, you know, Herds has been performing very, very well in the counter of resets, but Hertz is above. If you're going through the full list, then it's Nade and Philippox. Then you've sort of got a bit of a response, but generically and statistically, Furia have been just that step ahead. And yes, there's problems with Liquid's sort of other half, right, when they get onto their attack.
Yeah. I think for a team like Furia, I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but they've always struck me as a team that aren't really too bothered where they finish in the regional league, as long as they make the event. Because they know at the events, that's just where they're so dominant. That's where they come into their own, isn't it? So, yeah, Furia, I think, they just go in their own pace, don't they? They just, yeah, as long as we make it into that whatever top 4, top 6 discussion, whatever it is, we're happy. Just as long as we make it there. We don't care how we place. You know, for example, for SI, they could be the 20th team. They don't care, as long as they're there.
I sort of just reminded myself of a horrifying statistic that I wrote down, is the fact that Liquid, their attack win rate right now is 17% across the last 3 play days. They have won 3 of the 17 attack rounds. And that is that big worry as we get onto the second half, more than anything.
This is only the defense, yeah.
You're against Furia.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, 61% of their defense is Furia, 11 of 18. They're more locked in, and, you know, they've got a decent sort of 10% lead against Liquid on the second half. So, as Herds gets another lead in here for the side of them, the clash gone immediately. There's a team kill. Maya gets Nesk, and in the mix of it, gets Philippox. Diaz does get Nade, and Herds keeps the pressure on. A 3 versus 2. But with JV92 on the Kali, it's not the most wieldy operator.
Oh, he wins it. How does he win that, Maya? There's a yellow ping on him. They knew exactly where he was, but still, the other 2 players of Furia are making things happen. JV finds the kill, and now Maya has to clutch with 15 seconds left. It could be doable, but no, KZ quicker on the trigger today. Furia, a really good start, 3-0. They actually got JV to his feet. Well, to be fair, there's not a lot that really takes JV to his feet. You know, he's usually up and down pretty frantically. And yeah, Furia, strong lead, 3-0. Liquid, again, the same old woes.
3-0, and I mean, it fills you with dread for the second half. That's Furia. As I said, that first round was very close, very explosive. Things sort of netted themselves. I'm wondering if there'll be a timeout after that ban. Yes. Let the bans come through. Talk about them. Talk about how you're going to apply yourself. Because, you know, it's not that they're a million miles away in the kill games, right? Sure that there's a sort of player difference right now.
Yeah.
And a player difference is big when you sort of put it in this perspective. But if you can get that single bit of momentum around, if you can find that one trick, suddenly you're in a different shaped game. And convincing one player to get more into the mix versus convincing, say, 4 players or 3 players as it's been recently, it's not a million miles away. But it is a 3-0, and Furia are just going to build confidence.
Furia, strong lead, 3-0. And again, the stat that you mentioned is for Liquid, attacks aren't looking as pretty as well. So really the defense is where you expect Liquid to try and gain most of their rounds and then hope that maybe things would have been different on their attacking half. But the way things are going, it could be, 5-1, 4-2 even for Liquid on the half. But I mean, dread to think it could be a dreaded 6-0, but knowing a team like Furia, it wouldn't surprise us, would it, if Furia go and have a perfect half? That's just the caliber of the team that we're dealing with. But for Liquid, they need something. They need a round. So we head back downstairs into the basement now. Liquid are doing a similar thing where they're wanting to try and extend in towards that mid floor, using operators such as Castle and Azami to, of course, put those kind of layers up and stave off Furia and those quick entries that. Furia, a very aggressive side. They can get into the building rapidly, so putting up those castle barricades, there's Azami barriers, it just slows them down just ever so slightly in hopes that they can fall back to the safety of their bomb site and utilize the Goyo canisters that will be dotted around to help them in those final few seconds. And for Furia, it's a time thing for them, and it's how quick they can get in and efficiently deal with this run game.
So, what will be that sort of team talk and timeout, and how will it be put in towards practice? Here they have, obviously, the stretch over on towards the gym bedroom side. They've got chance at the Legion, paying some attention, hoping some focus comes towards them. But Fury have sometimes been a team that just cuts that to the side and gets rid of the unnecessary. Seems like they're happy to try and hunt down Nest. Proposition that, even though they're not quite in the same form they've been, is still always a big risk, as KZ is actually the first to take sort of shrapnel of damage. They have, what, 3 bodies here, one on towards the gym side and the windows, and there's Herds. Gets the catch on Nest, could not find a route out. There's a bit of support though, Maya steps in, gets a kill, but gets traded. Demo, what a pattern that's being woven.
Yeah, Furia on top of things again, actually using the Grim for their kind of mid-floor take, utilizing the util that they have to deal with these roamers, and they're doing a really good job at it. They forced everyone back now into the heart of the bomb site. Now for Furia, with still half the round to go, they're in perfect shape, aren't they? They've still got a good chunk of util left, still 3 canisters for the Bees. You've still got a nade as well. On the side of nade, 2 flashbangs if needed. Habana obviously can move in and start opening up the walls if they want to, and the hatches. Yeah, just everything is going Furia's way. Liquid's just can't do much at the moment. Nesk 0-4. It kind of sums up, isn't it? If Nesk isn't playing well, and what does that say for the rest of the team?
I think that's the sort of worry about it, right? Is you look at talisman players, and sometimes when they're the ones that are not stepping up, it can have a big effect. And here there is probably no bigger sort of talisman player than Nesk, and again, just more and more of a shutout. 3 versus 4, they've got 30 seconds, and as fewer barricades get placed to slow down the approach, and bullets are threaded either side, they're seeing if they can try and, again, be cheeky. Step up, step in, but KZ is the one that wins out that engagement, leaves just a... No, Demo leaves no one. Everyone's dead?
Nope. Everyone's dead. Yeah, this team at the moment, they're on it, aren't they? They really are, and this is a side that we've seen dominate a full year of professional play. This is the side that can just turn it on and turn it off. And look, maybe last year, wasn't great from Furia. They couldn't match the same level of intensity that they had in 2023, but you can blame them. Having to go again for 2024 after doing the Grand Slam, it's... You can cut them a bit of slack. They kind of took that break for a year. Philippox had went in depth saying how it was to find that motivation again for them. They'd done it all. You're at the top. Where do you go if you're at the top? And I think for that side, taking that kind of year where, look, they still had a good year. I mean, it was 3rd place, didn't they, that they were able to achieve? Was it 3rd place or 4th place? at SI. Was it third place? I want to say it was third place.
The most recent SI.
Yeah. Check.
Keep it active.
Yeah, it was third place. Yeah. Yeah. Again, still third place. Nothing to turn your nose up at, you know. And then obviously you went into reload. You win that first event, and it's like, okay, here we go again. Another year of this.
4-0 now, and that sort of skill is coming up. KZ yet to die. Setting the pace as fervently as he can, but with JV92 and Herds not far away from that sort of tally, it just, you know, it shows the strength of this team. And 2 of their players, they currently have all the kills that have been mustered against them. Said 3-0 wasn't a million miles away. The 4-0 just sort of guarantees the pressure. Liquid, regardless of how this sort of went, would be in danger on their second half, right? Because of how attack has been rough. At this point, they would have to double their total attack wins over the opening 3 play days to get themselves potentially a win. And if this keeps getting worse, they would have to double their total attack wins to get themselves overtime.
Furia, again with that opening pick, they're dominating in that department. Down goes Reset, who was before this game, I believe, was the only player on the side of Liquid who was positive in the overall stats. And you know straight away that Furia, they're going to be after, again, those rafters, but they don't have the Capitao, as Liquid very cleverly did ban it away from them for this defense, of course. They had a lot of issues just with the Capitao bolts. Specifically targeting Maya, there's not much you could really do against that, even though he did have the Wamai discs. That Clash, just patrolling that main breach, being able to give information, but... And Furia, they're just waiting for their moment to strike. That nade is going to force them out, but the Glass misses the shots, though, Fluke. However, was that a miss Kiba barrier? I think it might have been.
It was. Kiba barricade didn't connect. Felipox is dying in the smoke and just decides to die. JV92 gets one. Nesk finds their first kill, confirming on towards it, but because it was a confirmation, it doesn't actually count. Asters find JV92. It's a 3 versus 3. Looks snuck up on the back. Well, I say snuck up. They fully were aware of it, apparently. Gets the easy swap round. There's KZ, though, getting the kill on the hop over the top. There's Nate getting Nesk. And now it's a 2 versus 1. Even with the sort of watch and wash on these players, even with the full awareness, they were trying to push their way up red. Liquid have just been brushed aside.
Wow. I mean, for Furia, that's just a case of it's just do or die, isn't it? You just have to go for it. And those 2 players pulling that out of there, you know, 2v3, because again, the initial garage take, little bit iffy, you know, trying to use the Glaz as their main way, and it's a lot more difficult because the Glaz obviously has to hit the shots, whereas Capitao just has to land 1 bolt and pretty much that guy's dead. But the Capitao, they had to get a little bit creative. They went for the Glaz option. I was actually really worried about the time as well from Fury. I felt as though it was almost slipping away from them, but then it's just that gun skill, isn't it? That raw power that Fury have. I mean, KZ, 7-0. Yet to die. The Iron Man challenge is on for him. Just insane, isn't it? Just the way that Furia can just pull around like that out of nowhere.
I mean, I like how I was like, oh, 2 of them have all of their opponent's kills put together, and then it takes 2 of them to just push that round over. As you said, they just strong-armed their way up red, right?
Yep.
They knew entirely where they needed to go. And then they went, okay, I'll go there. And it's just been round after round. Obviously, throughout the league so far, we've had a couple of 7-1s in the opening play day. Furia were one of those. They handed a 7-1 loss to loss on border. And at this point, we had a 7-1 earlier on tonight, but we might be pushing towards our first 7-0 of any of the games that we've had so far.
Yeah. Liquid just look deflated, don't they? You know, all options that they had have just been denied. Every attempt that they've made has just been a fail. And KZ, 8-0 now. Opens up again, that opening pick, and Maya has done well to get a kill back. Is he aware there's another guy in the breach? Oh, just about. Gets out of there before Philippux could have got him. Ness, though, will finally get himself onto the board. Gets his first kill in the match. It only took him till round number 6 to get that, and Philippux trying to see if he can battle against that player towards CC and Cash, and he's also called Nade over for a bit of moral support, but Maya still alive at the moment. Playing pretty loose upstairs inside of Cash, and his main role, of course, is going to be to try and deny as much time as he can and make that challenge onto these attackers. And that's one thing that we haven't really seen from Liquid, is just, taking the fight to Furia. Furia have dominated the play. They've set the tempo, and, well, they're still doing so as Nade has found Maya. Nest, though, again, good trade. There we go. That's more like the Nest that we know and love. A 4K for Nest out of nowhere. That's what Liquid have been missing. Somebody to step up, grab the bull by the horns, and say, not today.
You could say that what they've been missing is Nesk to step up. Really, they being in that position, being able to get themselves a 4K, sort of mentally resetting themselves. Their first kills from this game coming from a 4K in that sort of situation, leading to the first Team Liquid round. I'm not going to say it's part and parcel and sort of hand over, but you see how important it is, right? And now, from that one round, Nesk has leapfrogged, resets and dies and ask to be the second best KD player and the second best cost-rated player currently on the team, which I think sort of shows how it's a generic struggle there. And it's a huge round. A 4K is a huge round regardless of when it pops off, but they just need that X factor to come in right now. Furia, they have a lot of opportunity to push this game over. Team Liquid, as a reminder, an unfortunate one, have only won 3 attacks over the opening 3 games, 1 in each of them. So now they have to just find that plus 2 more against a top-rated team that's got something to prove. And it's sort of been proving it.
$5-1. So not the perfect half that Furia would have loved to have seen, but still, you expect at this stage that, the job's kind of done, isn't it? Considering we know that Liquid have just massively struggled on their attacking so far in this split. What did you say, 17% success rate on the attack? It's not a pretty looking stat by any measure, so for Furia, this should be pretty smooth sailing. Liquid's, all the pressure still on their shoulders. I mean, don't forget, this is still the only team yet to get a single point inside of the SAL. So Liquid, they're really fighting at this stage, just, for a bit of pride, I suppose. You're not really known as the team who still yet to get anything. Even teams like ENX, the newcomers, you've got the, even the 9Z coming in from Argentina. They still got points on the board. So for Liquid, yeah, pressure's on.
For the context of how these rates and sort of percentages might affect as well, Furia technically did double their attack rate. They were on 5 of 13 at the start of this, 38%, which isn't horrible, but it's not great. It's sort of mid-table. As Maya gets the first step in, it could just evolve into a very aggressive game between these two. Now, obviously, they just need to get themselves one to set themselves closer and closer towards this, and they're just going for it. Liquid take the damage, 2.5 health, and there's an instant response there, but Resets gets nade, so those 3 remaining players, you can see one is going further and further away, rotating over the top as they're going for the plant itself. KZ is able to find one amongst it, going for the width and pre-firing on, but suffers more. JV92, the clash goes down, but Philippux gets 2 before Diaz shuts them out, and it is just KZ in a post-plant 1 versus 2. Now, they're going to just keep themselves a bit of motion. Oh, they really want this engagement to go into their favor, but I think they're a bit frustrated by their own Kiba there. They're pre-firing in, hoping the blind comes out, but there it is, locked in. Liquid, they're off to the races.
They are indeed. They've seen a weak point in the Furia setup because Furia had used a lot of reinforcements upstairs. It meant that triple wall was completely soft. And we actually seen a mechanic of Blackbeard that doesn't really get that much value. And that is, of course, the fact that he can go through soft walls. You can just breach through a soft wall, similar to what Oryx can do, but very rare we would see that, mechanic actually work. There's the kind of the odd shout out that you would kind of give the Blackbeard in terms of yeah, he does still have that ability, able to make a breach in through that triple wall for his teammate and get that plant down safely behind those boxes. So yeah, just a nice little niche there that that Blackbeard still can do if he has an opportunity to do so. But yeah, again for Fury, it's maybe something that we kind of seen yesterday where sometimes I do feel that they spread themselves really, really thin on their setups where they just want to control so much of the map. And I think if you go for that style of play, it's like a game of Jenga. If one, the wrong block gets moved out of position, the whole thing collapses. So that's the only worry you have for that playstyle.
Well, from this point onwards, what can Liquid keep doing? And they've had sort of mixed successes, but one of the consistencies of this season so far against both W7M and FaZe is that they're able to win out their first two defenses. If they can do that here, 5-1 becomes a 5-3. Oh no, wait. They're on their attack demo. The statistic is much worse. They've never really been able to thread more than one of these rounds together. They would have to entirely break their mold and throw out the idea of what their second half has been and what instead it could become. They've pieced on either side at this point now. But what they would be doing if they got this is 3 rounds technically on a row, something that they have not been able to do across any of their showdowns. The pressure on towards the balcony. They have some of the lines pushed in, and JV92 is being a little bit aggressive with it on the CC side. Surely they're not just going to throw themselves in. Oh wait, maybe they will. The Glaz gets themselves set up there across, and they just weren't fully covered there, and the Kiba goes up. They're gonna try and fire through the little narrow angle it is. It's fully reinforced on the side. They give it 2 punches and let the team step up. There's the Clash just sort of giving the read, and now at this point there's pressure from underneath. They're trying to win out the fights. The C4 doesn't interact with the right spot, and they're floating all over the spot, going for the plant with 8 people still standing, and Maya finds out Herds in the mix of it, and it's a post-plant situation. Furia, what are they really doing right now, Demo? Because as the Clash gets punched down a story, I mean, I'm a little bit lost.
Yeah, I think Liquid are just catching them by surprise. I mean, Liquid are ferocious at the moment with the pace that they're kind of laying down. They're straight into the mixer. They're winning their engagement, which I think is the kind of key thing for Liquid, is that these players have finally woken up. Furia were just dominating for so long. They were just going in, winning every engagement. Nobody from Liquid seemed to really want to take the fight. A complete change in mentality, it feels like. And for Liquid, now things are really starting to click. Yeah, they're just taking the fight to Furia, and Furia just are almost kind of backed into a corner, aren't they? If it's like a boxing match, they've been hit with an uppercut, and they look a little bit sluggish now, don't they, Furia?
Attackers need to locate and defuse
It's strange, right? It's a strange 2 opening of rounds. They've been able to get themselves 2 attacks. They've been able to put themselves a little bit further on. As I said before, a 5-3 gap isn't a million miles now to try and cross out, and technically, if they can sort of keep up this momentum of taking those opening 2 sites, then they could bring it all down to a single 6 versus 5 round of getting themselves into OT. They don't want that. They're trying to keep themselves off of that 5th the whole time. But for all we've sort of talked about, of Liquid not really being in this game, of them not being able to find anything on their first half,
5 seconds left before
if
insertion.
Furia lose this one, the momentum, the headspace, all of that will be absolutely shot, as Furia would fall maybe even further down. Again, I'm not sure if it's head-to-head first or round difference, but they're on 3 points. They're tied with loss. If Liquid pull 3, then that's 3 teams all joint on 3 points at the bottom of the board.
Here we go. Liquid had a life in them. 2 really good rounds in terms of catching Furia off guard. surely Fury at this stage should be a little bit more switched on the fact that, yeah, look at the aggression that Liquid are bringing. They're playing operators like the Blackbeard, for example, to get them that early control inside of the map. We'll set up over towards that cash room, of course, with Azami, and the Clash also being a supporting cast member too. Jacuzzi wall being opened up. So Liquid just kind of going through the basics right now, the kind of checklist. That mute jammer, though, will cause them a few issues with trying to get that wall opened up. But as I say that, it will get destroyed. Shield ready to go from that Blackbeard, and just waiting for the rest of his team to be in position. And Blackbeard having a couple of issues over the Azami barriers, but resets at the right place at the right time to pick off Herds as he jumped up onto the table looking for an angle onto the head of the Blackbeard. He will be eliminated. So once again for Furia, Omni's defense is not looking great. Liquid will draw first blood.
It's just a different Liquid from every single Liquid we have seen in this entire league so far. Here they are, trying to push themselves back in Furia. They've got a response towards the windows. There's a minute left here, and the Keeper's gone, meaning that the defense can't be as mobile, but they obviously still have the Clash. And they've got 3 smoke canisters, and they've got 2 smoke canisters they can long arm. But as resets shuts down JV92, the Fenrir is gone, the gadgetry's gone, there goes smoke, there goes Clash. Liquid, where have you been this whole time? Blackbeard knocking on the front of KZ. KZ is just forced out of there. Liquid suddenly exploding here. 4 rounds in a row as a response to the first 5 they suffered against Furia. And surely there's a Furia timeout. The same way I said there would be a Liquid one, and there was this time last time.
Yeah. Obviously, you mentioned that, Liquid on the attacks weren't very good this stage, and this is why I'm never really a big fan of stats sometimes, because I always think it depends how the team turns up in the day. Stats are one thing, but this happens. Stats can be misleading because it's not all there just on pen and paper. That's not how you sum up Siege. Siege is played in the server, and you just don't know what you expect. It's like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're gonna get in it. Certainly for Liquid, it's a different team.
There's a really strange element to this conversation where it's like, before the season would have started, you would have been like, Furia versus Liquid, this could turn out to be a really, really good game. And this is a good game. But you didn't expect them to be fighting to get out of the bottom of the board at this point, right? You didn't expect them to be fighting to get...
Only one win between the two of them as well, after 3 play days.
So it's like, it's this really weird context that we've got applied to this game that we usually wouldn't have. Oh yeah, these are 2 teams that are struggling, that we know what they're capable of. And then we have just big blocks of round wins. Furia have had their timeout there now. But 3 rounds on the attack that they have now lost. That is technically a rotation because they rotated around all 3 sites, and they are back down towards Church and Arsenal. Deimos is gone alongside the Bandit, so a double electric gone.
Located by attackers.
I'm really surprised that Fury maybe didn't ban the Blackbeard, because I think that has been working really well for Liquid, just to gain early control of the map.
10 seconds left before
So very, very surprising to see them go for the Deimos ban, where I just think the Blackbeard has been more of an influence for the side of Liquid. So hey, each to their own. What do I know? These guys have won it all, and I've won very, very little, if anything at all, you could say, Fluke.
What? I thought you had a go for charm.
I have won 2 of them, one on console, one on PC. I can do it both.
There you go.
Sticks or the MNK, I don't mind.
You're a go for champ.
Here you go.
No one can take that away from you.
Shout out to Union Jack.
We have now teams just hurtling towards the finish. Both timeouts used here, and to be honest, for either of them, at this point, it would be disappointing to go away from them, but there's, regardless of the expectations, it's the fact that they've both been able to get so close and then have things pulled away potentially at this point. Liquid, if they'd have lost this, 6-1, is almost a very different kind of loss than leading this 6-4 after a comeback, 6-5, because you still end with the same amount of points, which is 0.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know you could have had an option. Ooh, that was a mixed moment there. Philippox is almost caught in that. Him being able to slip on by, he is being chased. Not entirely sure who's on the long watch, but they'll probably be kicking themselves for not getting the end of the Scopos there.
Yeah. Good thing is, though, for Philippox, I was going to say he could TP back and be in full HP again, but Nesk has seen to that. Nesk was actually inside of blue, and also there was a guy inside of stock on the hatch that was unable to get the trade. Again, another weird round that we're seeing from these two sides. Very an ungeneric game that we're seeing, and again, another set of trades as JV and Resets will both kill each other in that engagement, but Furia are on top as KZ has found Ask.
Well, the kit being now down in oil pits, an awkward place to go and get it, so they're going to see if they can try instead fight their way through. That was the Scopos shell tucked behind the bar, so the 2 versus 2, that shell might be revealing just where these players are inside. They're trying to juggle for the fight itself now. Moved, and you can see Maya Finker getting themselves a little bit more health before the fight comes out. 45 seconds. And it's a huge take here from Diaz. Now the single player left, Nade. They're being blinded. They know where the player is. They have a rough idea, but they don't have the full deets, and they're trying to take this as a single file fight. The pings come out, more flashes, further and further push. Remember where the kid is and that they don't have it, and there's a bulletproof just to their left. They know exactly where the players are. Nade, he goes low. He gets knocked out. Demo, we're tied up.
What a game. 5 rounds apiece. First 5 rounds go Furia's way. Liquid respond with 5 of their own. And now we really are in uncharted territory. Does Furia finally wake up on the defense and end that streak of Liquid? Or do Liquid go and get round number 6? 1 up Furia.
It's just been a strange game. We've had sweeps and reverse sweeps before. We've probably, in the sort of longevity of these two teams playing, had them from these teams before. But here, on this play day, at this moment, at this sort of stakes, I don't think we've had it like this before. Furia.
Yeah.
A 5-0 lead flitted away to nothing. As Liquid have, as I said it, they would have to have doubled their total attack successes to get themselves here in towards at least OT, if not win. They have almost done that now.
Yeah. I think as well, it's more the way that the halves have went. Like, it's all well and good saying we've seen reverse sweeps before, but the fact that the first 5 rounds were so dominant for Furia, like Liquid weren't there, like Furia just straight, start to finish. And in the next 5 rounds, it's been Liquid so dominant, like so one-sided 5 rounds apiece. You just don't really see this. It's insane. But this is a big round. Who will guarantee themselves at least a point from the fixture? Are Furia finally going to get a defense on the board, or will Liquid just keep it going, just keep it rolling?
Well, there was a little bit of damage done towards Nesk just from Furia trying to step outside the building and put some pressure down, but then KZ drifts in and the fire will maybe be the finish. You can see Nade's here to offer some support, but they cannot just throw themselves in. They have the castles, though. And now they have friends. Oh, no. There's the end of KZ. Someone else has gone down. Philippox has hit the ground. Is that in stock? No, it's in bar. Off to the shoulder. Tried to offer some support here. And it's just turning into a brawl under the site. But, they bleed their way out of that position. They're going to go get the pick back up onto Philippox. Have Liquid read this? They've been able to make quick things happen before. It doesn't seem like they want to just yet. And as Hertz and Philippox rotate their way back up, they're able to reconvene. Maya probably upset that he didn't have that wall open, but at this point, how could they potentially know? I'm still curious what happened to Philippox there.
Really wish we could have, the VAR, like I always like to mention. It would be great to have, but at the moment here for Liquid, things are looking good. They've got that opening pick. Everyone is still relatively healthy. They've got the majority of their util still available. They have the Capitao. They've got flashbangs as well. Blitz on a full HP Blitz. Yeah, scary thing to go against. And speaking of Blitz, he's already maneuvered his way in towards bedroom. And right now, I think the win con for Liquid is just get the remaining reinforced walls open. Don't allow these players of Fury to just, sit in these safe positions. Get the walls open. Just apply that pressure. Make it so they just feel congested inside of that bomb site. Of course, the clash will be a bit of an issue. Oh, Reset's actually going to smoke off the head holes on towards Garage and then take the fight to the player on radio. That's what they're going to go for here.
Well, Nade ties things up for 20 seconds and a bit blinded as Liquid pop 2 more. There's 1 more, leaving just Felipox, the man who went down before, is toe-to-toe with a Blitz and blind. Battered, brushed aside. Liquid, 6 rounds, potentially in a row on their attack, 6 in total, to get themselves from nothing to on the precipice of 3 points. Furia, where have they gone?
It's just incredible. It's always a treat to see a reverse sweep, because it doesn't really happen all too often. Like, they don't. Like, yes, they have happened in the past, but again, you'd be lucky, I feel, if you see, like, maybe 2 or 3 a year. That's it. And certainly this is, I think, is this our first of the year? The first reverse sweep? I don't think we've had.
First one that I know of.
Yeah, I think it is the first, oh, wait, look, listen, it's not over yet, by the way. They still have to win this round before we can start saying, yeah, it is, but... No, it's not over yet, but we're on the cusp of it. Yeah, and I think certainly it could be the first one of the year. Certainly the first one in CTEX that I'm aware of. But yeah, Furia in the mud. Things are just falling apart. I mean, the shields have been a big issue for them, I feel. This is where I'm starting to question this demo spam, where the shields have just been so influential for the way Liquid have just kind of followed Ask about. They just followed him about. Wherever he wants to go, they follow.
Yep. It's wild to me to think that the research I was quickly looking up 5 rounds ago, 6 rounds ago, was, will this be our first 7-0? It would have been the first in SAL, NA, EU and MENA. Haven't had a 7-0 yet. But, hey, neither will we yet, because Liquid have just been phenomenal on this second half. It's also that Furia, it's not that they've entirely been pushed aside, but the confidence to open up with 2 rush rounds, win them, and just keep going. The Habana pellets opening up here on towards Jacuzzi. The Ash Breach charge will get that soft done, and they can get themselves the sights on towards here. The position played by KZ, swinging on from bathroom. You can see that the IQ is watching the rotate window on the stairs themselves. They're getting all their intel out. They're not going to throw themselves in as of yet, but doing all of this before they do CC just sort of shows that they want to catch people falling back.
Walls being targeted, of course, by Diaz again, doing the little trick with the Habana. If you're not aware, you can place 4 at the bottom, 4 at the top, in the middle of one of the reinforcements, and as you'll see, it will just, well, the observer switched off, possibly the worst moment. But yeah, it removes the reinforcement entirely, and then you can get a soft destruction operator in, your Ash, your Buck, your Sledge, and just open it up with pretty easy, easy way if you're only working with a limited budget, and certainly with an Ace and a Fur might be in banned away, then yeah, you have to try and get a little bit creative using those Habanas. So, walls opened up, that's the main thing. It's once again gonna be this Blackbird I have to look out for Liquid. It has been the driving force of this team. Looking at where he is, he's gonna be out over towards the window, so again, rotating over, using the nades, and it will be a red nade, which forces KZ out, and yeah, great little pinch there from Liquid. However, Fury, though, have responded with 2 kills in the absence of losing out on the 1.
There's 2 back. JV92 goes down. Hurts is quite hurt. There's the Blackbeard caught out. Bursting pipe death. Don't see many of those, and now resets. All that's left, a 1 versus 2, but one of them is the clash, and that is a tricky beast. We are going to OT demo. Furia finally find a round, but there's a lot that can be said from their camp at the end of this. Liquid, They still have the push chance. They'll still have some of this going in their favor. They're on their attack. And it's weird to be like, that's good for these two teams.
Yeah. Yeah, good for Liquid. Getting on the attack in the OT. Obviously, for Fury that round, you know, a lot better. The explosive pipe actually was able just to fully counter the Blackbeard, and it's a discussion that me and you had on Tuesday night. You said, "Oh, you think any of these are good?" I did mention about Clubhouse and how there are some pretty strong ones, and that being one of them. You know, the Blackbeard just. The thing is, it's the fact that it kind of bashes your shield away. I think that's the biggest issue, you know, with the pipes against the shields, is it has that mechanic where you no longer feel safe. You don't have, you know, that massive riot shield in front of yourself. So, yeah, there you go. That's why Clubhouse and these external factors, these pipes, very, very strong.
So, they have opted to go down to the basement demo. Even though it's obviously a site that they've tried twice, and neither of the times they've been able to win it out, and just, well, it was the one site on the defense that Liquid were able to win. I mean, I guess it's the sort of trade-off there is they still don't feel entirely comfortable on doubling down on the one site that they did win. They thought, well, maybe they'll learn some lessons, and let's just take our move, right? Let's pretend we're still on our defensive half. We've just won out Gym Bedroom. Where do we go next? What do we think we can do? Or maybe they have an idea of something they might want to change here. Liquid, obviously huge potential. This is the first time they've hit a roadblock since absolutely screaming their way back into this game, and Herds is about to be found. Pops the pipe. It's going to buy him a second of cover. They're going to try and maybe put some pressure on the window. Nesk tears the head off of Herds, and it's just hurts now. There's almost KZ dabbling with the fight, a second and a step too long. They're pushing the pressure down. The pistol swings round, pre-firing as this Ash is trying to chase as well, but they've just slipped out. Oh, not all the way! Wow. There's one. Maya just refused. He said they were following Shields, apparently also just following Furia.
Yeah, Furia just getting caught out again by the aggression from Liquid. I mean, Maya just so brave in what he's just achieved. Running down main stairs. I mean, to be fair, he knows the setup for Fury. He knows that they don't put any head holes in the church wall. So it just gives him a free swing onto long, and lo and behold, it gives him a kill. So the setup, once again, hindering, in my opinion, the way Furia are playing the Siege and Liquid are just countering that oh so well. That triple wall being soft, you can now start rotating some of those soft destruction operators down there, open up that triple wall. You've still got an Ash round, you've got the Buck, of course, if needed also. JV is going to try and play pretty aggressive, and he will come in contact with Maya, but there's Ask. There's also the drop from Nesk, and Liquid flawless up against Furia. What a round. The aggression from start to finish, dominating Furia.
The longer this goes on, apparently, the better Liquid get. But this will be the test.
I can watch this all night, by the way. Unlimited overtime. I'm more than happy to implement it just for this game. This game only.
Well, I don't know if you have the power. You could try.
We could do a petition.
Okay. Please
email 10,000 signatures within 6 minutes.
Please email your local politicians. I mean, this is the strange thing right now, though, because if Liquid do win out and they get 2 points, and Furia get 1, Furia will jump up to 4 points. The round difference won't massively shake, so they will actually pull themselves, I think, up towards 6th place and get out of the danger red zone for now. And Liquid won't move. They will stay 10th because every other team has at least a full fat win under their belt at this point. But whatever happens here, I think it keeps things tense. It keeps things close. You have, you know, the furthest away team at the minute with 4 wins, W7M, but there's 15 total points to still play for all of these teams across the coming play days. The closer of a striking distance Liquid can keep it in, that's a 2-game difference, and then suddenly they're up to, you know, 4th, 5th. That's huge potential here for them if they get 2 points in the long term.
So this is now the side switch, and look, Liquid didn't really have a great time over here on the defense. And one thing I will say, though, that we haven't really brought up as well, I always feel as though Liquid has been a bit of a bogey team for you.
in...
I don't... Is your stream kind of going a little bit? Mine is. I'm kind of lagging a little bit.
But there was a moment that came through. JV92, bottom to top, and Nesk tried to hold the angle. Had a lot of confidence from how he's been able to build back into this game, but you can never really count JV92 out. Maya does find Herds being led on by some of the cameras in the intel, being hot droned as well. He's got very narrow space, but he finds an angle to escape from, still being hot drone. There's 2 drones he's taken out. He is getting some support here as Resets is stepping up, but are they aware of the watch? That's the problem at this point. Now with the brick stairs being covered and held, think about where the side is, think about where they're trying to get to, and think about what has just sort of transpired here. The save on an inactive drone. B's hitting onto blue. The players have to pull their way back. KZ just charges in. Maya fights on back. JV92 gets one more, and it is just Maya and Ars trying to retake the site themselves. There's one player on it. The pipes are being popped in. Now there's 2. They're going for the plant, but they cannot even get back in to their own site at this point. Looking for the long-range firefight. The Kiba will buy them the drop here, but post-plant situation, a retake, and these fires burn for a long, long time, which only causes more and more pain. There's a drop of JV92. 3 for the round. Make it 4, Demo.
Wow. Oh, well, the attacks. It's been an attacker-sided game, that is for sure, and Furia just being able to take control of site and lock out the remaining 2 defenders using the equipment against them. Yeah, it was great. I was going to mention the fact that Liquid is a bit of a bogey team for Furia. In the past 4 games, really since 2024, since that stage 1 started, Liquid has been able to take down Furia every time they went up against them. They beat them in the regular stage in 2024 in stage 1. Remember, they beat them in Manchester, which was a massive win to kind of stop Furia winning another championship, was to take down the quarters at Manchester. And then they played twice inside of stage 2. And again, Liquid beating them out both times. So Liquid has had Furia's number for quite a while.
7-7. Oh, flip a coin at this point, really. I mean, it's so surprising when a game goes against type, just in general, but that it has been 2 defensive round wins across the entirety of this showdown on club of 2 teams that haven't really been great on their attacks. Sometimes you just know a different team. And here, it all comes down to this, a single moment. And I think whoever loses this is going to beat themselves up. But if you're any other team in the league, you're probably wanting Liquid to take it, just because it keeps Furia at least a point further away from people, and Liquid are at the bottom, so that's not changing anyway.
Yeah. Here we go. Last round of the night. Liquid on the attack. They'll be happy to see that, because the attacks tonight have just had all the run of play. Again, using the Habana based on the Firma and the A-Spans, so you have to do that little trick that I did mention previously. Using the Bailiff as well this time to remove the wall and get themselves in. It's this Blackbeard that you just have to watch. It's that counterplay of how can you actually deal with this incredibly strong operator who just takes what he wants. They've opted not to bring the Clash, which, is that a bit of a risk? You know, Clash is a great operator dealing with the shields. We've seen that plenty of times tonight. Or Furia taking a big risk with bringing in an operator like a Maestro instead as their kind of wild card pick?
Well, they're trying to catch some of this approach. They have the Blackbeard pinged, and, well, there's some of the damage and destruction done on towards the Bulletproof, but otherwise waiting for this approach. Furia haven't handed them a fight. That's a pipe that they're getting rid of earlier this time, and the Maestro Cam is in a position to try and stop the plant. To be honest, the kick going down hasn't always been the most important factor of these rounds, piecing into Liquid's favor. Instead, it's been the kill game, and that's what they're being very coy on. Furia have retracted. They've pulled themselves far and far away. A couple down towards the bottom of the brick main staircase, but otherwise not giving Liquid an in, not giving them a route. And you can see that Liquid is trying to piece this together. They've got some of the pressure off the hop. They've got themselves the control over on CC. They're about to make their way in, but with the openings that they have and with the sort of watch, they cannot just trust this.
Oh, that's big.
Motion. Yeah, the keeper barricade on that window allows them to step in.
All herds, all herds. Beautiful play, using the barrier to reposition, finds the kill, and in goes the Blackbeard, but the Maestro cameras, Fluke, maybe going to be an issue, but no, able to destroy that one. Diffuser being attempted, but there's the LMG from the Maestro, able to bring through onto the head of Ask, and now we're into the 2v2 as KZ is still going on a tear. Furia still in it, and Liquid on the back foot.
20 seconds here, and they've got them in the middle, but Nade gets resets. The Bees will give some of the read away on the players, but don't swing up. They're waiting to play partially on contact. Furia finally put this one to bed from where they were to where they ended up. You could say it's deserved, but you could say exactly the same about Liquid. They will be gutted to only be leaving this game with a single point. But what a route to get there for these two teams.
Wow, just what a game from start to finish. You're on the edge of your seat the whole time. One half where Fury was just so dominant, and Liquid finally show some of the best seeds that they've been able to produce. And then right at the end, Fury just snatch it away. I mean, the Maestro cameras, I don't know how much of an impact they had, but the Alda, though, the Alda was just tearing heads off. So maybe that's where that pick worked out really well for them. But look, Furia, they hold on. Both teams, I think, need to get back to the drawing board in terms of how they defend Clubhouse, because that wasn't great, but certainly the attacks today, much, much better from both sides. But yeah, what a game. What a game.
I mean, almost a full reverse sweep as well, if not a difference of one. Just a huge, huge uptick in the performance of these two teams. And is this still, regardless of result, going to be a moment where both of them, in some regards, start to come alive, pushed to the brink that they were, and pushed to sort of the position that they were in? And at this point, I guess, with all the sort of chaos that's happened and with how that got so loud and became so violent, you know, you wonder what lessons can truly be sort of taken out of it. And I guess what lessons our desk are about to teach us as we throw it over onto them.
Thank you very much, Fluke and Demo, and what a game indeed. Who would have thought that it would come so close to max overtime between Furia and Team Liquid, given the state of Liquid especially. Seems like they brought it back. They're at least able to collect 1 point out of this, but Furia, through just blood, sweat, and tears, Gabe, they bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, they brought it back. I was writing it off early on. I mean, that first half, I was like, okay, Furia's just going to close it out. It's going to be another quick game. Yeah. But then it just started to immediately transition. Something that was very strange to me with Furia is they weren't really switching up their defenses. It was almost they would just repeat the exact same operators. They weren't really trying to problem solve. It was just, okay, maybe we lost here. We're just going to maybe do this a little different. Where I think bringing a different operator, like we even saw in the last round, with the Maestro being brought. Granted, like Demo said, the Evil Eyes didn't make a difference, but the LMG certainly did. Oh, yeah. But even on the sides of Liquid, I mean, Maya really stepped up. I can really appreciate his performance today. He was really making that lead, that headway, where then resets would immediately follow off that. Even Ask playing really well, being that IGL, using those shields, being able to set his team up. I mean, this was the Liquid that we need to start seeing. It's unfortunate that they couldn't get it done. But, I mean, Furia in the end closed it out in the final map pretty decisively, bringing that, what was it, a 5v2, 4v2? Bringing it back down to a 2v2 and then closing out in a 2v1. I mean, got to give them the praise as well.
Yeah, amazing way to finish it. Obviously, Furia, I was really impressed, especially with them implementing a lot of Monty and using, like, the shield, because it's something that we saw them struggle throughout a whole year, not being able to have that shield play. And that was something that they incorporated early on. And I saw a 5-1. I'm with you. I completely washed out Liquid. I did not believe that they were going to bring it back. And I think that's where the element of overconfidence and not respecting the opponent that Furia came into play. Because, like you said, they weren't changing anything when things were going wrong. I really feel like if I spoke Portuguese and I could be a part of the comms, it probably sounded something like, like, we're up 5-1, these guys suck, like, we're just gonna be, like, let's just keep playing our game, like, we'll be able to outfrag them. Yeah. And even into the final round, it really was just them out-fragging them. I really don't think they out-strategied Liquid. They didn't change anything at the end of the day. They just bide time until they were able to eventually win a round out of outslaying Liquid. And, you know, it's great to see Liquid have a close game, but at the same time, I'm not sold. I'm not impressed by anything that Liquid showed. Honestly, thankfully, they were able to get a point because 0 points out of all of that to accumulate nothing would have been terrible. It would have been abysmal. But at the end of the day, I mean, the same issues for Liquid. A little bit more team play for sure, but that's Clubhouse. It comes with the territory. Of course, you're going to have easier attacks, easier defenses, because it's the most basic map in the pro pool right now. So obviously, it was a better look at it, but I just don't believe we're going to see a similar performance next week for Liquid at all. Honestly, I think the last place spot is somewhere that they're going to be pretty comfortable in for the rest of the stage.
Bold, Fox. But honestly, there's a lot that stands behind the statement that you're going with here. But obviously, Furia barely bringing across the line. Team effort here. Overall, from both of the squads, could have been either or. It was cool to see also some of the new bits of Siege X kind of put into play. Like you saw some of the kind of explosives that were used to slow down the Blackbeard before being able to pull into bedroom, etc. But we actually have a special guest for this interview. It's none other than Felipox. We'll bring him out here. We'll wheel him out. There you go, Felipox. Congratulations on the win. Can you hear us? All good?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Hello, first of all.
Wonderful. Hello.
It's like
Congrats
I just came
win.
back from warfare. I don't know.
Honestly, every day feels like it for one reason or another. But looking at this, I want to take a look at the last two play days where there were also struggles in your game against NIP and the week after that against FaZe and into today against Liquid. What happened over those 3 play days and what changed for today?
I think against NIP we played really bad. Like we thought we were screaming against them a lot, and to be fair, a lot of the screens were really easy. So I think we just went to the game like I don't know, thinking that was going to be easy, and didn't do what we had to do. And then the game started to get tough for us. And yesterday against FaZe, I don't know if you guys watched the game, but I just think Souls just won a lot of rounds individually on the defense.
He was snatching Souls.
Like, it was 4 rounds in a row, like where he got 4 Ks and he was like stuck in a corner and he killed every one of us. So I think we were playing good, but the guy was just on his day. And today against Liquid, I don't know, I'm going to watch the game again, but we started really good on attack, and then on defense, I don't know, it seemed impossible to defend. Like they were abusing Deimos and then the shields, and we just didn't know what to do. And yeah, it's like I said before, it's like I went to a warfare and came back.
Right, well,
Really
Felipox, congratulations on the win. Hard-fought win for sure. You guys had an amazing attack half, and I speculated on the desk that once you guys swapped sides and you started losing rounds, what maybe the communication was like in the team. Is there a possibility that you guys were just saying, we're up 5-1, these guys are bad, we can just beat them by shooting better? Because we didn't see much change in the way that you guys played defense. So maybe give us a little insight of what the communication looked like round after round on your defensive half.
Maybe there was a little bit of that because we were playing really good defense on the scrims on Clubhouse, and Liquid is a team that's not playing good attacks on this tournament. If you guys see their stats, they're playing really bad attacks. So in my head, I don't know if about the other guys, but in my head, after we did 5-1, it was a win, an easy win for us. But then it wasn't, and round after round, it was getting tough and tougher, and we really didn't know what to do, it seemed like.
Well, at the end of the day, you got it done, Felipox. I do want to ask you, though, so when you're in this situation, I mean, we heard you say, you know, once that defense side started to happen and, you know, they were bringing the shields, they were bringing Deimos, you didn't really know how to deal with it. When you're the IGL and you're struggling in that area, who's kind of the voice that's next to you to then pick up everyone to try to maybe muster out a win, maybe make a change to an operator? Because what we saw in the last round, is KZ ended up swapping to that Maestro, which maybe the Evil Eyes didn't play into the sense of stopping a defuse, but it gave that information and then played a big longevity in the end of that round. I mean, I'm kind of curious, if you're flustered, who's kind of picking up off where you left off at?
I think a strong point about our team is that everyone is good at this. Like we started talking, everyone talking. Like we can't be playing aggressive because they're getting the first picks. They're basically doing whatever they want. So we talked about it and decided to do a play where we are really a turtle play. I think you guys call it in NA, where we are really on site, and that's what we did. Then I called that play where Case is Maestro, and it went good.
It was good to see Maestro and the Alda in general today really rolling out. I think it was a big help throughout the games. Now, things don't get any easier for you. You play W7M next weekend. Of course, your old organization on Saturday. Anything for us to expect? What would you like to say to them?
It's going to be a really tough game. They're playing really good. I think they are with 12 points. They won every single game. So in this week, we're going to focus on ourselves, on this defense half on Clubhouse, and let's see on Saturday.
All right, very much looking forward to it, Philippox. Always a pleasure to have you on here and have a little chat about Siege and your matches. Congratulations on the win against Liquid. A reminder for everybody, that is the match of the day for next weekend on Saturday, Furia versus W7M. Do not miss it. Till then, have a wonderful week, Philippox. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, guys.
And there it is. It's good to hear from Philippox here, as we'll be pulling up our stats, our standings, our MVP, all etc. that we have from this game, because in general, a coin toss. And KZ is our MVP for this game, Davide.
Yeah, obviously KZ, I mean, he was monumental, especially in that last round once he was getting on the Maestro. I mean, he's always a player that you can look to be able to be the carry or to save a day. I mean, to be fair, everyone on Furia is going to have their moments of saving the day, but you know, KZ is somebody that you can consistently rely on, and he showed up. And I'm really happy that Philippox noticed, like, you know, seeing like the IGL break it down of, oh, we thought our defenses were going to be good because Liquid's attacks have been pretty bad. I think for a casual viewer that's never seen Siege, I think you could probably watch Liquid and see that everything that they were doing is pretty bad so far throughout the stage. But I really enjoyed hearing Philippox's breakdown a little bit on Liquid more specifically.
I can also appreciate not even just breaking it down, but also giving Liquid the respect and saying, you know, they were playing, we can't play aggressive because we're losing the first picks. Not that he doesn't have trust in his teammates and their abilities of getting kills, because we obviously know in the frag department, those guys don't struggle, but it was giving that respect to Liquid and just being, maybe we should turtle. Let's pull out a turtle for the last round. And it ended up working. So I can always appreciate when they are given the respect that is deserved to a team, especially when they're met with an opponent like that.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, our standings as we have here. W7M on top, Black Dragons at 9 and FaZe as well. 8 for NIP, 5 for both Furia and Loud, 4 for NX9Z, 3 for Loss. And now, Team Liquid at 1 point after going to OT. And we're being told on corrections, Liquid lost their first games in the last stage as well, and they were able to bring it back.
Right.
Well,
right.
I mean,
copium and all that.
I think there's definitely a little copium there. I don't think the roster is obviously the same, like we talked about prior getting into this game. Losing Palu, they lose that X factor of being able to find those gaps. But it's not to say that, you know, players like Maya, players like Resets, players like Ness can't find openings. It's just a lot of that really was on Palu back in the day, where we just aren't seeing these strides being made so far.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like Liquid is losing games due to luck, or they're getting unfortunate, or they're just showing up off on the day. It looks like Liquid is having a little bit of an identity struggle, an identity crisis at the moment. And of course, it takes time to be able to figure that out. I mean, Beast Coast went 0-3, 0-4 in the NAL, and then they won the Manchester Major.
Skyrocketed, yeah.
Anything is possible at the end of the day, obviously. But when it comes to Liquid, what I'm seeing right now isn't just fate not being on their side. Hopefully, getting 1 point will light a fire under them. They have 5 more games to go. For the rest of the standings, though, everyone's pretty close. It's pretty neck and neck. Besides W7M, 2 game wins, 3 game wins, you could easily be back in that top 6, easily be battling for top 2.
Everything is still within range, but it still gets tighter now from day 4 onwards. You only have just a bit of wiggle room in case anything major were to happen. Our play of the day, though, what was it? Let's bring it up and show it on the screen. Of course, brought to you by Predator, our sponsor here in Rainbow Six Esports in general. And of course, this is a beautiful play from Souls to save the day for FaZe.
Yeah, this was a huge 3K from Souls. I mean, this round almost looked like it was going to go in Black Dragon's favor, and honestly, I thought it was. You know, when I saw Machina back there, I was like, okay, you know, this is going to be a solid 1v1. He probably has the SMG in hand. No, he has the Gon 6. He used too many of his bullets. So realistically, Souls is kind of fighting nothing at this point. Fighting just, I mean, it's bringing a knife to a gunfight at that point, and he ends up getting it done. But I mean, it was such, I mean, yeah, you see it from this POV. I mean, just to be able to be in this scenario, being able to bring it back. I mean, it's the reason why, you know, the game that we spoke of yesterday that Felipox was talking about, Souls is getting 4Ks back to back to back, and it just shows the sheer just, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm blanking now. No, not resilience. It's,
Talent.
I'm playing. Anyways, you just take it. It'll come.
Well,
his individual prowess.
Right. I mean, it was very individual, and he was prowling on them. And obviously, thankfully, the Frostbat was there under Jim Window, so that he was able to just get the first down, clean up the second guy. And then that 1v1, I mean, I'm sure when he watches that back, he's going to be thinking to himself, wow, I was so locked into the moment, and this guy had a Gon 6 out. And obviously, if he had a real gun, a real rifle, maybe the situation would have ended up being different. But Souls was consistent. He's been consistent throughout the stage. Obviously, he deserved the highlight. And, you know, he obviously, it didn't end up the game didn't go in their favor, but that was the second round that FaZe got. So nice consolation round. And obviously, Souls still showing that he's a threat no matter how the team is performing.
That is absolutely true. Always dropping those truth bombs here. Fox on the broadcast. And yes, Souls has absolutely been performing despite everything for FaZe Clan. Speaking of which, FaZe play loud next playday on Saturday. And it's Lost NIP ENX versus Liquid, Black Dragons versus 9Z. Of course, to end the day, Furia versus W7M. A matchup that both of these teams are looking forward to. We all are, and they both described as a lot of fun and one they're absolutely on board for. They'll take the next few days to prepare for it, and I don't know what else other than this match of the day that really sparks joy when you look at it, Davide.
I'm very excited for ENX versus Liquid, just because obviously as Liquid plays other teams towards the bottom, the more losses they get, the harder it is for them to jump back into a top 6 spot, make it to the next phase. I'm really happy to watch that game specifically because I was pretty impressed with what we saw from ENX today. So if they can keep that consistency up, that game is just, it means so much to Liquid. There's so much more on the line for it. So pressure's on. It'll be very exciting to watch.
Gabe?
I would definitely have to say the Black Dragons game. I mean, like I said, I'm just kind of becoming a huge fan of Black Dragons. And after seeing, you know, I mean, I think Fluke said it best, you know, being in this game, whether you're playing Clubhouse so many times or casting over Clubhouse so many times, analyzing Clubhouse so many times, it does kind of get very stagnant. But the Clubhouse that we saw today, specifically from Black Dragons, really was impressive. And it kind of reinvented the wheel in terms of how a Clubhouse can be played, in my opinion, or at least from what we saw and what Black Dragons did. So for me, I'm definitely looking forward to that Black Dragons lineup and just see what they can do against 9Z.
All right, that is it, gentlemen. It's crazy to see that our playdate ended just as fast as it started. I hope you had fun today with all 3 of us, and of course all 5 of us on the broadcast, bringing you SAL live with 5 incredible matches that really tilt the scales on our standings, which means it's going to get even more exciting for the next 5 playdays before we hit our playoffs later on in July. Though it's time to sign off. Thanks so much for watching. We hope you had a lot of fun, and gents, have fun on the NAL as you guys are back on there next week. Very much enjoying it. Hopefully you get better games than what you had last week. And
yeah, no kidding.
Really.
Yeah. We'll
Anyways, we're always watching. Anyways, thank you very much and keep on glowing. For those watching, we appreciate it. Take care. Have a wonderful week. See you on Saturday. Bye-bye.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.